And it's week 2 of the Aqueduct Spring Meet. And spring, well, it can be unpredictable. We are off the turf today, and that means Trash Talker will look for his 3rd win at the Big A. He gets in off the main track only list and has plenty of early speed. But coming up this weekend, the Wood Memorial, such an important race for the 3-year-olds. And we have a terrific field lined up to go a mile and an eighth, including the undefeated Morello, who will stretch out for the first time and put that undefeated resume on the line for trainer Steve Asmussen. We also have live racing for you today from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Oaklawn Park. In the spotlight, what will we get from Hartley? An impressive 8-length winner on debut, now first off the claim, and will look to keep that momentum going for his new connections. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today on what would have been the first day of turf racing here at the Big A. But as you can see, Mother Nature, well, she had other ideas, but we'll have a fun day nonetheless. Very glad to have you with us as I'm your host, Acacia Courtney Clement. A new name, but very happy to be back. And this time, I'm here to stay, as I'm pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association analyst Andy Sterling. Very glad to be sharing the desk with you once again, Andy.
I'm thrilled to have you back. We're all thrilled to have you back, even with a new name. Acacia did leave us, but she got married. But thrilled to have her back, and great to be here, as though even though we're off the turf, we were supposed to be on the turf. So It's better to have supposed to have been on the turf, at least, than not. And we'll be back on the turf hopefully soon enough, and a lot of good race to look forward to.
That's the good part about it, right? There's only more turf racing to come, and of course we will look forward to that first day when we will get to race on the grass here at the Big A. But we'll take a look at what's coming up on Saturday. A tremendous day of racing. As you can see, all of the excitement, of course, highlighted by the Wood Memorial, the Grade 1 Carter. We do have 5 graded stakes, 6 stakes total on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday's card came up terrific. You know, I was comparing to last year's Wood card, and there's no comparison. The stakes are considerably stronger overall. The Carter came up an absolutely terrific race. I mean, it really looks like about as strong a Grade 1 dirt sprint as we've had in a long time. It's a great, great race, and I'm glad to see it being well represented this year.
Speaker's Corner looking for another graded stakes win, the first Grade 1. We'll talk more about all of those graded stakes a little bit later on in the show, but we'll take a look at the feature today, race number 7 today at the Big A. It is off the turf, but we still are left with a sizable field and plenty of main track only horses to go around and to keep that competitiveness with this race here, Andy.
Yeah, this is a race that arguably is actually probably more competitive on the dirt than it was on the turf, because on the turf, doesn't mean they're going to win. Horses like Dancing Buck and Kawaimia River were very much the right 2 horses. In this race, American Gentleman, you've got this crew coming back, right? American Gentleman, Trash Talker, Castle Chaos, all of them have a chance in this race. Scacciatore, definitely a player in this race. Even Dancing Buck staying in here, not impossible, is running for it. How about a horse like Rejected Again for Linda Rice? Claim and a layoff. This horse has dirt races that make him very competitive. This is a much, much deeper race on the dirt than it would have been on the turf, fortunately, more so than the others.
There's a look at the field. That is race number 7 coming up a little bit later on today. Will be plenty of opportunity, as mentioned, for those horses rematching out of that March 5th race. We'll take a look at what else is on tap, though. Today's remaining races are presented by Claiborne Farm. All of today's races, in fact. We have races 1 through 8 from Aqueduct. Started the 50-cent late pick 5, kicks off in race 4. Again, a muddy main track, and we're off the turf. Fast main track at Oaklawn Park, though. We have races 1 through 8 on the program as well. Nice allowance feature there in the 8th, and of course that late pick 4, which starts in race number 6. You can earn a $200 sign-up bonus today when you join Naira Bets. Play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. It's easy. New members just sign up with promo code STAKES200. Make your first bet and earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 sign-up bonus. Taking a look at the field for the opener here at the Big A, a maiden special weight for the New York Breds off the turf, which means it will now be run at a mile on the main track. As we take a look at trainer Bill Mott's charge, Curlin's Wisdom 5-2 right now on the board as Bill Mott looks for his first win of the meet, and we'll have plenty of exciting action coming up. He looks for his first victory of the spring meet here, but I'm certain that it will not be the last. Curlin's Wisdom system with plenty of dirt races to go on. We'll talk more about the opener after this.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We've been here for 50 years. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
And as always, you can go to nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races as we get ready to kick off our program with the New York Breds in the spotlight. And as we have seen, as we take a look at the New York State flag, these New York breds, Andy, they can be successful in open company at the highest level as we take a look at the New York breds running in our stakes on Saturday.
Well, you're talking about the 4th and 5th choice in the Wood Memorial. You're talking about the 1st and 2nd choices in the Gazelle. And I'll tell you something about Venti Valentine. If she runs as well in this race, the Gazelle, or even better, than she ran in her Busher return, she's going to be a major, major player in the Kentucky Oaks. And before people roll their eyes, a horse named Search Results, who's returning as well on Saturday, she won the Busher, she won the Gazelle, and she lost the Oaks by a head to Malathot, the eventual champion. make no mistake, Venti Valentine is another big performance away from being one of the choices in the Oaks.
We'll talk more a little bit later on about the Gazelle and the history of that race as well. But right now we're taking a look at Bill Mott's charge in the opener for the New York bred Maidens Curlin's Wisdom, currently the favorite, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, I hope you are staying dry and getting a good look at these runners for the opener.
Well, Acacia, what a day to welcome you back to New York with some typical spring-like conditions for April here in the Northeast. Yes, it's a little chilly and the rain is continuing to intensify here, as we already had a muddy track to begin with. Yes, I am under the saddling stalls, thankfully. We can take that luxury and I don't have to get my iPad wet. As number 5, Curlin's Wisdom, he does come in off of a little bit of a break here. I haven't seen him since early February, and a horse that I just thought kind of just seemed a little bit dull in the way he was acting that day. And he comes back at the mile, which I like, from a little bit more energetic here in the paddock. They're actually keeping him calm in the saddling stall right now, but physically very fit with that little break in mind. I wish he would have continued to fill out a little bit. But with that being said, I do think the one-term mile suits him. I would not forget about number 3, Sensible Conclusion. At times, this horse, or I should say, he has a race on his running line that makes him a major player in here. The problem is that he has just kind of fallen off since then as far as being back in State Bred Maiden Special Weight Company. But last time out, he did have a pretty full cup blinker on, and he was battling on the front end. That pace kind of incinerating that day. And 2, at the quarter pole, he took some bumps from either side and just kind of packed it in that day. Not the biggest horse. There is some substance to him, but I just think that that probably discouraged him, probably didn't, play favorably into how he wants to run. He is energetic here. It looks like he's ready for maybe a fight this time around, but just a horse I don't want to forget about, as he does have that early speed. Now, Christophe Clement chooses to keep Joint Resolution in here, a horse that is far more bred for the turf. A son of Declaration of War, not much in the first generation, but the Dam, a half to multiple graded stakes winners, Spring Quality and Holiday Star. This guy, not overly turf when you look at his foot and, his foot to pastern conformation, but overall does have more of a turf look, and it feels like they might be using this race to get this horse fit because he's just a big, rangy, lumbering type where it feels like maybe a race is really going to put him where he needs to be. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Joint Resolution currently 5-1 on the board as we get ready to kick off the early pick 5 here. And 5-2 now on Curlin's Wisdom, Andy, who has been freshened up since that last start in February.
She's an enigma in here because you feel in your heart that she's the best horse in this race because she has run very well earlier in her career. The problem is you start to wonder what happened to her last time. The time before that, it was a quick pace, but she got drowned. And you also wonder, is a mile really a little too far for her best? So I do think she's kind of the horse to beat, but I don't feel comfortable with her. I think that Sensible Conclusion, you can make a case for her. The number 3, who's 6-1. She probably came back too soon in her last start. this race 3 back. This is 2 back, excuse me. This is, if you bet her this day, I don't know if you've ever seen this race, Acacia, but this is true. I left, I was rushing to get in the air, so I was close. This race was being run, and we were coming on a few minutes. So I left the bay of windows where I was watching the race about here. I get back to the set, just assuming she won, and I couldn't. I mean, it's hard. It's one of those things. It's like you watch the movie, like they say. I watched again. I can't believe, they're not. John Wayne's not going to get shot a second time. I can't believe she lost. Maybe a mile and 1/8 was too far for her, or him. And he comes back last time 12 days after that mile and 1/8 race. So maybe it was just too soon because his race 3 back is good enough to win here. I like Salute to America, Tom Morley's horse, a little bit. I think this horse could be improving in his last race, a little better than it looks. I think he's kind of an improving horse, gets Lasix for this race, and I thought he'd be a better price. He's my racehorse, so he's going to take early money. He probably will drift up as he should.
He was one that he did close a little bit last time out. The winner wired that race, and I know you pay a lot of attention, obviously, being here throughout the winter on how the track is playing at Aqueduct. That's an important thing to follow as well.
Well, that was the race after the Withers, and there was a lot of discussion about the Withers buyer speed figure, and they end up raising it. And a lot of, listen, I know a lot of figure makers that have had it higher to begin with. Jerry Brown, who I respect, the Thoroughbreds, he always felt Buyer was right about the number. This was the race after it, and there are a lot of us felt, well, Golden Code, he's running in the Wood Memorial. He ran third in the Gotham, that maybe that fig was too low. Maybe this horse really ran about a 54 fig.
Yeah. We'll see how it stacks up today. We'll kick off the post parade, though, with one that comes in off the main track only list, Sir William, and we move on to the 3, Sensible Conclusion.
We talked about Sensible Conclusion. I think this horse is a player now that he's gotten a little, almost 5 weeks since the last start.
Curlin's Wisdom, tepid favorite.
Probably supposed to be the speed. We'll see how aggressive Eric is, the horse to beat, but I don't trust him.
Barrel of Quest, a big price.
Yeah, he's really got more of a turf pedigree, and they were hoping to get back on the grass.
Stretching out is the 7, Salute to America.
I'm going to be optimistic with this one for Tom Morley. Hopefully he can get it done.
A little bit of a freshening for this one as well since February 5th. Here is Joint Resolution, Firster.
Well, you're the one who's supposed to tell us about Joint Resolution, who's been working down at Payson for the Clement barn. They wanted turf, though, and it's much more of a turfy pedigree.
Another MTO, Moped Dennis.
This horse's first race looks good enough to win here. The problem was the gold rail, but did get involved in the big pace last time with Sensible Conclusion.
Big race last time for Uncle Waterflow.
It was a much cheaper field, but the truth is that Mo Dancing isn't that bad, the first-time starter winner, and the horse did improve dramatically.
Second-time starter, Royal Time, rounds out the field.
Yeah, it's hard to recommend this horse off his debut.
Big price there on the board. That's the field for the opener. We want to remind everybody you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Again, the early pick 5 kicks off here. Taking a look at the number 10, Uncle Waterflow, and he's getting some attention too, Andy. Those blinkers go on today.
He's taking an awful lot of money in this race right now. And the reality is his last race is good enough to win. And he should get a good stalking trip in here. So I can understand why people like him. You're taking a very short price on lower profile connections. That doesn't usually happen. One of the reasons that a lot of people will gravitate towards lower profile connections is they're usually better prices than they should be. I don't think this horse is a good bet at 7-2, but I can understand the argument for his chances in the race.
He's 7-2 right now, second choice on the board as well. Again, with these multi-race sequences, we're off the turf. Obviously, you had the scratches, the changes. We were assuming that the races could be off the turf today, given Mother Nature, when you're playing these multi-race sequences like this early pick 5. How do you gauge it when the races change?
Well, it's funny. I'll make picks, as I did for today, tomorrow, and even for Saturday's races, though Saturday does look good for us. And I don't know that tomorrow's impossible, but unlikely. I make picks for both. I mean, I do talking horses. I make them. I send the videos for both of them. My favorite part of my job is handicapping. I just love the puzzle, and I know you do too. And so I don't really mind. And the other thing is we're going to see these horses anyway, so I don't really mind. I wouldn't say sometimes I'll hedge a little bit and say, okay, I'm not going to kill myself to come up with a winner in this race in the turf, but I take them seriously and make my picks, and maybe if I'm surprised they stay on, I make sure I don't want to readjust. But I do make picks for both surfaces on many occasions. Fortunately, lately we haven't worried about off the turf as much, but early we did. So I look both ways. And listen, we're going to see these horses in the turf eventually anyway, so it doesn't hurt you. You watch some replays that don't come into play, who cares? That's what we're paid to do.
All about adapting in this game, that's for sure. Horses warming up on the track. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And we do have the track listed as muddy right now. I would not be surprised if that is quickly downgraded. As I said, the rain is coming down, and there's a lot of lying water on the racetrack right now. So we'll see. Muddy right now listed, but moving towards sloppy, as we'll take a look at number 7 in here. Salute to America, obviously a horse I'm familiar with, my husband Tom Morley training him, and a horse that I've ridden quite a bit in the morning. And I have to say that despite his form, maybe not recommending it, each time I get on him, which is sparingly, he improves from what I feel underneath of me. He does really look the most fit I've seen him today, which could be aided by the fact that he gets Lasix for the first time. We did really want to try him on the turf, but I just wish we would have gotten a fast track to at least try him on. He's caught in 3 wet tracks in a row, but definitely the most fit, like I said, that he has appeared. Now, number 9, Moped Dennis, I know he has not offered much since that debut race, as Andy said, enhanced by the gold rail. But if you want the horse that looks best, it's Moped Dennis, and at least he was entered as an MTO, which I always think is a bit more favorable in these types of spots with these races coming off the turf. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Maggie going with the number 3 sensible conclusion, taking a look at those track conditions here, muddy and sealed.
The 2 Sir William was just announced as a late scratch in this race.
So take note of that. One of the main track only runners, especially if you are planning to play that pick 5 sequence. Currently, still your favorite, Curlin's Wisdom. Sensible conclusion for Maggie. Andy going with Salute to America. And Andy, we've talked about this before, but I think it is worth revisiting as well. Horses that tend to be quote unquote wet track lovers. How do you handicap? How do you focus on that? And I know it's not something you put a ton of stock into, but it can be intimidating for people on days like this.
Well, I do think you want to look because more I look for horses that have repeatedly run significantly worse on wet tracks.
Yeah.
These days they usually get scratched, to be honest, those horses. In general, I look at the figures. Just because a horse ran 6th on a wet track doesn't mean the horse ran badly.
Right.
Horse may have been over its head. If the horse is running the same kind of figures, I don't really care where the horse is finishing. The other thing is, sometimes, you know, you'll see a horse that has speed, that runs on a wet track and runs lousy, but there was a lot of pace in the race, couldn't make the lead. Horses that have speed on wet tracks will usually do pretty well. If you think they're going to get in front that day, they're not going to be bothered. So I don't think you shouldn't pay attention to it, but I think you need to be careful because some people will look too much, in my opinion, at where horses finish. I look at speed figures and who they ran against.
Again, late scratch of the number 2, Sir William. Doesn't seem to change the dynamic of the race as far as the horse is taking money now. Another late pop into the number 5. What about the 9, Moped Dennis? He ran against Salute to America 2 starts back, was kind of run off his feet, showed improved speed last time out. He just doesn't seem to be able to sustain that. Dylan Davis winds up here, by the way.
And the problem with him is his first start where he ran that race that makes him very competitive here, 64 Buyer. That was a super gold rail day, and he spent almost the entire race down the inside, and there was a wicked fast pace duel in there. So I think he was very flattered with his position on the racetrack as well as the dynamics. So that 64 could be more like a 50. Having said that, I think I picked him 4th or 3rd, so I don't think he's impossible to win this race.
Tried the mile last time out, finished behind a horse who came back to win nicely in a New York bred allowance as they load into the gate for the opener here at the Big A. Again, off the turf. Reminder, late scratch of the number 2, Sir William in here. Favorite continues to be the 5, Curlin's Wisdom. We are just about loaded up. We send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, for the call.
In the gate, set for the opener. And they're off. Royal Time from the extreme outside. Joint Resolution, and now moving up is Barrel of Quest, along with Salute to America and Curlin's Wisdom, as they cross over from the chute to the main track, and it is Barrel of Quest who has the lead. Royal Time on the outside. Sensible Conclusion now moves up at the rail. Curlin's Wisdom's running in 4th. Salute to America alongside in 5th. Uncle Waterflow is next in 6th, followed by Moped Dennis, and a Joint Resolution is now the trailer in 8th. The opening quarter in the mud in 24 seconds. Barrel of Quests has opened up a 3-length lead. Royal Time, Sensible Conclusion, they're right together, 2nd and 3rd. And then on the outside, it is Salute to America, next in 4th. Curlin's Wisdom is down at the rail, passed now by Moped Dennis and by Joint Resolution. Uncle Waterflow is the trailer. Half mile, 47 and 3. It is still long shot Barrel of Quest, who leads here by 3 lengths. Salute to America begins to pick up the chase now in 2nd. Sensible Conclusion down at the rail in 3rd. And then it is Joint Resolution who's being asked for more. Curlin's Wisdom towards the rail. 3/4 in 112. Barrel of Quest trying to pull off a big upset here. Salute to America is on the outside and in 2nd. And getting closer. Barrel of Quest. Here is Salute to America, moving right alongside. Salute to America now takes over in deep stretch, and it will be Salute to America to win it over Barrel of Quests.
Number 7, Salute to America, able to run down and get the win, as we had a pace setter, Andy, and Barrel of Quest, who was trying to pull an upset at a big price there.
And, you know, even though I bet on the 7, Salute America, a little part of me was rooting for Louis Cardenas, who'd get his first win since coming back. It's so good to have him back after his injury in Saratoga. And I know a lot of people are going to look at this race, and I can't really blame him and say, I want horses that are going to be in front today. Now, keep in mind, this was an odd race where I'm not sure who you really wanted in here, but the way the 6 ran, Battle of Quest, maybe you do want to be towards the front, but Salute to America, great to have Javier Castellano back. Javier got this horse in position, stayed to the outside, he moved up, and he's the one that really set his sights on the 6. I'm not saying Curlin's Wisdom would have won, but I don't know why Eric got this horse so badly buried. He needs to be more forward.
7, 6, 5, 8 under the line in the opener. Salute to America and Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano, who spent the winter in Florida, back up, and I'm sure he's thrilled to be able to kick off his New York spring with a win right off the bat.
No question about it. How could you not be happy? He's back, and things went well for him in Florida, and we wish him great luck and success coming back. Javier has been such a great jockey for such a long time, as well as a good guy.
Absolutely. Great ambassador of the game. Number 7, Salute to America. The winner will bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also talk about the loaded field for Saturday's Wood Memorial. Undefeated Morello looks to keep that momentum going, while Mo Donegal will get to go 9 furlongs once again for Todd Pletcher.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Aqueduct Saturday. Top-ranked 3-year-olds face off in the $750,000 Grade 2 Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino, New York's premier Kentucky Derby prep race. Watch and play the Wood Memorial Saturday, live on FS2.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. In the opener at the Big A, it was the number 7, Salute to America. Congratulations to all of the members of my racehorse. I'm sure they were watching and cheering on, and Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano, all smiles, back in New York and back in the winner's circle.
And I think, you know, the real positive about my racehorse, it does give these people the feeling that they're involved in ownership in a different aspect of the game. And I've run into so many people that say to me, "Oh, I'm one of the owners of that horse," and it's exciting for them. And that's a great thing in racing, to find a way to get fans and players to be more involved in the game. The more people are involved, the more they're going to appreciate it.
Couldn't agree more. And we love keeping it all in the family, as well as Maggie Wolfendale Morley standing by with Tom Morley.
And Acacia, I promise I was the one who got dressed first this morning, as we are kind of twinning here, embarrassingly enough, Tom. But Salute to America, a horse that you've been patient with, that you had in for 40 a couple weeks ago, it had a little bit of a temperature, luckily, found this maiden special weight off the turf. But you did want to run him on the turf. Were you surprised by this effort?
Honestly, not really. I feel that he's just a horse he was a massive baby, and he's taken racing to really put a foundation into him. And I thought we saw the true colours of him coming out last time. He ran a very, very solid third. The number didn't come back great, but he ran well, and he ran to the wire for the first time. In his first 2 starts, he just got very leg weary at the end of the race. So I was pleased to see. I thought it might be a smaller field when I made the entry if it came off the grass, but we had a lovely draw, and it's great to have Javier back as well.
I was going to say, a guy you had a lot of success with last year, and coming back to ride here in New York. How relieved are you to have Javi back?
Yeah, very. I mean, he rides a lot for the barn. He's a fabulous rider. He gets the job done on everything that we send him out there on. So it's great. Look, Eric did nothing wrong last time, and PJ had to make a decision. Eric got to ride the post-time favorite, but this horse has done everything right today.
You've had some success with My Racehorse, second winner for them, a big ownership group. What's it like training for a syndicate like that?
Yeah, it's great. Look, at the end of the day, the point in this game is to get as many people involved in owning racehorses as possible. And My Racehorse is the first step on the ladder, or the last step on the ladder, depending on how they want to do it, you want to go about it. But it's a fabulous idea to get involved. It's a very, very simple process. We've got a couple of horses for them, hoping to get some more in the barn. We've won with the 2 horses we've got, so hopefully that means we can get some more.
All right, here's to hoping. Congratulations, though, with this winner.
Thank you.
All right, Salute to America, guys, for the hubs. It gets the job done. And if I'm going to be biased here, definitely one of my favorites in the barn, too, Acacia.
We love getting a barn favorite into the winner's circle. Maggie and Tom, big congratulations.
I'd like to put on TV the photo that Tom sent me on, I think, Sunday night. Maggie was still in Arkansas, where he had the 2 kids cooking in the kitchen. I can't imagine Maggie was happy when she got home to that mess, actually. But Tom's been doing a great job. And, he's putting on Talking Horses. He's a horse out off the claim later today on the dirt. Tom, over the last 12 months, off the claim in the dirt is 7 for 20 with an ROI of almost $4, which is pretty exceptional. It's a surprisingly large number of claims actually by him, and to have won at that high a percentage of that ROI, he's doing a good job.
The barn in a good groove for sure, and kicking off the day today with a win and a barn favorite as well. But coming up this weekend in the Wood Memorial, we take a look at the field presented by Resorts World Casino, a mile and an eighth here at the Big A Grade 2 field of 8, Andy, and what a salty field it is. Morello, undefeated, will look to handle the distance for the first time. He is stretching out, but he has just been so impressive in everything he's done so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't know the answer to how far they'll continue to run at their best until they do it in the racetrack, but I don't know what he's done in the racetrack to suggest that he's not supposed to handle more distance. He's a classic Empire who arguably ran as well as anybody in the Preakness, liked the distance. I mean, I'm not big on the he could have won by more, and who knows if he could have, but my gosh, he couldn't have won this race more easily. I mean, Jose Lezcano asked him, he responded with the other horse, and then he just let him cruise.
Yeah. Big performance there in the Gotham. That was going a mile. His first graded stakes win. He won the Jimmy Wingfield by 5 lengths. He broke his maiden back in November by 4 1/4 as well for Steve Asmussen. Jose Lezcano going to be aboard once again. 13 3/4 lengths is the margin of victory for all of his wins. It's a big Saturday of preps across the country. But you have a feeling that this Wood Memorial is really going to be important on this road to the Triple Crown.
I think all of them are.
Yeah.
You've got major players in all 3 of the choices. Very different horses. Early voting is extraordinarily fast. Morello has speed, but he stalks. And then you've got Mo Donegal, who I'm a big fan of, who's got to come from well behind. And it'll be interesting. I believe this is the first of the 3 preps run. And if Morello wins impressively here, at least until they run the Bluegrass, Steve Asmussen could potentially have the 2 shortest prices heading into the Kentucky Derby.
That's right, with Epicenter so impressive a couple weeks ago. Looking forward to that. As far as Morello does go, though, we will have an update from Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what can you tell us about Morello? How did he come out of that Gotham, and what's he doing coming into this weekend?
Well, we saw just this past Monday, Acacia, that he did that typical Asmussen maintenance work heading into what will be a big effort in this Wood Memorial. We saw Morello just going around there in 50 and 2 by himself. Very easy as assistant trainer to Steve Asmussen here in New York. Toby Sheet said that we don't do anything crazy, but it was exactly what he wanted. Just moving really efficiently. This horse has become so professional and really thrives on his racing. And from my eye, I loved what I saw from this guy and the way that he's been training going up to this effort. And two, I mean, how could you not like him? There was a little bit of skepticism about this guy handling the distance, but he's gone 6 to 7 to 8 with increasingly faster buyer speed figures. So what's the 9? We'll see how he negotiates the 2 turns, Acacia. As you were saying, Steve Asmussen is the one thing in American racing that he has yet to accomplish, and that's win the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, and he's got some big chances this year, that's for sure, Maggie. Thank you. Morello undefeated, but Andy, you alluded to another undefeated colt who is kind of flying beneath the radar with the presence of Morello, but early voting won the Withers. That was at 1 1/8 first of all. He's been freshened up since February, and he is very quick.
And if you believe the Timeform US pace figures, as I do, and the paces, they have him as fast or faster, really, than any of the other speeds out there. This guy is quick, and he is going to have to improve. He got an 87 buyer figure. Morello got a 95. Epicenter got a 102. He's going to have to be faster to be competitive in this Derby, but this is just his second career start. He started out at 1 mile, and even though he won that day, Chad Brown had said to me beforehand, I expect him to run well, but he needs a race. And then he went 1 1/8 his second start, and he ran them off their feet. And we've seen horses come back and run okay out of the race. He has to step forward, but with only 2 starts under his belt, why wouldn't you expect him to move forward? And they're going to have him to catch in the front end because he is fast.
Yeah, second place finisher Una Ojo with a monster upset in his subsequent start on the Derby Trail as well, but very quick early voting. Colt by Gunrunner, arguably no hotter new sire in the world right now.
You know, Uncle Mo had that great first year, but I don't think it's what gun. I mean, every time you turn around, there's another gun runner running a big race.
Well, and it's funny because he was a horse who just got better as he got older. He was very good always, but as a 5-year-old is when we really saw the best of him. And his 2-year-olds were so precocious. His 3-year-olds now very talented, and the next crop, the ones that are 2 now, looking very exciting as well. Really, really looking forward to this field. You mentioned Mo Donegal. He drew the inside, was really inhibited by the first finish line last time out in the Holy Bulls. He was flying late.
Yeah, the distance in this racetrack will be better for him. I thought he actually ran fine in the Gulfstream. He's got a little goofy at times in his races. He'll get better with more maturity. I think he's very, very dangerous in here. I'm not really sure who I'm picking right now in the Wood between the big 3. And I'll tell you something else. They're the big 3, but the others aren't that bad. I mean, even the maiden in there for Todd Pletcher long term. Get an idea of him because Electability, who beat him last time, is running in our 7th race tomorrow.
Well, looking forward to all of that. As you mentioned, the big 3, but a very competitive field, and that is part of a sensational Saturday coming up here at the Big A. Here's a look at the stakes schedule. Of course, the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, but that Grade 1 Carter looks like it is going to be an absolute thriller. We look forward to seeing Speaker's Corner, who won his last 2 so impressively down in Florida. He looks for his 3rd consecutive graded stakes win. It would be his first Grade 1 for Bill Mott. We'll talk more about Speaker's Corner and the Carter field after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Embellish the Lace, the leader. Carolina turning up the heat now. And Lovely Maria's there on the far outside. I'm a Chatterbox is 3 lengths off of them. And Include Betty is out of last, and she's closing on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. Embellish the Lace in front with 1 furlong to run. She's trying to take them all the way in the Alabama. Here comes I'm a Chatterbox on the far outside, and she's second as they come down to the 16th pole. Embellish the Lace. I'm a Chatterbox coming to her, but she's not getting there. And Embellish the Lace has gone all the way in the Alabama.
Embellish the Lace in the 2015 Alabama. What a performance. Speaking of Javier Castellano, there he is in what was a tremendous summer from him. Coming up in race 2 here at the Big A, we will see Embellish the Lace's first foal to race in Tap the Faith, back for her first start of 2022.
And no surprise to see her a short price. I mean, she ran well enough as a 2-year-old to win this race. Routine improvement gets her there. She did ride a good rail in her debut. I think she's the worst to beat. I think that Diamond Collector has a chance to wire this field, though, and Javier Castellano take the early W.
Javier Castellano climbing aboard. Blinkers going on. Diamond Collector. For more on this field of fillies in this allowance, we go down to the paddock and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
3 to 5, a short price here on your current favorite, Tap the Faith. But the truth of the matter is she ran fast figures as a 2-year-old, and with routine improvement and just getting a little bit faster with age, then she pretty much overlays this field. But I wish I was a little more thrilled with what I saw here in the paddock. She just really hasn't filled out much. It's almost as if she's going kind of through that weird growth spurt where she's shot up, but she hasn't really filled out. So with that being said, yeah, she does look fit, but strength-wise, compared to some of these horses that have more recent races, she doesn't quite stack up. But also, a lighter framed horse will get over a wet track a little bit easier, as she will try a wet track for the first time. So like I said, at a very short price, I'm not overly enthralled with what I see from her. As number 4, Early Glow, I loved her last time out, which she won quite easily and comfortably that day. And she's continued to take another step forward here, coming in off about a 3-month layoff. Just a big, burly, she's my kind of filly. Big, burly type. And she just was a very slighter framed. She had the frame, I should say, but she didn't have the dressing to go with it. And she's really put that substance on. So I really like what I'm seeing from Early Glow as the rail runner. Diamond Collector down on the rail last time at Laurel. Never sure if you really want to be down there per se. And then when she shifted off of it, she kind of ran on. She re-rallied. I mean, she looked totally done passing the 3/8 pole, and she was still able to secure 4th in that Beyond the Wire stakes. Now, she does put blinkers on. A very, very short cup here for a filly who in the past can be a little bit of a nervous type. And today, not noticing that whatsoever. Very settled, very well within herself. I think that is a step in the right direction for Diamond Collector, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on Diamond Collector. And Maggie talked about her last race in the Beyond the Wire, Andy, over at Laurel. She was hustled out. She set the pace and then stopped at the half-mile pole. And then we saw her kind of re-rally, as she mentioned, when she was off the rail.
No, I saw those things, and as Maggie was saying, and I don't disagree with, being down on the inside is not a particularly good place to be quite often at Laurel. And from what I could tell that day, it wasn't a good place to be. And while she drifted a little bit later, she spent a lot of time on the rail. Mm-hmm. And I also like that she's coming back on short rest. She hasn't worked since that race, and I don't think they would bring her back if they weren't confident. If you look at Timeform US figures, she is every bit as good, if not faster, than anybody in this race. And she's supposed to be the controlling speed in here, and that's something Javier Castellano is aware of, I'm sure. And I think she has a real chance to upset this field, or a mild upset. She's actually the clear-cut second choice in doubles. I'm surprised. I thought that Early Glow would be a much shorter price. In doubles, Early Glow is the same price as Waterham's Maram, which really surprised me.
Now that one first off the claim for Linda Rice. There's a look at your favorite, though, Tap the Faith. Impressive on debut as a 2-year-old. Here's a look at her first race where she got the win by a head, went right into deep waters trying the Grade 2 Demoiselle after that.
Yeah, my concern with her was that this was a day that I felt the rail was very good at Belmont. And the horse she beat, the heavy favorite, came back to win, Amore, was far on the outside, 3 and 4 wide the whole way, and I thought this horse coming at the rail made her look better than she was. To be fair, she didn't run badly in Demoiselle. I mean, it was maybe a little disappointing as she was 5-2, but overall her performance was relatively fine. she's logical. She gets Lasix. She can grow up. I don't like that Maggie didn't have glowing things to say about her. And one thing about Christophe Clement, your father-in-law now, is he often, his horses don't run great off layoffs, and I think it's by design. It's not a flaw. He lets them find themselves a little bit. Sometimes winning off a layoff isn't necessarily the best thing for a horse's future. And it's not that he doesn't want to win, and not that he doesn't expect to win here, but I'm sure that she's a horse that will benefit from a race. He's here.
There's Christophe, and yeah, that's actually something he told me last week as he brought several horses back on the Florida Derby undercard, including Gufo, and he said it's the time of year to get started with a lot of these horses. They're looking at the long game for the rest of the year. You want to have a big year, be part of all of these stakes, and she comes back out of the Demoiselle, first started as a 3-year-old in an allowance, you'd have to imagine. Even if she does win today, it's looking as a starting point.
She's a Tappet from a Grade 1 mare that costs $1.25 million. They didn't buy her to run in this race, but they can use this race to maybe, if she steps forward, to run in races, whether it's the Acorn, the Mother Goose, the Coaching Club, the Alabama. Those are the races you want to get to. You may not get there, but there's no reason not to hope that you get there. Every one of these horses hope they get there.
We just saw the number 4 Early Glow go by. Maiden winner last time out. Here's another big pedigree for trainer Bill Mott. Half to Antoinette, who was very good on both surfaces, and this one had a dominant win last time out.
Yeah, I mean, she really came alive. I don't love the fact that I saw her mentioned to be running in a number of stakes different times, and she didn't run in those races. So it's taken a little while longer. I think they expected to get back. That bothered me a little bit, but I'm not going to be surprised when she runs well.
Here's the post parade, starting with Diamond Collector.
I like Diamond Collector to try to wire this field and get back to her better efforts, and I know she can handle a wet track.
First off the claim, here's the 2 Waters of Miram.
Linda Rice has had a very bad run off the claim with dirt horses this winter at Aqueduct, and this one is facing much tougher today.
Big step up in class. Here's the 3 London Gold.
This horse would be a massive upset, will be much bigger than 13-1 by post.
Another one stepping up in class. Next will be the number 4 Early Glow.
I tell you what, I didn't love her in here, but she's the value if you're looking for a bigger price. For whatever reason, she is going to be a solid price. And the double, she's the same price as Waters of Miram, which is shocking.
Here's the 5 Tap the Faith, your favorite.
The horse to beat, I understand the liking, but I do think people get a little mesmerized sometimes by price tags, and they see the pedigree and the $1.25 million, and they don't judge the horse maybe as much on how she's run and more on what she cost and what her pedigree looks like, and that's a dangerous move on a 3 to 5 shot.
Well, we want you to have all the information and follow along. You can get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Going back to the number 4 Early Glow for trainer Bill Mott, had that big maiden win last time out with the addition of blinkers. We'll take a look at it, and she was right up there with another horse, and she just pulled away and then kept on going.
She ran very well in this race. I'm not going to knock her at all. I didn't think January 14th was a big rail day. Actually, the 13th was. I didn't have the 14th as super strong, so I don't think that she was a big bias-aided racehorse. I don't mind that she didn't come back a few months. It just feels to me like I've heard her mention running in this race and that race, and for whatever reason she didn't run in there. But if you like her, she's going to be a very generous price this race. Now, maybe the price is a negative reflection, but I thought she would be a clear-cut second choice. One of the reasons I picked Diamond Collector was I thought this horse would be the second choice, and I thought Diamond Collector might be the one at 4-1. I got that wrong. We'll see if my pick is wrong as well.
Do you think that that has something to do with the fact that Early Glow is coming off a maiden win while Diamond Collector ran in a stake last time?
I wonder if it's because people perceive her to be the speed. You know, I wonder if they're thinking that she's the speed in here. I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised that she's this short. I really didn't think she'd be second choice in here. But maybe a lot of people thought like I did, that she has the speed.
Well, for more on Early Glow, that last out maiden winner, let's go trackside check-in again with Maggie.
And maybe she doesn't lack speed, and at least she's drawn outside Acacia. So I'm not too worried about the track possibly playing against her today. But she did receive a really nice warm-up beneath Jose Lascano, who isn't a guy who typically takes horses away from the pony. So I like the fact that she got that nice big gallop solo, and she was moving well over the racetrack. I really like her. She's going to be my pick here. But as Andy hinted at, a little concerned that she isn't taking more money than what she is currently. As we'll move on to number 2, Waters of Meram, as she comes back off of a short layoff, just a week since Linda picked her up. First off the claim, not a very big sample. Linda's only 1 for 10. But, you know, what I noticed in that last replay in which she was a speed and then she kind of re-rallied too after being passed is that she had switched to her outside lead early on the turn. And sometimes that just throws horses off a little bit. And we saw her kind of, you know, wanting to get out because she was on the outside lead already. So if she can be a little bit more professional, her weight looks good considering the quick turnaround. And she's ticking every box for a horse that is coming back off of a short rest. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Waters of Meram currently 7-1. And Andy, you had mentioned this horse in doubles was taking a lot of attention. For those who may not be familiar, why is that significant?
Well, I think I look at the doubles. The difference is there isn't CAW money, the computer money in the win pool. So it used to be you knew that horses' odds would gravitate the end close to their prices in doubles. It's not necessarily the same, and it's provided some interesting overlays at times in the win pool, and it's worth looking. But looking at the doubles, I mean, it would never have occurred to me that Early Glow would be a similar price to Waters of Meram. Because on paper, it just seems like she's clearly superior in every way, because Waters of Meram is a very hard horse to like, claimed from Chad Brown, running back in 6 days, didn't run particularly well last time. That's why I went to Diamond Collector, thinking I'd get a better price. But she's a clear-cut second choice in doubles, and the board is reflecting the exact same thing. Early Glow is taking no money. Now, listen, when they lose, you say, see, the board told you. When they win, you say the board didn't know anything. If you like her, bet her.
4-1 on Early Glow. Short price, 4-5 on Tap the Faith, though, making her first start of her 3-year-old season. They go into the gate for this competitive allowance for the 3-year-old fillies as we send it up to John and Brielle.
They're all in. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start there for number 5, Tap the Faith. She's on the extreme outside. Waters of Meram, Diamond Collector from the rail. Diamond Collector goes on with it to grab the lead. Then it's Waters of Meram and London Gold right together, 2nd and 3rd. Early Glow is in 4th, and Tap the Faith, the odds-on favorite, is the early trailer in 5th as they race up the muddy and sealed backstretch with Diamond Collector in front here by a length. Waters of Meram 2nd by a head. London Gold is on the outside in 3rd, and the opening quarter was running 23 and 4/5 seconds. Tap the Faith and Early Glow are right together at the back. Right now 4 lengths from the lead. And the leader is Diamond Collector. Diamond Collector holding on to that 1-length advantage. Waters of Meram right there in 2nd, now getting a bit closer. London Gold is in 3rd. Then comes Tap the Faith, who's down towards the rail, and on the outside is Early Glow. Half mile, 47 and 3. Diamond Collector by a half length. Waters of Meram continues to chase in 2nd. It is Diamond Collector with the lead. Waters of Meram is next. London Gold is in between horses. Tap the Faith being moved along here now. And under the whip as the field comes into the stretch, it is Diamond Collector, Waters of Meram. They remain 1-2. Then Tap the Faith. Early Glow is on the outside with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Diamond Collector trying to hold off Waters of Meram. Diamond Collector on the inside, Waters of Meram on the outside, and the two of them come to the finish together. And it is very tight. Looked like Waters of Meram got there right at the end over Diamond Collector. A photo finish in the 2nd.
Photo finish, but it looks like the outside runner, number 2, Waters of Meram, might have gotten up just in time over the 1, Diamond Collector.
I'm shocked. And this horse, and happy for Linda Rice, who's had just an awful winner off the claim. Just a 2nd winner on the dirt since we opened Aqueduct for her off the claim. And this horse stalked, never let the number 1 Diamond Collector get away from her. Speed ran around the track together. I like Diamond Collector. I had no excuse not to win it. I'm not surprised I lost. I'm just surprised the horse I lost to. A very disappointing effort by Tap the Faith and Early Glow. She didn't really get bet. She didn't run. Another race, though, where nobody picked up any ground for what it's worth.
2-1-4-5. Waters of Meram able to run down Diamond Collector. You could see Diamond Collector getting a little leg weary as she had switched to her outside lead, and then right there she switched back to her inside left lead. And sometimes horses do that as they're getting a little tired to go back to the inside lead. Getting a little leg weary, just enough for the winner to get up under Dylan Davis, winner of the Aqueduct Winter Meet. We go over to Oaklawn Park now. Get ready for the opener there. Hot Springs, Arkansas. We're going 1 1/16 on the main track. We have a fast main track. We're dealing with $10,000 maiden claiming race to start things off. Here is the one Miss Alphabella.
Yeah, she's had many, many chances. She's 0 for 20 with 10 times hitting the board. Not the kind of horse I would ever bet at 4 to 5.
She's a short price for that resume. Here's the 2 TJs first.
Not the kind of horse I would bet at 45 to 1 based on her first 2 races.
We'll look for a lot of improvement today as she stretches out. Here's the 3 final table. Great show, by the way.
It says a lot about this field. This horse could be 6 to 1 in here off the non-effort against this quality last time.
First time going this distance. Scratch the 4. Here's the 5, Beyond the Hype.
Yeah, I think Beyond the Hype might be a little bit interesting dropping down in here. And if I was going to take a shot against the favorite, I'd probably land on this horse. Not very good, but maybe the drop will help.
Moonshine Lily is the 6.
Not really sure what you could like about this horse based on her recent efforts.
And here is the 7, Born Into Bad News.
I was hoping the trainer had good numbers stretching out. I haven't seen him. I just didn't see enough, but it is a second-time starter taking money. But I'm going to try to beat the favorite with Beyond the Hype.
Well, that's the field for the opener at Oaklawn Park as we welcome in another member of our team, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, with us to talk a little Oaklawn. Gary, we mentioned at the top of the show the impressive first out winner, Hartley, who will look to keep that momentum going for his new connections today, and a lot of other interesting races coming up on the card at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Keisha, thank you. Beautiful day here. It's sun's in and out. It's about 60 degrees, 15-mile-an-hour headwind down the back stretch, so they'll be getting that tailwind through the stretch. But track conditions are fast today. Hartley, she broke her maiden for maiden 50,000. First time out by 8 lengths. She ran fast, 110 and 4. She just opened up and toyed with this field. Sharp claim by Lynn Claberrod. She did have minor throat surgery after that race. That was back in February. She's trained forwardly since having that minor surgery done. So she should be even money, odds on to win today off of that effort. Big scratch in the race. Warriors Battle for Brad Cox came out. She was the only one that looked like she was going to be able to deal with her, but it's a horse race, a competitive horse race, a short field. So we'll look forward to seeing that later on in the card, guys.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to that. Hartley, the number 2, filly by Cairo Prince, who was so impressive first time out. And that's always exciting, too, Andy, when you see one win so well in the first start. And then can they keep that going? Was that a fluke? Obviously facing tougher, stepping up, but it is, again, a shorter field, as Gary mentioned.
I've never asked trainers this, but it seems to me as a player, I think one of the hardest things to do is getting horses that win first time out to come back and build on that. You see so many horses that win their debuts that come back and just run inexplicably badly the next time out. And you don't really know why it happens. So it's really tough to do. In general, I look to play against those horses.
Have to be a good manager as well. Pick the right spots for your horse, and of course, look at the long term and potentially moving on to bigger and better things after that. Back here to the opener again. We have fillies and mares going 1 1/16 in the opener, 3 to 5 on Miss Alphabella. I realized she was second last time, Andy, but a maiden that's a 5-year-old mare that's 0 for 20, that is just very hard to quantify, even in a field that is looking for somebody to step forward.
Yeah, and I think if you're betting short-priced horses, and it's easy for me, I never bet these horses. Doesn't mean I don't pick them sometimes, but I don't bet them. I might single them in a multi-race bet if I feel they're a very like winner. You have to ask yourself reasons why you wouldn't want to bet them. Look at the horse in the second race. Horse was coming off a layoff. You know, what are those? I'm taking a short price. Why should I maybe not take this short price? And with this horse, 0 for 20, I get it. There is very little competition in this race on paper, but you're still dealing with an 0 for 20. Now, in fairness, the last time was the first time that she's been favored in any of those races, but she has been some shorter prices, and she was favored last time, and she lost by 11 lengths. She didn't just lose. Most horses lose by 11 lengths. They finish 8th. They don't finish 2nd.
The winner was much the best last time out. She was in that stocking spot. We'll see if today is the day for Miss Alpha Bella. The other one to the outside taking some attention is Born Into Bad News. At least she has just one race, so she did not do much running in that debut. They go into the gate for the first race at Oaklawn Park, and we send it to track announcer Vic Stauffer for the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Miss Alpha Bella wins the break and goes to the front without being sent. TJ's First is sent and is second. To the outside and Moonshine Lily third. Final Table and Beyond the Hype are next, and the early trailer is Born Into Bad News. Miss Alpha Bella rides the rail to the backstretch, and she's got a 2-length lead on TJ's First and Moonshine Lily. Beyond the Hype is moving through at the rail. Fourth now and about 2.5 from the front-running favorite, Miss Alpha Bella. 3 back to the 2 trailers, Final Table and Born Into Bad News. They turn into the backstretch. And Miss Alpha Bella, no excuses today as she rolls along with an easy lead. Miss Alpha Bella, 2 lengths in front of TJ's First and Beyond the Hype, who's now clearly in third. Moonshine Lily is fourth now and about 4 from the front. Still at the back of the pack are Born Into Bad News and Final Table. Past the half-mile pole, Miss Alpha Bella in charge. Miss Alpha Bella goes into the far turn, and she's got a 2.5 or 3-length lead now on Beyond the Hype and TJ's First. It's another 2 back to Moonshine Lily. Then comes Born Into Bad News, and the trailer is Final Table, and Miss Alpha Bella trying to make 21st time the charm, and she's going to be very tough to catch. Top of the stretch, Miss Alpha Bella has built up a 5-length lead on Beyond the Hype in second. It's another 6 back to Born Into Bad News and Moonshine Lily. Miss Alpha Bella settles into the lane with a big lead. Miss Alpha Bella 6 or 7 lengths in front. Beyond the Hype is second. Born Into Bad News is running okay at the rail in third, but it's Miss Alpha Bella to the 16th pole, and she is all by herself. Miss Alpha Bella now 10 in front. Beyond the Hype is second. Miss Alpha Bella did it. Miss Alpha Bella won by 8. Beyond the Hype was second. Born Into Bad News third. Moonshine Lily finished fourth.
Well, Miss Alpha Bella, she was the favorite. She had raced 20 times already, but she was just too much for the field that she met today. An open-length winner in the opener.
Yes, I would call that winning like a 3 to 5 shot should. She was able to control, and she was much the best. My 5 Beyond the Hype ran second, but had no excuse and was beating a pole.
Second last time out, we'll find the winner circle today. For trainer Lynn Claberod, of course, you has Hartley coming up a little bit later on today, first off the claim. So potentially a big start to the day for those connections. That's the winner, Miss Alpha Bella of the opener at Oaklawn Park. When we return on America's Day at the races, though, we'll talk about another 3-year-old race on Saturday for the girls. The Gazelle boasts a rich history. Gallant Bloom, Silver Bullet Day, search results, and more.
Run Happy, who was at #1 second prop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you, as always, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 at the Big A in the books. It was an upset with the number 2, Waters of Marome. First off the claim for Linda Rice, getting the win on a quick turnaround under Dylan Davis.
Yeah, and give Dylan credit, sitting right outside of Diamond Collector, never letting that one get a bay. And it wasn't like they were crawling. It was an honest pace, 23 and change, 23 and 4 the first quarter. And Lars Marem just ran her down off the claim just 6 days after losing as a heavy favorite here just the other day. And to be fair to the 4 and 5, the track maybe being kind to forwardly placed horses based on what we've seen. So we'll see how that profile plays out as the day goes on. And they both were coming off layoffs. They'll run better next time.
$17.20 winner for that upset there in race number 2. Plenty of more racing still to come. But as we mentioned before the break, and Andy and I were talking about it in commercial, the Gazelle, 126 years it has been run. And here's a list of notable Gazelle winners, Andy, and I feel like this isn't even everything. I mean, you look through, and it is insane what has been accomplished in this race.
Forward Gal win this race, but she might have been in there as well. It's if you want to learn about the history of horse racing, look up some of these races at Naira. The Gazelle is a great example of that. It was run, I think, just 3 weeks after the Alabama, right at the beginning of the Belmont meeting, and I remember Silver Bullet Day winning both of them. We've moved it to different spots, but it was a grade 1. It was back then. Then we moved it to Cigar Mile Day, and now we're running it as our final prep. But it's an incredible, incredible roster of winners.
We will see last year's Gazelle winner search results back as well, which is exciting to see what she could potentially do this year. As we take a look at the field of this year's Gazelle, not to be overshadowed by that Wood Memorial. Very competitive in its own right. Venti Valentine, 7-5 on the morning line.
Yeah, I can't say enough about her effort in the Busher. I mean, if you have a horse coming in for their first 3-year-old start, this is what you dream of seeing. Yeah. She was wildly impressive in here. Now, the favorite Radio Days was a no-show, but Venti Valentine was the opposite. And this New York bred looked sensational. She had run well in the Gazelle, in the Demoiselle. Listen, Nest ran better, but Nest won her debut at Tampa, and we'll see if Nest ends up winning the Ashland tomorrow or Saturday at Keeneland, or tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Friday.
I'm a little skeptical. I like that Brad Cox horse in there. This horse, I think she is. I did a poll where I put up 4 favorites. Search results, Venti Valentine, Speaker's Corner, and Morello, and asked people which one they thought was the likeliest winner. Over 1,000 people voted, and about 40% of them took Speaker's Corner. I think they're wrong. I think he may be the best horse in that list, but he's in a very competitive field. Venti Valentine, in my opinion, finished last in that poll. I think she's the most likely winner of the 4 in there.
She was so impressive in the Busher, beating a neck in the Demoiselle. That was after coming out of 2 straight New York bred races, and
she needs some support.
She
needs a few people to show up. Hopefully she'll get a couple people to show up next time she runs.
Hopefully they'll come out for her and support
really sad.
her. Billy by
awesome.
firing line. I think they'll be out in droves this weekend.
That looked like
well.
the paddock after American Pharoah won the Belmont Stakes.
That's true. That's true. You couldn't get anywhere. Hey, we love to see it, though. We love that excitement.
Awesome.
It's a special place to be, the winner's circle. It's very hard to get there, even harder to stay there, as Venti Valentine will look to pick up her first graded stakes win in the Gazelle this weekend. Back here today, we turn the page. We head over to race number 3 now at the Big A, where we're going a mile, $35,000 claiming race. This is for horses which have never won 3 races, no burn. Currently a short price for trainer Rob Atras, as we get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, from my vantage point, I think No Burn should be a short price. 2 and 3 back when I had seen him, he just didn't look like the same horse. He was kind of dull in the way he was acting. He didn't look great in his coat, and he just looked as though he had lost some of his substance, some of his muscle mass. Not the case. Complete 180. Came in here marching, really striding out and overstriding quite nicely, indicating that he's feeling good, he's full of energy. And while he's clipped, his coat still looks rich and hydrated. His weight's where it should be. I really like what I'm seeing from this guy today. He was the one that immediately caught my attention upon walking into the paddock. Number 5, Air Show, I thought ran well, maybe better than what that last race would indicate. Made a bit of a early move, and he was a big price in that starter allowance. So back in this 35 non-3 life, which makes a lot of sense for him. Now, obviously, it's a horse that I do know the front wraps are on here once again, as they were 2 back. But he is a horse that when Tom Morley had him, did wear glue-on shoes. I've noticed they've taken them off, and while he is a horse that can perform well on a wet track, sometimes a surface like this that is sealed down and wet can sting a horse that doesn't have the strongest feet. So we'll see how he does here, but definitely in the right spot and coming off of a decent effort, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. The number 5 Air Show coming up of starter allowance races. He's dropping in. We take a look at the favorite, though, 4 to 5. As you and I were just commenting, Andy, it looked like that last race should have been a win for No Burn. What do you do with him in here, facing lesser than what he ran against in his last few?
I agonized over picking this race, to be honest with you, and I ended up picking him on top, and he is the controlling speed, which is not going to be a bad thing on this track, but I hate picking short-priced horses that are coming out of races they should have won. Having said that, based on his speed figures in his last race, he still ran well enough to win here. I don't trust him. I don't think it's a terrible drop. They claimed him for 40. He's made money, and they're running for 35. I don't think it's a, you know, if he's running for 16, you can say it's a bad drop. I don't think he's really dropping substantially, but I do think you have to be concerned betting horses that lost their prior races with no excuse at a short price.
We'll go to the number 1 Charger. Speaking of Tom Morley, he's looking for his 2nd win on the day. We saw him with the opener, and you mentioned a little bit earlier this stat off the claim. Very impressive numbers here.
I told Tom it pained me to give out this stat. It was painful to have to compliment him, but his numbers off the claim. I mean, I knew he had been doing well off the claim. I didn't realize that it was that strong. I mean, that's a tough thing to do. And 20 is not a small number for a year. I mean, I know there are guys out there who have claimed more, but that's one every, 2.5 weeks. It's not and they're winning. And, you look no farther in this race than Air Show. Look at the race he ran off the claim for Tom Morley, and he was one of the few horses that weekend to win from off the pace. That was a huge speed bias that weekend. I don't like Charger particularly here. I only moved him up because he's off the claim for Tom.
Had a win last time out. That was in the non-winners of 2 condition. There's Tom as he steps up to face the next level, now non-winners of 3. As you look through these claiming races, and that's how you can go about it as far as the class when we talk about condition claiming races and then having to go from an open level after somebody wins this. That's often a big, big jump.
Well, there's no question. I mean, the whole world uses speed figures now, and people have advanced speed figures. It's not 40 and 50 years ago when speed figures were a real advantage of the game, and you've got to have a lot. I believe in speed figures as much as anybody, but you have to have more, arrows in your quiver, so to speak, for analyzing horses, because if you're just betting the fastest horse all the time, you're betting horses like the 3 at 3 to 5. I'm not betting against him here, but if I could have made a strong case for somebody, I would have, and I'm not going to blame anybody for taking a shot against him. I'm just not that guy.
You mentioned when you're playing a multi-race sequence and there is a short price favorite that you don't want to go against. Leaning on that one as a potential single could be a way to make money in the other races.
Oh, I agree. I don't have any problem with singling short-priced horses. Because it gives you the opportunity to spread more in other races or take advantage of that circumstance. I also have no argument with trying to beat those horses in multi-race weekends sometimes. One of the argument I have is, unless I really just think the horse has no chance, which will be rare with a heavy favorite, I do have a strong argument with people that say you're supposed to throw these horses out and bet against them. That, I think, is a flawed fallacy, because if you use 3 in this race and one of them is the 3, you are betting against the 3. Because you won't get value through this race if the horse wins. You're already betting against it, but what you're doing is you're protecting yourself. This is presuming in a pick 5 or pick 6, you've got a price or 2 sprinkled in there somewhere. You don't want to have 4 or 5 with a couple of $20 horses and missed it, and it pays $3,000 because you didn't use a 3 to 5 shot that won. And some people will say, well, when I don't use those horses, I'm saving money in my tickets. okay, you may save $24, $48 on a given day here and there. But when you miss that $3,000 payoff, it takes a lot of $48 to add up to $3,000, and you miss the opportunity. And you need to not be too much of a wise guy. You've got to figure out where are your opinions. And you want to be successful when your opinions work out. If you like a 20-to-1 shot in a race, bet it to win. But make sure you've got it second to the favorite and the exacta for a reasonable amount. It doesn't matter what you think of that favorite. Your position is the 20-to-1 shot. Make money if that horse runs second to the favorite.
Some great advice and some opportunities to potentially find some money, find some value. We'll talk more about this third race at Aqueduct after this. Stay with us for a lot more live racing on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at the Naira Bets app or download nairabets.com. Registration is now open for the Wood Memorial Challenge. You can play the handicapping contest online with Naira Bets or on track at Aqueduct, and you could win excellent cash prizes and seats to next week's contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. Go to naira.com/contest to learn more. As we have race 3 coming up here, we are in the midst of the post parade, and we'll take a look now at the number 4, Dangerous Edge, for Gary Siaka.
Yeah, Dangerous Edge actually has races that put him in sort of hunting distance. The problem is his last race. What do you do with that effort?
Air Show dropping out of starter allowance races.
I can understand the appeal of him dropping a little bit, made that middle move last time. I'm a little skeptical, but I can see the appeal.
Here's Road to Success, stepping up in class.
This is a gigantic class jump. I mean, I know he won by 16 last time. It was 2-5. You and I in a horse suit could have been second in that race. And the one thing I respect about the 6, though, is the claim by Antonio Arriaga. He doesn't claim a lot of horses, but I'm a big fan. He does well off the claim.
Sharp Outfit claiming Kendrick Carmouche stays aboard, facing significantly tougher today, taking a little attention to the outside as well. We are looking at the number 1 Charger, but there is the 6, Road to Success. He has faced better in the past, to be fair, as we're talking about the 6, Road to Success. 7-2 right now. Do you think that he's taking a little bit more money than maybe he needs to off of that big win?
Well, here's my question to you. Do you think a lot of people are using him because they know he's going to be forwardly placed as well? You know, he figures to be the horse that's sitting second to No Burn, and I think I mean, listen, we're only 2 races in. Maybe we've just seen more logical results than people realize, or maybe it's just the other horse were a bit compromised. But people are going to adjust, and especially on wet tracks. They see that speed. People start thinking, I don't want any closers. So I do wonder a little bit with the 6 if maybe people also feel like he's going to be forward. But you're right. He's coming off a 16-length win. We may sort of know it's a little dressed up, but the public likes 16-length wins. They like ones, as a friend of mine used to say.
For more on this field warming up, let's check in again with Maggie.
I continue to like No Burn in here, Acacia. I just want to point out, though, that people may be seeing Rob Atras and going all in here. This horse did have his last recorded work at Parks, which is where former trainer Danny Velasquez is stabled. So I think Rob Atras and Danny might be sharing in with this horse if he gets the win. So, but Danny does a fantastic job, and his horses, when they ship here, continuously look very good and look the part. So I just wanted to point that out really quick, as number 6, Road to Success, was definitely the other horse in the appearance department. Big, burly, and the last time I saw him, which was back in the fall at Belmont, he was a horse that looked great early on when George Weaver had him, and then he, at that point, had really tailed off physically. His top line wasn't as strong, and I didn't see him when he had that blowout win for the 16 last time, but he's done very well. Now, the front wraps do go on, but I think we're going to see that a lot today due to the fact that we have a wet track. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. 7-2 on the 6, Road to Success here. Pick 6 kicks off in this race. Both Maggie and Andy going with the favorite. Mentioned a little bit the number 1, Charger. Where do you expect him to be placed from the inside, as we know that No Burn going to be aggressive tactically? How do you expect this race to play out?
I think he'll be forward. I mean, one thing we've seen from Jose Gomez, you saw him ride a little bit before you
I
left.
actually got to interview him in his first win. Yeah.
And he had a great winter here. And I know you've been busy at Gulfstream, but I'm sure you've paid attention a little bit here. He was great this winter, and one of the reasons he's done well is he's aggressive. I don't think he's as fast as No Burn, and I think you'll see Dylan look to use his speed, but I can't imagine this horse will be far out of it. And I'm not going to be surprised when this horse runs well off the claim for Tom Morley. He has credentials as well, but I think the claim is a good one.
Do note, too, that the track is now listed as sloppy. Main track sloppy here if you're playing the sequence, and you want to take note of that track condition. Main track kicking off here in race number 3 is now listed as sloppy. We can't outsmart Mother Nature, but I know you always say, Andy, that sometimes days like this are actually a good time to find some value in some of these off-the-turf races.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to keep an open mind off the turf races, and sometimes people will bet horses that they like on the turf, and they don't look at them for the dirt sometimes as well as they should. It's not always going to be the case, but sometimes these off-the-turf races can provide hidden value in them. And don't just assume because you're off the turf that the races are going to come up unbettable. It's not always the case.
Even money on the number 3, No Burn, as they go into the starting gate for race 3. Again, we're going a mile on the main track. Everyone looking for the 3rd win of their career. We send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial, for the call.
Waiting for Air Show and Road to Success. They're in the gate. And they're off. That was an awkward start for number 2, Forever Wicked, and he trails the field. Road to Success from the extreme outside post is out for the early lead and quickly opens up on the field. Road to Success by a little more than 2 lengths. And then it is No Burn who's running in second. In between horses is a Dangerous Edge. And on the outside is Air Show. It's 6 lengths back to Charger and then Forever Wicked. Road to Success takes the field up the backstretch through 1/4 in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of No Burn, Dangerous Edge, and Air Show. And farther back is Charger and Forever Wicked. Road to Success is the leader here by 1.5 lengths. And the odds-on favorite, No Burn, is now a clear second. The 1/2 mile in 46 seconds over the off-going. Road to Success holding on to the lead here by 2. No Burn is in second. Dangerous Edge is down towards the rail. On the outside is Air Show, and then Charger and Forever Wicked at the back. Up front, Road to Success has been there right from the start, continues to lead. No Burn on the outside, being asked for more as the field heads for home. It's Road to Success. No Burn out in the middle of the track. It is Road to Success and No Burn as they come down for the 8th pole. No Burn way in the outside has now taken the lead from Road to Success. It is No Burn in front, drifting through the stretch in front, and No Burn will get the job done at odds of 4-5. Road to Success was second, then Air Show and Forever Wicked.
Well, as you heard in Johnny I's call, way out in the center of the track, but able to get the job done. No Burn didn't, in fact, wire the field, but he will find the winner's circle.
You get the feeling that Dylan wanted to keep him as far away from the other horses because he thought he might not get brave if he was close to another horse. And Dylan was not aggressive here, whether it was his decision or those were instructions. He let the 6 go, and maybe one of the reasons was he wanted to get to the outside. Maybe he felt with Waters of Moran being outside the second race enabled him to get to slightly better footing. Not that Javier was down the rail because he got off the rail with Diamond Collector, but Dylan clearly wanted to get outside of this horse. He didn't want to be the inside horse in the duel, and whatever you may think, he won, so he's right.
He did indeed. His second win today, in fact, Dylan Davis, of course, winner of the Aqueduct Winter Meet with a terrific winter here at the Big A for Dylan Davis. We saw him with an injury last year, come back, riding hungry, riding very, very well.
Oh, Dylan had just a great winter, and it's not like he didn't get real competition from the Colony. And Trevor rode well, Kendrick as well, and others. Manny Franco was extremely resurgent late in the meet, but Dylan was strong.
We go back over to Oaklawn Park, fast main track there, and we get into the post parade for this high-level claiming race, sprinting on the main track. Here's Sparky Hale, one of 2 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is the speed down on the inside, I guess. Seems to be some others. I don't know. Do I really want to take a short price horse coming from Sam Houston?
Yeah, the other one for the barn. Different running style for Totalizer.
I agree. I'm not thrilled. It was a race that was more dominant in the front last time out. We'll see.
And here's a horse that used to be trained by Steve Asmussen, Vodka and Water.
He's all over the place. This one seems a little slower than the other 2.
Can Man Do is the number 4.
Gonna have to improve off an easy win, but against maiden claimers last time.
Stepping up to face winners for the first time today. Next will be the number 5, Cole Spur for Ron Moquette.
That's the other one. They're both coming out of maiden claiming wins, the 4 and 5, and just hard to move up and do that. And I think Sparky Hale's more favored because the options are limited. Yeah. I had liked American Hero in here, turning back or getting back to the dirt from those synth races. Well, he's not going to play, so I'm out of clever ideas if I had one to begin with.
Brad Cox, no runner in here, but he certainly has made a splash at Oaklawn Park as we welcome in Gary Stevens once again. Gary, Brad Cox with a big win in the Arkansas Derby with Cyberknife.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning. Actually, I texted him trying to find out how Cyberknife came out of the Arkansas Derby. He responded that he came out of it in great condition. He's already been transported to Churchill Downs, doing well. Had his first gallop over the racetrack. Loved his gallop this morning. Loves everything about how he's doing right now, and he'll continue to train at Churchill Downs all the way up to the Kentucky Derby. It'll be interesting to see when his works are scheduled. I'm sure that he'll have something within the next 10 days or so, but we'll keep an eye out on Cyberknife throughout this trip to the Kentucky Derby, guys.
Florent Giroux in the saddle for Gold Square Racing, Brad Cox and Cyberknife. Brad Cox on the Derby trail once again with that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby victory.
Yeah, I mean, Brad Cox is kind of a tough guy to keep down. Chad Brown has started this year out like he's looking to get that Eclipse Award back with a vengeance, but it's a long way to go, and you know that Brad is going to be there. A nice win for him, obviously.
Yeah, earlier this year, we announced the champions in each division, and Brad Cox, his first champion trainer victory at the Eclipse Awards, and well earned with an absolutely terrific 2021. It looks like 2022 moving in a similar direction. Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen, the winningest trainer in North America, Sparky Hale, has 2 victories to his name. The horse that he beat last time, Lucky Special, did come back to win a restricted stake in his next start, but certainly flattered. This one with the win at Sam Houston.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing. You want to see the horses come back and run reasonably well in subsequent starts. And at the end of the day, he's supposed to be the speed. You have to imagine Ramon Vasquez will be aggressive from the inside. And he's just run faster figures than the others. I sometimes worry, and it's not a knock on Sam Houston, but coming from other racetracks, sometimes you wonder, will that form hold up at a new track? But I don't think Steve Asmussen would have shipped the horse here if he didn't feel confident that would be the case.
Again, this is a high-level claiming race, $62,500 claiming tag. So certainly a competitive field, though a compact field, 8-5 on Steve Asmussen's runner here. And as I kind of mentioned in the post-parade, his other runner, Totalizer, who seems to have a tendency to not get out of the gate the best, really was off slowly last time, but he is a closer, whereas Sparky Hale is the one who will be forward.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're a trainer, it's nice to have complementary types, right? To have one coming from behind. What concerns me a little with Totalizer is the better races were at Delta Downs, and sometimes it feels like what happens at Delta Downs stays at Delta Downs. But to be fair, this horse is coming out of the toughest race, I think, last time out.
Starter allowance and then a stake prior to that. What about the number 5, Cole Spur, who is taking attention? We had both the 4 and the 5 coming off maiden wins with similar figures. This one getting more attention, though, David Cabrera in the saddle.
Like maybe in that case, it's David Cabrera, who's well on his way to likely winning this Oaklawn title. I think he's in front by a dozen wins with just 15 racing days left. And I imagine that Ricardo Santana, who probably couldn't catch him anyway, probably won't be there a lot. Is that maybe part of it? He also did win a maiden 50. The 4 won a maiden 30. So maybe some people are looking at that and seeing he came out of a tougher race. But you're right, from a speed figure standpoint, they really ran very similar races. So that means either the 5 is bad value or the 4 is good value or both.
We'll see how it shakes out. 7-5 on the favorite, though. That's pretty clear as they move around behind the starting gate. The number 3, Vodka and Water, now at 7-2 as well. He is cutting back in distance. I know you love a turn back, Andy.
I do love a turn back. It's my favorite kind of bets. I wish I could make a case for this horse. I tried.
Yeah.
I can't. I just don't know if he's good enough. And the other thing is he's got 4 seconds and 10 starts. And at 7-2, he's not a great price. I don't have a strong case against the 1, but if the 2 had more speed, I would like the 2 a little more. I'm just afraid the 2 maybe would outrun here.
Tough to trust sometimes a horse that has a tendency to finish in the money without getting to the winner's circle. Sparky Hale looking for his 3rd career win. Meanwhile, we go into the gate for race 2 at Oaklawn Park and send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Vodka and Water wins the break and goes to the front from Can Man Do. Sparky Hale is hard ridden down at the fence, and here he comes through to challenge. Cole Spur is next, and the early trailer is Totalizer. Sparky Hale going to ride the fence and put his head in front of Vodka and Water and Can Man Do. These 3 pretty much across the racetrack. Then it's 2 lengths to Cole Spur, another 3.5 back to Totalizer, 3 across the racetrack, leaving the backstretch Sparky Hale, Vodka and Water and Can Man Do, and they are even. 2.5 to Cole Spur, 6 lengths last now to Totalizer. Can Man Do puts his head in front. Can Man Do now a neck in front. Sparky Hale stays with him. Cole Spur's about to make a 4-wide run. Here's Cole Spur to join Vodka and Water. The top 4 separated by about 2 lengths. Still 5 lengths last to Totalizer. Top of the stretch, Can Man Do. Sparky Hale resurgent down at the rail, and now he retakes the lead. It is Sparky Hale in front. It's a 3/4 length lead over Cole Spur. Now Totalizer is charging in the center, but Sparky Hale is clear, and now he's 2.5 lengths front of Cole Spur and Totalizer. Sparky Hale in front. Sparky Hale won by 2 1/4. Cole Spur was second, Totalizer third. Vodka and Water finished 4th.
The favorite, a winner, Ramon Vasquez and Sparky Hale get the victory in race 2 at Oaklawn.
Yeah, took that inside position, took some pressure, but ultimately was just better than these horses. And the pace held together fairly well with the 5 Cole Spur starting. And Totalizer, just lack of speed, compromised him.
Looked like Steve Asmussen at one point might have a chance to run 1-2. He'll have to settle for 1-3. As you mentioned, Totalizer was pretty far back. That horse taking money and stepping up off a maiden win. Cole Spur will check in second for Ron Moquette. We'll bring you prices and more live racing after this break. Stay with us for a lot more on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Whether it's Division 1 or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. So glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as live racing continues from a rainy Aqueduct, but the excitement is still happening, and it's always warm in the winner's circle no matter what. Dylan Davis has visited the winner's circle twice already today, and will do so again following race 3 for his second win on the card with no burn.
Yeah, Dylan stayed out in the middle of the racetrack, and he's continuing to ride well. I thought he'd wire the field. Dylan had different plans, and they worked out.
Road to Success was the one that tried to wire the field under Kendrick Carmouche. Meanwhile, the favorite, a winner, $3.90 victory for no burn. Back at Oaklawn Park, the favorite, a winner there as well. Race 2 in the books. We were sprinting on the main track for the 3-year-olds, and Steve Asmussen represented by 2. He runs 1-3. Sparky Hale with the win.
Yep, inside speed. Ramon Vasquez, who I believe is going to Santa Anita. I believe he's going to California after this Oaklawn meet. We wish him well out there. Gets the job done.
Colt by Jimmy Creed, coming off of a win at Houston. Had a nose miss prior to that after his maiden score. He's really done very little wrong throughout his career, and now picks up another win, this one at Oaklawn Park, shipping in $3.40 winner. Recent maiden winner Cole Spur stepping up, checked in second. Well, we'll have a lot more live racing coming up today. We'll also continue previewing all of the exciting stakes action on Saturday. That includes the Grade 1 Carter, where Speaker's Corner looks for his 3rd graded stakes win in a row and his 1st in Grade 1 company.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
He was going to be the last horse I ever owned. And I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it. And then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, a freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super! He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu!
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
I'm looking forward to his first greatest stakes winner, so we're going to have a lot of our own Run Happies. We campaign ourselves, and obviously lots of other people have Run Happy, so we're really looking forward to see if he can pass on his brilliance to these horses. We decided to stay in for the majority share of Run Happy, so Run Happy is still part and parcel of our family. We think about him every day, and he's just he's a champion to all of us.
And our program, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races as we turn the page and get ready for race 4 at the Big A. This race off the turf, now to be run at 1 mile on the main track. It's a New York bred allowance here, and we're taking a look at the current favorite, the number 8 Umbria for Linda Rice, who's 8-5, as we get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at him, Acacia, in the paddock. Second off that bit of a layoff is Umbria, number 8 in here. And he is one that caught himself a track last time that was very kind to early speed, in which Invest pulled off the upset that day and wiring the field. And I thought, too, coming back off the left, while he did appear fit, and it was a warm day, he kind of got a little hot under the collar, which is just usually an indication of a horse that does need a race. But he still ran a winning race, to be fair to him as well. And we'll see how he negotiates the wet track. I don't see anything holding him back, and he's bred to be okay over it. And it's just strange, in 7 races so far, he's yet to encounter one. Today will be the first time, but certainly no problems from me, as I think he's actually moved forward having that race under his belt in Umbria. Moving on to 1 off of a layoff. That's number 4, Sunday with Sandy. And he returns getting Lasix. Good energy from this guy coming in off the bench. Very typical of Rudy's horses. But I do think he is more of a turf horse, and I do think that they might be just using this race just to set him up and get him started, so that he has a preference date for when he does get to run in a turf race. And a lot of times if you scratch, you lose your good day, so your date, I should say. So therefore you will be excluded in the next turf race depending on how many entries do come in. So I think they're just using this race to get him started. Always was a heavier type of individual that looked as though he needed to race into fitness, and I think as coming back as a new 3-year-old, he'll have to do the same. Number 5, Jumpster, another one second off the bench, though. Ran okay, granted in a much cheaper field last time out, but a horse that's done really well coming back as a 4-year-old. Early on in his career, I never thought that he looked that athletic, but he's developed nicely, and I like the fact that he's getting back out to a mile here today, which he's just a bit of a longer, scopier individual, and we'll see how that race sets him up well at the 6 furlongs for getting back out to the mile. Again, meeting possibly tougher company, but we'll see. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Jumpster, second off the layoff for Gary Siaka as he stretches out after a win last time out. Had a win off the layoff, and as Maggie had alluded to, he does step up today.
Yeah, beating Breaking Stones. That's something a lot of horses made a habit of doing this winter, but he's not impossible. And at a mile, he'll be a little more forward in here. Umbria is the horse to beat. I don't have a problem with Umbria. Ran well last time. But the thing about the 8 Umbria is Umbria comes out of the same race as the 2 Jade's Dream. And on this racetrack, forward horses dominated the entire day. It's a very hard day to make up ground. And Jade's Dream made up a considerable amount of ground to Umbria. So Umbria was much more with the flow of the racetrack, and Jade's Dream ran well. Now, you may say, well, the problem is that it happens again, this track is favoring speed. That's a fair point, except I think that Kendrick Carmouche is aware of that. And Jade's Dream's a horse that has speed, so I think you're going to see him be much more forward in this race. And the other thing is, Jade's Dream is unreliable because this is only one of 2 times he's run well in the dirt. He's also run a plethora of races on the dirt that are terrible. So I don't know how much you trust him. I picked him in this race, but I don't trust him.
There is Umbria 8-5, and you have to like a horse that did break his maiden on the turf, was running a lot on the turf as a 3-year-old, comes back, runs well on the main track last time. He won't get to run on the grass today, but it has to be nice that you have a horse that's versatile for this time of year.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think he's a very logical favorite. I have no problem with him. I want to know who's taking 3-1 on Run for Boston. Not only is he 5 for 49 with 19 seconds and thirds, he is an absolute dead plotter. I mean, he comes from just way back to make that run. Is this really the racetrack you want to be betting a horse to come from well back, especially a horse that is the antithesis of a win machine?
His last win came at Finger Lakes in June of 2021, and he's had several starts since then. He does have Dylan Davis, for what it's worth, 3-1.
Is Dylan money?
Maybe.
Might
I
be.
guess he's got 2 wins already on the card. We saw a little bit earlier on the screen the number 4 Sundays with Sandy. This will be the first 3-year-old start for this colt by Keen Ice for Rudy Rodriguez. His lone win came on the turf, but he has run on the dirt as well.
And your feeling is that Rudy's leaving this one in to get a race under his belt and get back to the right surface, the turf. The problem with me in being totally against him is the way Rudy Rodriguez's horses have been running recently. I'm scared of every single horse he puts on the racetrack. When he can claim a horse that has a career of running 60 buyers, run a 73 buyer off the claim, and then a 96 buyer second off the claim, I feel like he could get any horse the winner's circle.
Rudy batting about 25% for 2022 already. Terrific start to the year for Rudy Rodriguez as we're about 3.5 months into that calendar year. We will get the post-parade momentarily. The late pick 5 kicks off here with this New York Bred allowance. Here's the 2 that you mentioned, Jade's Dream.
Yeah, I like Jade's Dream in here. I think the Kendrick will have to get the horse a little bit more forward here, but I thought his last race is even better than it looks on paper.
Next will be the 4 Sundays with Sandy.
And we were just talking about this horse. If you like this horse, you're counting on Rudy Rodriguez because it's probably a horse that prefers turf.
Jumpster is stretching out.
He won last time, no question about it, but he's a last time was the time horse for me.
Won at 8-1 last time. Here is your favorite, Umbria.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any reason to argue against this horse being favored in here. He has speed, he's well placed to the outside, and he comes out of a solid effort.
Sandro the Great, he finally got the win 2 back.
To be fair, he got that win, and that win is fast enough to give him a chance here. And last time out, he got caught up in a suicidal pace situation. So his last isn't as bad as it looks. He's not impossible.
And here's the 12 Run for Boston.
Listen, he's could get a piece of this race, but a horse that's this slow at this price, it just has no speed. I think you're really taking the worst of it.
He's 3-1 right now on the board, 8-5 on your favorite. Let's go back to the number 2, Jade's Dream, as we saw in the replay. You mentioned this was a horse coming from off of it, but it's typically a gelding who has a running style of being more forward.
Right. I have to expect that this horse will be more forwardly placed today than he was last time. Not only has the track been kind to horses that are forward, as you say, his races, he's forward. His best dirt race is actually back in June of 2020 when he ran a 64 buyer involved in a wicked pace duel, and he ran huge that day. After that, he didn't run well in the dirt, and he ran okay on the turf. I still think that Carlos Martin probably wished the race was on the turf, but based on his last race, I think there's fair reason to be optimistic he'll run well today because he did run a better race, in my opinion, than it looks last time.
He's 7-2 right now on the board. Still taking attention is the number 12 Run for Boston. Do you think that sometimes we see more attention coming to those horses that are listed as main track only and that the intent was for them to run on the dirt?
100%. Especially when they look like they're sort of baby good enough, though. He's only sort of hinting at being good enough. His recent races are not good enough. To be honest, his last 3 aren't. Now, last time out, he was compromised by a track that was kind of speed. So I'll give him a break for that. He wasn't going to beat Dr. Ardito 2 back. I'm a little skeptical. They'll also look, though, and people see his last race in the slot was a 74 buyer. The truth that race was he should have won. He had that race won, and he still didn't get it done. I am not his biggest fan, and at 5-2, I think he is a wild bet against, especially with his running style on this racetrack.
Yeah. 8-year-old gelding making start number 50. He is Hickory, but a short price in this field. For more as they warm up, let's check in again with Maggie.
Taking a look at the rail runner in number 2, Jade's Dream. Another horse second off of a layoff. I do think, as his form would suggest, that he is a more talented horse on the turf. And he looks like that physically, just is made up more like a turf horse. Now, he did run well in the context of the field. I did not like him last time. I didn't think he looked particularly ready. I didn't like him on the dirt. I thought it was just a race to get him fine-tuned, and he really ran better than what his odds would suggest he should have. Coming back here, granted, I've never been his biggest fan. He just never looks great in his coat, but he is fit, he's strong in his appearance, and he did move well beneath Kendrick Carmouche on this racetrack. So I think that's always a good sign when they kind of skip over this wet surface in the warm-ups to give a little bit of, of a possibility that they should handle it while running. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. 4-1 on Andy's selection. The number 2, Jade's Dream. There's a look at the Wood Memorial sign and some silks of recent winners. Registration is now open for the Wood Memorial Challenge. Play the handicapping contest online with Naira Bets or on track at Aqueduct, and you could win excellent cash prizes and seats to next week's contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. Visit naira.com/contests to learn more. And I always love, Andy, looking through in the Aqueduct paddock, those silks of past Wood winners.
No, I love that. And there's cigar winners down there as well. I did a podcast, a brief podcast earlier today. It should be out either late today or tomorrow morning, just previewing the Wood and the Wood days, and caught up with some of the trainers. Talked to Toby Sheets from Morello, Chad Brown, and Todd Pletcher. And I joked with Todd, last year he watched the race, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, with Mike Rapoli. And his Mike Rapoli's horse got caught by Bourbonic. The Calumet horse also trained by Todd. And he watched the race. No, Bourbonic.
Bourbonic, yes.
And he watched it with Rapoli. I said, well, this year maybe you'll upset the race with Rapoli and you'll beat the Calumet horse. We'll see, because Golden Code and Long Term. Long Term's a maiden, but his last race was fast.
Hey, Todd Pletcher holds a very strong hand in that Wood Memorial on Saturday. Really looking forward to that race and look forward to hearing your podcast and the connections that you caught up with. Meanwhile, we get ready for race 4 at the Big A here, loading into the gate off the turf, a mile on the main track. Here's John Imbriel.
Set for the 4th. And they're off. It's Sandro the Great who shows first. Jumpster came away in second. Umbria is next in third. And then it is Sundays with Sandy. Jade's Dream down at the rail. A Run for Boston was off a bit awkwardly and has now dropped back more than a dozen lengths from front-running Sandro the Great, who opens up here. Sandro the Great's in front by 3.5 lengths. The favorite Umbria runs in second, with Jumpster down on the inside in third in the opening quarter mile in the slop in 23 seconds. Sundays with Sandy's on the outside in fourth. It's 4 lengths back to Jade's Dream, and then that big break back to Run for Boston. It is Sandro the Great who has the lead here. The lead's 2.5 lengths as Umbria draws closer in second. Another 3 to Sundays with Sandy as the field goes into the far turn. Half mile in 46 seconds. Sandro the Great is the leader here. Umbria giving chase in second. Sundays with Sandy next in third. Jumpster down at the rail in fourth, followed by Jade's Dream, and farther back Run for Boston. Here comes Umbria, now up to challenge Sandro the Great for the lead. Umbria on the outside is taken over from Sandro the Great as they head into the stretch. It is Umbria In front, Umbria is the leader. Jumpster has now moved into second, and on the outside is Jade's Dream. Umbria with the lead. Jade's Dream driving up on the outside. Jumpster is third. Run for Boston now in fourth. It is Umbria trying to hold off Jade's Dream as they come for the finish, and it is a head bob. Jade's Dream may have gotten there. Umbria, the favorite in that photo in race 4.
Another photo finish. Looks like outside once again, the two Jade's Dream coming from way off of it today. Not forwardly placed, and looks like he ran down the favorite, Umbria.
Yeah, no, and you could see Kendrick's a very good ride by Kendrick because he doesn't have the speed he once had. But Kendrick, and we were watching it together, and you could see Kendrick was sort of in the 2 or 3 pass, saving a little bit of ground but staying off the rail, and he was running off the turn, and he was coming. And obviously, Umbria had the position, and he looked like a winner at this point. But you could see that Jade's Dream was coming, and he just managed to get by and nail him at the wire. A nice ride by Kendrick, getting it done. No excuse for Umbria, but the truth is that Eric Kinsella did nothing wrong. He just got beat.
2-8-5-12 in the fourth at Aqueduct. Jade's Dream at 3-1. Minor upset over the 8-5 favorite Umbria. The one setting the pace was actually the 9, Sandro the Great, which seemed like the smart move. Seemed like he might hold on for a piece, unfortunately out of the top 4, but he was aggressive, and Umbria was right there waiting for him. Bring you prices in a moment. We will also turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park, and jockey David Cabrera currently leading by many in the standings at Oaklawn and looking to continue that incredible run.
It's 1,000 Words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 Words just in front. 1,000 Words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 Words has done it.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the races continues. So glad to have you with us as we continue on with the live racing portion of this show. It is Oaklawn Race 3, our next order of business. This is the maiden claiming 6 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares for the Arkansas bred fillies. Taking a look at the fields here. Pretty wide open board right now. Taking a look at the 5-2 co-favorite with Buckle Bunny Red, David Cabrera aboard, Andy. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier on in the show, what a terrific meet he has had. 61 wins at Oaklawn.
He's really ridden well the whole meet, but he had a very, very strong week 2 weeks ago, and he just kind of left the others in his dust. Francisco Ariana's ridden well, and so has Ricardo Santana, but David Cabrera has really asserted himself, and he's been strong the whole meet.
His chance is Buckle Bunny Red, who does drop in class. Didn't do much running in the last 2 starts, but to be fair, this is the first time in maiden claiming company.
And I think that's the point. In the first race, the buyer figure of 47 makes him very, very tough in this race. You see that effort. And he ran okay. The one slight concern is they have him breaking slow in both of his races. That's a little bit of a concern for me. I was trying to make a case for the 6, Miss Dutton, a second-time starter, also dropping. The horse did break a length slow, to be fair. I just didn't think there was any running in there. But it is a second-time starter, and I always like to look for ones with less starts.
Meanwhile, one who has had already 8 starts, a 5-year-old mare, Lori's Eyes, has been knocking on the door in her last couple. She's 5-2.
Yeah, and listen, her last 2 races are all good enough to win here. But that's the thing. She's had those chances.
Yeah.
Granted, she's improved in her last 3 starts and could win here, but I'm going to, stay away from horses like her at shorter prices, like the 3. Choctaw Charlie, who's taking a lot of money. This horse is 0 for 12 with 4 seconds and has been, unlike the others, plenty of short prices, Choctaw Charlie. So that's the horse I don't want in here. I would take the number 7 here if I had to make a selection.
We did see a 1 for 20 win the opener, but this is a deeper race. You have other ones dropping in class who are still lightly raced. This is, I think, a more competitive race where you do have a little bit more opportunity to look for some clever ideas.
Oh, the options in the opener were fairly limited there.
Yes.
No question about it. I totally agree with you. I mean, you want to make cases. The one, KJ's Pistolani, is taking no money. Sources a half to 3 foals that couldn't do any running, and I'm sure you looked them up. But there's one foal from the dam that was actually pretty strong, so there is a little bit of a possibility in their Arkansas breds. I watched the replay for the 2 Alleluia Angel, and I wish I could make a case, but I didn't think this horse did any running after breaking a step slow. Maybe Miss Dutton, if you want an oddball, could run a little better, but I'll go with Buckle Bunny Red.
Miss Dutton, 11-1 right now, dropping in class. Buckle Bunny Red as David Cabrera looks to add to his tally. They move closer towards the starting gate.
You haven't been here for the circling of the wagons at Arkansas.
I have not.
You know everything, usually. It's very hard to stump you. I want to say the sire of Buckle Bunny Red, Just a Coincidence. Was that a Bob LaPenta horse?
Ooh.
I feel like Just a Coincidence could have been Zito and LaPenta. I got to look that up.
On this one.
Wow.
That's going to be tough. I can tell you.
Stumpication on the first day back.
I
can
clearly tell you the whole female pedigree of the number 1, KJ's Pistolani.
We've been through that occasion. I'm shocked.
We're moving over
I
here.
could be totally wrong, by the way, about this, but I feel like that horse was a
Well, we're
LaPenta
going to look
horse.
this up. Just a coincidence, because I don't like not knowing these sorts of trivia questions. So this is was trained by John Arnett, or at least as of last start. Let's look earlier. It could be that maybe at one time.
I spoke to the legendary Nick Zito over the last couple of
ran
days.
in the Wood Memorial. How about that?
Yeah, see.
That's probably how you know the name. Was 3rd. John Velasquez rode for Nick Zito.
And I think Bob LaPenta.
How about you?
Was it Bob LaPenta?
Bob LaPenta.
There you go.
If I ever go to Jeopardy, you need to be my coach.
I don't know. There's a woman that won 2 nights in a row. It's from Brooklyn, I believe, that won a Jeopardy. That's really impressive.
I haven't been watching Jeopardy lately. I have been dabbling in Wheel of Fortune with my good friend Ed Gray down in South Florida.
Really, you and Ed watching Wheel of Fortune. You guys should do a sitcom of the two of you
It would
watching.
be a great show. I guarantee you that.
I would watch.
There's your trivia for the day. Just a coincidence. 3rd in the Wood Memorial for Nick Zito, the sire of the number 7 Buckle Bunny Red. They move behind the starting gate now. Favoritism shifting over to the number 3 Choctaw Charlie. 0 for 12, 6 in the money finishes, looking to break through today. Several runners like this, Andy preferring the lighter. The ones who've been more lightly raced in this 3rd race. Again, everybody looking for the first win of their career here. Final thoughts?
I can't believe that Choctaw Charlie's favorite. That's my final thought.
We'll see how it all pans out on the racetrack. We send it up for the rest of the load and call to track announcer Vic Stauffer.
Buckle Bunny Red and Catch a Whiff. Here's Street Ride. The last horse to load is Lori's Eyes. They're at the post. They're off. Choctaw Charlie and Buckle Bunny Red and Catch a Whiff. These three race out. KJ's Pistol Annie away in fourth and now makes it 4 across the track. Lori's Eyes away a close fifth. Then Alleluia Angel and Street Ride, followed by Miss Dutton, and the trailer is Courtney Fay. KJ's Pistol Annie and Choctaw Charlie match strides. Choctaw Charlie puts ahead in front. KJ's Pistol Annie is second by a half length to Catch a Whiff in third. Alleluia Angel moves inside of Buckle Bunny Red to take fourth. They're 2 from the front. Lori's Eyes is 3 wide in sixth, but only 2.5 off the lead. Then it's 5 back to Street Ride, followed by Courtney Fay, and the trailer is Miss Dutton, and the leader is Choctaw Charlie. Choctaw Charlie just ahead in front as KJ's Pistol Annie is running a good one at the rail in second. 2.5 to Lori's Eyes in third. Then comes Street Ride, not today for Buckle Bunny Red. Choctaw Charlie has the lead. She's a half length in front of KJ's Pistol Annie. Lori's Eyes has 3 to make up. Then Alleluia Angel and Street Ride. Choctaw Charlie now 3 lengths in front. KJ's Pistol Annie will try to hold second over Alleluia Angels, Lori's Eyes, and Courtney Fay. Choctaw Charlie in front. Choctaw Charlie won by 4.5. KJ's Pistol Annie, great second. Courtney Fay third, maybe Miss Dutton for fourth.
Choctaw Charlie got the win. She found the right spot for her today. Trainer Lynn Kleberod with the second win today. Choctaw Charlie with the victory.
I got this one in the winner's circle. Never have had this one. The one, KJ's Pistol Annie ran well to be second here at a big price. Nobody made up any ground but Choctaw Charlie. They were right to making the favorite. And you know what? The house horse wins for us. Gary Stevens' rider. Tiago Pereira gets the job done. So we're happy for Gary. And I'm sure he is happy down at Oaklawn.
3-1, it looks like maybe the 5. Yeah, that first-time starter, KJ's Pistol Annie, down on the inside, battling every step of the way. Big effort from that one, but it was the favorite, a winner. Back at Aqueduct, meanwhile, we get ready for race 5. We're going a mile on the main track as we backtrack to what happened in race 4. It was the number 2, Jade's Dream, coming from far off of it, able to run down Umbria.
Yeah, this is a very well-timed ride by Kendrick Carmouche. Saved the ground, angled out in the stretch. Umbria ran fine, but had no excuse not to get this done. Stalked the long shot leader in here. The pace was pretty quick, and Kendrick was able to make that big run. And so, what bias? This horse came from well back.
Yeah, you can even see on the front of Jade's Dream just how much dirt took coming from off the pace. Swung out an $8.40 winner over your favorite Umbria, as time flies when you're having fun, and that means it's time for Andy and I to say farewell. But the good news is, Andy, I'm sure we have many shows together in the future.
And the worst news for you is your office is right next to mine, so you got to suffer through it with me for a while, at least, till we go to Belmont, and we're in completely different areas.
Well, it's a very large racetrack there. But the good news for all of you as well is that Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori are standing by and ready to come up on the set and take you the rest of the way, as that man right there, Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, looking for another Derby winner as his Mo Donegal, coming out of a late running third in the Holy Bull, will look to get to the winner's circle this weekend in the Wood Memorial.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
top of the stretch, and Flashing rolls now. Flashing is opening up in the stretch. 4-length lead now by 5, leaving Unrivaled Bell behind in second, Bon Jovi Girl third, Stardom Bound and Me Love, and they're coming down to the finish, brilliantly ridden on the front end by Richard Migliore. Flashing has won here. Flashing has won the Gazelle in front-running style.
Greg Wolf and the man whose name you just heard in that call, Richard Migliore, with you, taking over for Acacia and Andy. We're going to play back basically your greatest hits over the next couple of hours here.
Yeah, a little embarrassing today. The guys in the truck, thank you, walking me down memory lane, but Flashing, the last Grade 1 victory of my career when the Gazelle was still a Grade 1, beat an eventual Breeders' Cup Distaff winner in Unrivaled Bell. And that was a very satisfying win because I worked with her a lot in the mornings, and it was my suggestion to run her a 1 1/8 mile. There I am with Saeed bin Saror, Rick Matee, one of the assistants, Henry Spiller, who's training in England now, another one of the assistants. So a good day, and who knew, but about 4 short months later, no more rides. It was over.
Accomplished quite a bit, though, on the time you're on the racetrack, winningest rider in the history here of the Big A, Richard Migliore. Greg Wolf here with you. Glad to be with you for these next few hours. We're going to preview all these big races. What a sensational card we have coming up on Saturday. And this year's edition of the Gazelle, Venti Valentine, is coming into this race the right way.
Sure is, coming off of a layoff where Jorge Abreu said he might not have had her completely fit. That's a scary thought considering how well she ran. I do have some questions, though. As good as she was hard-ridden. And sometimes I think when horses win by so many lengths and that hard-ridden, sometimes they regress a little bit, but certainly a very talented New York-bred filly.
Looked pretty good as well at the 1 1/8, the end of her 2-year-old campaign, and that narrow defeat to Nest. So you would think distance not going to be an issue. That, of course, coming up on our Wood Memorial Carter card on Saturday afternoon. Race 5 next here in New York starts the late pick 4. $40,000 claiming race for horses who have not won 2 lifetime, going a 1-turn mile. Let's check in downstairs now for more with Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at number 2 in here, Gusteau, who does look as though he could be the fastest horse early in this race, and that could play favorably into his hands. Though we did see the last winner rallying from off it. I just think you want to kind of keep horses' faces clean today. I think that's probably what the thing is, and keeping them well off the inside. So we'll see what Gusteau does, and Kendrick obviously rode the last winner, so he knows how the track is playing today. Again, this horse looks fantastic, but he always looks good, and he has been the beaten favorite in 6 of his 7 career starts so far, going off as favorite each and every time. So again, I like him, but when, you know, those kind of runner-up performances start adding up, then you start to look elsewhere. But again, at this level, he is good enough to win here and could be in the controlling seat as number 1, Emperor's Cause. Kind of a clever claim last time out for Rob Atras, as he ran really well and was game, and just the winner got the perfect trip up the rail in that last effort on March 18th. And Rob kind of has this knack for horses that he takes over training with just to make them look a bit more refined, a bit more athletic, and just defined and fit looking overall. And that's what he's done here with Emperor's Cause. He is really, really quiet in the paddock. I wish I saw a little bit more liveliness from him, but then again, he is kind of always that type. But I do think he is an interesting runner down on the rail. First off the claim, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We will get to the post parade coming up to kick off this late pick 4 on our Thursday card here from the Big A. Stick with us. We'll be back with more right after this. 7 minutes to post here in race 5 on America's Day at the Races.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com. Download that Naira Bets app. Stakes 200, that code to use for new members that sign up to bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As you see, the riders coming into the paddock. Going to be riders up soon. Days like this, back when you were riding, what did you think about them?
It's work. You've got to contend with a lot. Your reins are slippery. You've got to deal with vision issues with your goggles. You can't put your goggles down too soon. They fog up. You can't pull goggles down too soon because they get covered up. You don't want to run out of them. And horses become hard to handle. They don't run through the kickback. Maggie made a great point in the paddock. Clean faces win races on days like this. So even if you don't have speed, you've got to get them to the clear. Horses have a hard time running through the kickback.
That's why we see some of those really wide trips be effective on these wet tracks, too.
Yeah, not only sometimes is the outside portion of the track, just a little bit faster, a little bit tighter, but just not having to contend with all that kickback. You'll see horses that are not handling it. They'll climb, meaning their stride will be more up and down than fluid and forward.
Favorite in this group, I don't know how to feel about Blue Grotto. A couple of numbers he has run recently that you don't know what to make of them. 2 back, ran an 83 buyer speed figure, big figure in that race. And you look at the winner of that race, he got an inflated figure as well, and some of his other races wouldn't come close to that.
He's very inconsistent sort, too. At one time he had speed. Now he doesn't show speed anymore. When he does run, he kind of lags and finishes. Last time he was under a drive 5 furlongs from home and had no response with Edward Cancel.
We'll get a look at the field here coming up. We're going to begin with Emperor's Cause. This horse just claimed, now in the Rob Atras barn.
Yeah, first time for Rob Atras. Rob does great work. Horses seem to respond well to his training regimen, but he is stepping up in company off of a decent effort for $25,000.
Cousteau, this horse had a soft lead with easy fraction the last start and still got caught.
His speed, and Cousteau should handle the water in the track.
Centavo, second off the claim.
Second off the claim, and he was claimed for 16, moved way up to 40. He might be looking for a little bit cheaper.
Dylan Davis coming off his first ever riding title in the Aqueduct winter meet on My Brother Neil.
Yeah, riding in good form, and has already got 2 wins today.
Blue Grotto, so he's favored. Here he is, 2-1.
Yeah, but he's going to have to overcome the conditions.
Rock Sugar took him 8 starts to break his maiden. His first try against winners, he struggled.
He did struggle. This is a slight drop in class, and William Morey, guy does really good work.
And remember, Mom, the big negative, the off track with him. He's had 4 tries over different types of off tracks. He's not hit the board.
I thought he had subtly a difficult trip last time, kind of caught in a no man's land between horses. I think the outside draw helps him, but the wet track is a concern.
All right, so let's look at this horse right here, Cousteau. Last time out, he was forward in this race, 24-1. For the opening quarter, 48 to the half, and he's not able to seal the deal.
Yeah, I do think the track will help him today. If he shows speed, he should be forward. I think, with Kendrick aboard, understanding that you don't want to deal with that kickback, and maybe that'll help carry him a bit. He really had absolutely no excuses last time. But maybe this is just a little bit of a softer spot, too.
Yeah, that day, rail arguably was not that great. He was a little bit off the rail, but speed was not necessarily great that day either, as he is 5-2 with Kendrick on a rider that You can expect him to take advantage.
Yeah, and he's making a nice impression on the track. Kendrick, patented warm-up. I believe in big warm-up, so does Kendrick. And you totally missed it. I said, you're sharp today. Cousteau should handle the water in the track. You missed it, man.
No, I was there with you. I let it slide.
I like Cousteau here. I do.
Blue Grotto, that's just tough to love him off that last start. But, I mean, you can say that about just about everybody in this field.
Again, you know, what happened to this horse's speed? If you go back to February of 21, he went wire to wire going 7 furlongs. That was for maiden 40. He does take a drop in class here. He was completely disinterested last time. I don't know what to make of that, but his run in the slop the time before closed a lot of ground. It's just interesting how he's lost his speed.
I know we got one more coming from you before the gates open with Cousteau. Let's go down to Maggie.
Take a look at Rock Sugar, number 6 here for William Morey, a second off of the claim. And a horse that, you know, he's never made the greatest impression, but his weight's very good now that he is obviously a 4-year-old. And the only other time he's run on a sloppy, wet track was when he was a 2-year-old in a much tougher field of maiden special weight runners. So I want to give him another shot because I kind of watched him and how he moved first over this track before I dissected what was going on with his wet track form, in which he just has that one race to go on. And he moved really, really well. Maybe moving better than most in here. Ultimately, I did go, oh, I thought I was going to pick Cousteau and he wasn't going to be favored for once. Maybe I'll still get lucky. But just given his pace advantage. But it's not like Rock Sugar is that slow. And I would hope that Jose Lascano, with that bigger, aggressive warm-up, does use this horse and make him be a little bit more forward. So we'll see what Rock Sugar does here. 7-2, guys. And Cousteau, will he go off favored 8 times out of 8 starts in his career?
And, you know, another question with Cousteau, Mig, I know the mile distance last time out, does he not want to go this far?
Well, listen, it's a strong possibility. I think that the track might help carry him along a little bit. Again, you know, Kendrick's a guy that understands when you're in front too. Meander, take up several paths, throw mud at everybody you can, try to discourage them as much as possible. I think it's remarkable that he has been favored every single start of his career.
More remarkable because look who he faced in his debut. He faced Jackie's Warrior, one of the best sprinters in the country, who was just sensational last year aside from the Breeders' Cup.
Well, you know, again, we talk about why do horses get bet first time out? They've tipped their hand in the mornings. They've shown ability. So this is a horse that has shown ability, has been favored in all starts, but frankly, has been an underachiever.
You talk about deep waters in your debut.
Very good. I like it.
Right back at you. 5-2 favorite Cousteau with Kendrick Carmouche. There's Cousteau stepping in. Figures to be aggressive again here. Can he handle his mile distance? We shall see. Getting set for the pick 4. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for Rock Sugar and Remember Mom. They're all in. And they're off. There's Rock Sugar going for the lead, quickly joined by Cousteau. On the outside, it's Remember Mom, who's a close-up third. Then Emperor's Cause running in fourth, followed by Centavo in fifth. Then it's My Brother Neil. And a big break, 7 lengths or so, back to Blue Grotto, who trails the field in 7th. Cousteau's on the inside, Rock Sugar on the outside, and the two of them are heads apart, racing up the backstretch, the quarter in 23-2. Length and a half to Remember Mom, who sits just off those front runners in third. Emperor's Cause down towards the rail, next in fourth, followed by Centavo in fifth. And then it is My Brother Neil, and at the back of the pack is Blue Grotto. Cousteau leads here by a half length. Rock Sugar on the outside. Runs second, Remember Mom. Emperor's Cause, they are third and fourth as the field goes around the far turn. Rock Sugar on the outside, Cousteau on the inside. Rock Sugar now takes the lead. Cousteau is back running in second. Then Remember Mom and Emperor's Cause, followed next by Centavo, and farther back, My Brother Neil. Rock Sugar has the lead with a quarter of a mile to the finish. It's Rock Sugar in front. Emperor's Cause has moved to the outside, right alongside of Remember Mom. Then comes Centavo and Cousteau, all chasing Rock Sugar. Rock Sugar's in front by 4. Then Emperor's Cause and Remember Mom. Rock Sugar rolls home here in the slop. Rock Sugar, much the best. Emperor's Cause was second. Then Remember Mom and Centavo.
Rock Sugar at 3-1 with the victory. Much better showing in that first-time effort against Winners last out.
Oh, Maggie talked about it from, watching him warm up. Aggressive warm-up, was right in the right position, was parked out in the 4 or 5 path, running over the top of the ground more, and being forwardly placed, I think, is the key to it again. Cousteau, he hustled up on the inside, had absolutely no excuses. He just ran out of oxygen at the 3/8 pole, and Rock Sugar was in the right spot and stayed on resolutely. Late change in leads, but kept finding.
Jose Lezcano, Bill Morey, who, just started incredible at that Aqueduct winter meet. Cooled off a little bit, but gets a win here with this 4-year-old son of Frosted, who loved the off going in this race. 6-1, 8-3, 44-1 shot. Finishing in your top 4 to complete that superfecta. So pick 4 underway as we head to Hot Springs, Arkansas, race 4, 1 1/8. $30,000 claiming race. 3- and 4-year-olds who have not won 3 lifetime in this condition. And our 6-5 favorite, Wartime Hero, who that start 2 back makes him obviously a big contender. We start, though, with Tillis on the rail.
I got a good inside draw. Horse doesn't have a lot of early speed, but he'll get to save ground.
Rider change on Akati's Verve. It will be Kelsey Haar. This horse was 4-5 last time out, ran second.
Yeah, ran second with no excuses, loomed up and just got out finished.
Great faces we'll see next. A lot of seconds, 7 times second in 20 career starts.
Yeah, back on the stretch out. Got that race going 6 furlongs. Maybe that race will sharpen this horse up a little bit. Maybe put a little more speed into him.
Potentially. Sun Daddy for Thomas Van Berg, claimed last time out. Did not do a lot of running last start.
No, did really no running last time. Changes barns, Tom Vanberg. Sometimes horses, too, just respond to a change in scenery.
We're going to see pace from the 5, who moves to a new barn now with Carl Broberg.
It feels like the 5 Englander is the horse that should be on the lead. I think this is the main speed.
Staten Fleury of Fleury Racing Stables and She Dares the Devil fame, sending out Wartime Hero here, also from the Carl Broberg barn.
Just getting back to the level. It was so competitive last time. Get your leading rider, David Cabrera, and I think he'll be in a good stalking spot.
And Tomatodo, more pace outside, a horse who wants to be forward.
Yeah, this horse should be forward. Being outside the other speed gives the rider options and should be able to also stalk if necessary.
Well, there again, the 5-year-old owned by Fleury Racing Stables, and Fleury Racing, of course, was She Dares the Devil. Good time to preview the Apple Blossom in the Distaff division. Let's go to our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, for more.
Yeah, guys, I spoke to Staten this morning, asking him about She Dares the Devil. He told me that she's doing great. She worked 59-2 on April 2nd, but she is at Churchill Downs, along with many other Brad Cox horses training at Churchill Downs. He's looking at the Apple Blossom, but he is also looking at the La Trienne of Derby Week for this filly. She's undefeated at Churchill Downs. If you look at this race, the Apple Blossom, the contenders, he said, Gary, this looks like Breeders' Cup in April, and it really does look like Breeders' Cup with the likes of CC, who won the Azeri, Clariere. She's coming off with an allowance win, Latruska, Maracuja, just to name a few. So it sounds like they're more leaning towards the La Trienne. They want to keep the easiest company they can at this time of the year. She had a prep race in the Azeri, and she finished 3rd in that race. It was a nice 3rd in there, but I think that they're more focusing on the La Trienne at this point in time, guys.
And I don't blame them. That is a loaded lineup in a division the last few years that has had so much intrigue.
And it feels like anytime one falls away, retires, or goes on to become a broodmare, there's somebody waiting in the wings to step up and assume the mantle. Always a deep division. And the old adage, keep yourself in the best of company, keep your horses in the worst of company.
Maracuja, we saw just the other week, come back successful off the layoff, and the way she did it was very impressive, too, for Rob Atras.
Absolutely. She showed less speed and really came from off the pace. Got pace to run into, but was still a terrific comeback.
So here, what about State and Flurry's wartime hero, the 6, who is the 8-5 favorite?
It just feels like he's back in the proper spot. You know, he ran for 32 starts back, and then they stretched him out to 1.5 miles. Probably wanted no part of the 1.5 miles, or as tough a company as that was.
Look at the separation, too. I mean, it becomes basically a 2-horse race and a long way back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 lengths back to the 3rd place finisher. He took his best shot, wasn't quite good enough on the day. It appears to me he's going to be very well placed again. Englander from the Carl Broberg stable also, I think we both agree, is probably the main speed. If the outside horse, Toto from Steve Asmussen's barn, goes, he's laying 3rd in the catbird seat watching them.
And that last race, do you just completely put a line through it? With wartime here, they tried 1.5 miles. Very few really appreciate that distance.
Well, just to give you an idea, right? The winner goalie won by 9. Scales of Justice was second by 13. The 3rd place finish had 4 lengths on the 4th place finisher. They were spread out for basically the whole racetrack, and some horses just are incapable of going that far, and they throw in the towel at some point. I think you put a complete line through the 1.5 mile race, and you go back to his races going 1.16 miles today's distance, or excuse me, today's distance, a mile. Is it a mile?
Mile and an eighth.
Mile and an eighth, I'm sorry. Mile and an eighth. You know, should be well within his scope, as well as he's run 1.16 miles in the past.
So 7-5, his second try at it. He's 1 for 1, as Mig mentioned, at this distance. Elsewhere, you know, and he's not going to be he's a stalking type, and it looks like, as you mentioned, the 5 and the 7 pace to set it up for him. What about Akadi's Verve, though? The 2's taking some money here as well. I know he disappointed at a short price last time out, but moving back to Oaklawn, an effective maybe setup for this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I like the inside post, because my contention's always been, if you've got a horse that's going to come from off the pace and you think you're going to lose ground when you rally, have to come wide when you rally, you need to save as much ground on the first turn. You can't afford to be wide on 2 turns. So I think this horse gets to get a good trip, save ground the first turn, and then kind of work his way out to get in the clear when he makes his run. A lot of horses, particularly lower level horses, do not have the ability to stop and start. Once you get them into a rhythm, you get them into a momentum, you don't want to break that momentum. So I think saving ground in the first turn gives you the luxury of maybe losing a little ground in the second turn.
I guess a lot of people look at, maybe not. I mean, the price comes down again here slightly at 7-2 on Akadi's Verve, the 2. But Chris Hartman having such a tremendous meet, and he didn't win with his horse. And now to a trainer not having quite the same success and who's not as strong off the claim.
Well, I think people do look at that, you know, coming off a more high-profile name, or a guy that's winning at a high percentage compared to a lower percentage barn. But these guys win, too. And sometimes horses, just to change the scenery, something perks them up a little bit.
A lot of love for wartime hero, the 6, the big favorite with David Cabrera. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
And they're off in the 4th race, a clean start. And that is Sun Daddy grabbing the early lead. On the outside is Thomas Tony as they cross the grandstand. It's still Englander with Toma Toto. And then in 3rd place, it's Tillis as they round the first turn. Then it's Great Faces, and trailing the pack is Sun Daddy. Running comfortably on the backstretch, it's Englander, still holding the lead. Very comfortable pace from Toma Toto right behind, now moving up the challenge. Running in 3rd place, Wartime Hero. Then it's Tillis, Great Faces, Akadi's Verve, and Sun Daddy.
They go to the far turn. It's still leading the way. And now the lead is Toma Toto. Now it's back to Englishman as they go back and forth. Englander has a slight lead over Tomo Toto. Coming up on the outside and making a move now is Great Faces. Great Faces on the outside up the challenge as they head for the final turn. And here they come down the stretch. It's Englander in the middle. On the outside, Great Faces. Great Faces on the outside, challenging Tomo Toto. Tomo Toto holds off. Great Faces for the win.
That was Steve Sullivan of KATV in the area, getting an opportunity to fill in there for Vic Stauffer with the call. Toma Toto, the victory, third of his career.
The race kind of set up the way we thought it would. The 5 Englander bounced out to the lead. The 7 Toma Toto was in closest pursuit. Your favorite, Wartime Hero, had absolutely the trip. I thought he was stalking in a perfect spot and absolutely came up empty. And then here came the 3 Great Faces. Ricardo Santana looked like he was going to run right by Toma Toto, but Toma Toto reached down, found some more, and kept on going. Steve Asmussen with Toma Toto gets some money.
Ramon Vasquez teaming up with Asmussen for the win. 5-year-old son of English Channel pulls away late for the victory here. And it's pretty good start here to his 2022 campaign. 2 wins, 3 career starts for Toma Toto in Bloom Racing Stable back here in New York. And this 6-horse Rock Sugar really appreciating the off-going here.
Yeah, appreciated the off-going. Got great position under Jose Lascano. Second start for William Morris, winning better than 25% on the year. Welcome addition to the New York racing scene, and this horse just powered away as much the best.
So Rock Sugar, 3-1 winner. Here to kick off the pick 4, $8.20 for the victory. Roger Newman, David Bernson, Bill Morey. We talked about winning trainer and Lascano aboard for the winning ride. 6-1-8, that early pick 5. Over $1,900 coming back your way if you could put that combination together. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Kendrick Carmouche locked in early at this Aqueduct Spring Meet. 2 3-win days to kick things off on opening weekend. He has a lot to smile about. We'll be back with more right after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
They're in the stretch. Eternal Prince still leads by 3. Roman Rule is second by a length and a half. Pancho Villa back into third. Here comes Proud Truth on the outside. They're at the 8th pole now. The mile and 36 flat. Eternal Prince still leads. Looks great. Roman Rule on the inside. Proud Truth closing ground, but it's Eternal Prince in front.
That was the MiG 85 Wood Memorial. He got set blistering fractions to win that. Gotham got a lot easier time on the front end in the Wood.
Yeah, Butch Lanzini, the great late horseman Butch Lanzini, had me come to Aqueduct, work him around the first turn. So, you know, we knew we'd negotiate the first turn well, switch off. So I worked from the wire back to the half-mile pole. And he settled so nicely on the lead this day, kept finding, beat an eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Proud Truth from Darby Dan Farm. But I was very excited, being a New York kid growing up about 9 miles from Aqueduct, knowing that I was going to be on that win picture wall on the 3rd floor of the Wood Memorial winners. It was not lost on me coming into the winner's circle. George Steinbrenner was half owner with Brian Hurst with that horse.
Yeah, riding for the boss. I was about to bring that up, but I thought this was hilarious. Quotes after the race, Steinbrenner actually bought back into this horse.
Yeah.
Said, as far as the Derby, I don't tell my trainer or racing manager what to do. The boss really doesn't do that?
Well, no, he might not have told him what to do. So the horse won the Gotham, won Wood Memorial, had a tough trip in the Derby, but never won another race again. After he ran in the Derby, the headlines on all the back pages of the New York papers were, "The boss dumps the MiG." I got fired. So I was keeping pretty good company, Billy Martin and that crew.
Excuse me. Let's take a look at a sensational Saturday that we have coming up this weekend. Of course, the Wood Memorial will be part of it. And a few very big storylines coming up in this race. Among them, Morello.
Morello's been very good and stretched out to a mile to win the Gotham very nicely. I mean, he won with something up. Now, you know, these are important races in their own right, but they're prep races. They're races that you want to get to another place with. Look at the consummate ease in which Morello wins. He comes down the stretch. Jose Lascano just asks him a little bit. And this is one of the things that makes Morello doubly dangerous, is he waits on his rider's cues. He's quick enough to get position, but then he basically says, okay, now what do you want me to do? He's asked a little bit, but he wins with something left, and I like this. This is a race to build on, not a race to tear down from. Morello has been very impressive. Toby Sheets, Steve Ashmussen's assistant trainer here in New York, does fantastic work. But again, Greg, this is what I'm talking about. Just in hand, Jose looking around. He switched his right lead. He's going to ask him a little bit leaving the 8th pole. He's going to tap him on the shoulder with the crop. And then he just says, well, I got it won. I'm not going to use my horse too much. Takes another look around. And he's going to start letting him coast in here from the 16th pole. When a horse listens to the rider's cues and does what's asked of them, it makes them doubly dangerous. They maximize their ability. They become overachievers. Really like what I've seen from Morello. Has been very professional and gotten more professional in each successive start.
And the progression has just been great. 6 furlongs to 7 to a mile. The way he finished in that race,
yeah,
it just doesn't look like a mile and 8 is going to be a problem at all.
It doesn't feel like it. I mean, the question is the two turns. You know, I mean, we got to see it still. But again, the fact that he's so intelligent, the fact that he does things, you know, the right way. He's not working against the rider. He's working with the rider. He looks like a jockey's dream to ride.
Meanwhile, Chad Brown, with early voting in the race, lightly raced, so he could take a big move forward. This will just be the 3rd start of his career, and he won at a mile and 1/8 early on in his career.
Yeah, and listen, to do what he did, to go from a maiden effort, going a 1-turn mile, to a mile and 1/8, and he basically blitzed the field. And then the horse that ran second, Un Ojo, comes back and won the Rebel at Oaklawn. No, but listen, I think it just gives validity to the race. I think he was getting a little leg weary, but this is a horse that did this on pure ability, no foundation. I mean, listen, Chad Brown's a great trainer, and you can only train them to be so fit. Racing is what gets horses to that next level. So the fact that this horse could step up this way in the Withers, I think says a lot about his natural ability. Another step forward now today, coming up, in the Wood Memorial, but got to be impressed with what he's done so far.
Debut came mid-December. Withers win at start number 2. A lot kind of asked of him, certainly in that first start against Graded Stakes Company in his first try against Winners, and now the chance with this race to get into that starting gate for the first Saturday in May. It's going to be a fascinating race.
You know, again, he's cramming so much in a short period of time, and obviously he has a lot of ability, but it gets so much tougher from the Withers to the Wood to the Derby. 20-horse field, you got to contend with a lot of other things. So, you know, even if he doesn't go on to the Derby, this is a horse that we got to keep an eye on second half of the year. He's got a lot of ability.
Registration, it is now open for the Wood Memorial Challenge. You can play the contest online with Naira bets or on track at Aqueduct, and you could win excellent cash prizes and seats into the following week's contest. Registration ends 5 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Go to naira.com/contests to learn more. Race 6, $12,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlong distance. And early on, we'll see favoritism outside here, actually to the 8 Adeline for Jeffrey Englehart with Dylan Davis. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, I've got to give a shout out to the people who are outside and making the racing happen today. The weather conditions are trying. They really are, as you guys mentioned, with the jocks to boot, because not only is it raining pretty heavily and steadily throughout the day, the wind has really picked up. So shout out to all the pony riders, the outriders, the gate crew, the grooms bringing these horses over. It does take a small army to put the races on, especially in this weather, and especially to the horses as well, but they are far more resilient to the weather than their human counterparts. As we'll take a look at number 4, Serenic, who does return off the long layoff, protected here. She's running for the waiver claiming tag, and connections can do that if horses are coming back off of a 6-month-plus layoff and returning at the same level or higher than what they last ran for. So she doesn't have to run for the tag here for the 12-5. Now, I think that's a positive sign, though, after she was a heavily backed favorite dropping in for the 12-5 up at Saratoga and blowing a huge lead going the 7 furlongs. I do think that she is a filly that the less ground, mare, that she gets to cover, the better, because she is very stout. She's very broad. She's very much built like a sprinter here. But with that being said, she's also a little bit of a heavier framed individual, and I'm not sure that off this long layoff she's particularly fit. But when you're dealing with these older horses at this level, a lot of times you just have to have a happy horse. But she's very quiet here, and she's one that in the past I've seen really kind of get revved up and on her toes. She's very, very quiet acting in the paddock. So there's some things to like, but also some things to be a little bit skeptical of with Serenic. As number 5, Guns Blazing, she's first off the claim for Bob Caceres, and she could be the speed of the speed in here. She is very quick early, which could play favorably to her advantage. I like what I'm seeing from her. Healthy, carrying her weight well. She makes sense to me, though Bob not having the strongest numbers first off the claim, though we'll see. Maybe Guns Blazing can change that, Greg.
Maggie thinks she's 4-1. She's got some speed right next door to her as well in the 6 Quality Stones. So we'll keep our eyes on that pace battle early on as the rain continues to fall. Here in South Ozone Park, we're 5 minutes to post. Here in the 6th, we'll get to the post parade. When we come back, wide open betting race favorite at 7-2 on the board. Stay with us.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Getting set for race 6 here in New York on this sloppy sealed racetrack. We kick off our post parade with my girl Lexi.
My girl Lexi from the rail probably doesn't have enough speed. She's going to have to deal with a lot of kickback, I believe.
Coming out of a stake, but she got drilled at this level 2 back as well. Big Al's gal, Heeman Harkey.
A filly that has had some success in the slop and drops in class. Maybe that drop helps.
6-1 on the 2. We jump to the current favorite at 7-2, Adeline to the outside.
Yeah, well placed outside. Going to have the opportunity to get in stride before that kickback starts hitting her, and should have a lot of pace to run at.
Here's Magnetique. We showed you Kendrick Carmouche going to break. He'll ride here for Bill Morey off the claim.
Yeah, just one for Bill Morey. This horse was claimed last time and turns back in distance. Should intensify her turn of foot late.
Long layoff for Cyrenic. Haven't seen since last summer at Saratoga.
It showed really high speed last time. Does she show that kind of speed today?
Yeah, this potentially could be the one in front. Fresh as well. Guns blazing, speed next door also.
What stands out is those 2 wins, 1 second out of 3 tries, and off going. Gets a 5-pound apprentice. Jose Gomez has been riding in very good form.
And more of the pace puzzle. Quality Stones, the 6.
Yeah, when Quality Stones does her best roding, she shows high speed, and you've got all the speeds drawn next to each other, and sometimes that intensifies the duel because they kind of get hooked up with each other.
Yeah, Quality Stones actually out quick Guns Blazing when they met a few starts back. Lady by Choice. Gate to wire win at a mile last time out.
It turns back in distance. Doesn't look like she'll have the kind of speed to run with some of these early, but shouldn't be far away.
And that was probably a speed-biased track a bit that day as well, and that potentially inflated win. 5-1 on Lady by Choice. Take advantage of this on our website. Bet $50 each on Aqueduct and Turf Paradise. You'll get a $15 bonus just by playing with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. You got to opt in. Don't forget to do that to take advantage of the offer. So here is 5-1 Lady by Choice. Got it, the biggest figure really of her career, at least in a long, long time. 7-year-old mare. She was 32-1. She was putting blinkers back on, but it was a day that the inside was doing very well.
Yeah, and that day, apprentice Jose Gomez, who at the time was still a 10-pound apprentice, so you get a 10-pound break in the weights. She got in with 110 pounds as opposed to 122 to the runner-up. Just allowed her to run on freely, and again, aided probably by an inside track. I just don't see she's going to get a similar trip today, turning back to the 6 furlongs.
Seems, yeah, like no chance she's in front this afternoon.
No, even that day, that was uncharacteristic high speed for her, but that was going a mile. So this is a completely different scenario with speed signed on all inside of her.
Prices from Oaklawn. Real quick before we load up, let's head back down to Maggie.
Taking a look at number 3, Magnetique in here as Bill Morley looking for, I said Morley, oops, Morey looking for his second win on the card. And Magnetique is one that's turning back to the 6 furlongs. And while she has been successful in the past while controlling in those longer races, I do think that there could be enough speed in here to set up in front of her. Hopefully Kendra can work out that trip where she works her way to the outside and doesn't take too much kickback. She just looks like a wet track horse. I like what I'm seeing given the track conditions for her today, and one of the more fit times I've seen her appear prior to a start, Greg.
There she is stepping in. You can forgive the last time she was on a wet track. That was just a group that was way over her head. Magnetique. She's 7-2. We are set for the 6. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, take it away.
Ready for the start. of race 6. And they're off. Quality Stones out for the early lead with My Girl Lexi down on the inside running in second. Guns Blazing now moves up from third. Then comes Lady by Choice next in fourth. Big Al's Gal is in fifth. Sirenic in sixth position. On the outside is Adeline and then Magnetique. Quality Stones is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. My Girl Lexi advances down at the rail and into second. Guns Blazing is on the outside. Big Al's Gal is in between horses, the quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. Lady by Choice is in fifth, 4 lengths from the lead. Magnetique has moved up a couple of spots into sixth. Then on the outside it is Adeline and farther back Sirenic. They're coming for the top of the stretch, and it is Quality Stones who has the lead. Big Al's Gal looking to rally down towards the inside. It is Quality Stones and Big Al's Gal. They are right together with Guns Blazing on the outside. Then My Girl Lexi, followed by Magnetique. Adeline is way out in the middle of the track. It is Quality Stones, Guns Blazing on the outside. Big Al's Gal continues to battle on. The three of them come to the finish, and it appeared that Guns Blazing got up there in the final strides. A 3-horse photo finish in race 6.
Guns Blazing, unable to outquick Quality Stones, but certainly outfinishes her here, and does so as the 5-2 favorite.
And improves her off-track record to 3 wins in the second out of 4 tries on it. Looks like she got outfooted turning for home. Like she just, was kind of getting outpaced a bit, but she kept on coming back with Jose Gomez. Strong finish, and got a little messy, a little contact between the top two, but here she came, and the young man kind of put the power pump on there late, huh? He had the hand ride going and gets up.
We talk so much about this young rider, an apprentice. He's being mentored, we know, by Angel Cordero. But what's impressed you most about him as a rider?
Well, you want to see steady improvement from a young rider. And I've seen it. He hasn't taken a backward step. It just seems like he's continually improving, getting stronger physically, seeing a race better mentally. That's why they get the bug, because they're going to make mistakes. They're going to lack that experience. I'm seeing a kid that's making the most of the opportunities he's getting, and obviously he has the greatest mentor in Angel Cordero Jr. And I'm like, again, physically, I think he's really continued to improve, and I love the way he sees a race now.
5-2, Guns Blazing, able to get the win. As Mig mentioned, he loves the off-track. 3 wins from 4 starts on a track with some moisture in it. We go back to Hot Springs, and the Late Pick 5 begins here in race 5 at Oaklawn. $62,000 maiden claiming 2-turn mile, I should say, in this race coming up as we take a look at Loyal to the Game, who's going to stretch out for the first time.
I think this horse is way too big a price. It got a pedigree Empire Maker out of a Giants Causeway mare that says should appreciate the stretch out and gets an inside draw. 29-1, too big a price.
Ali Anabi, 21-1. Tried going long last start when adding blinkers.
Yeah, is going to have to improve. Does drop in class a bit, but from a trainer, that horses do improve with racing.
This was not easy for Wildwood Z. Tried to go a mile and a 16th in the debut and actually ran second first time out.
Yeah, maiden 30, steps up off a good effort. Speed and steps up, should be involved again early.
And the winner of that race, the only one to finish ahead of that horse, came back to win again. 7 flat, drops in for a tag for the first time.
And gets a complete makeover. Blinkers off, new gelding, drop in class. They pulled out all the stops, trainer Ron Marquette.
Jim and Jim at 27-1.
He's just going to have to improve. Haven't really seen a race that would make this horse very competitive here.
The only time hitting the board came against softer competition. First time starter, not easy to go 2 turns in the debut. Red Devil will try it.
Steady, unspectacular work, Tab, but got to get him started someplace.
Dam was 1 for 43 lifetime. Group 18, 21-1.
Yeah, another one that just feels like it'd have to improve.
Uncle Burley, Ramon Vasquez, and Steve Asmus now to go against We the People 2 back.
Yes, and stretches back out, drops again slightly in class. I think 9-1's too big for a Steve Asmussen runner.
And 4-5 on the other Brad Cox runner here with Ricardo Santana Jr. This horse faced Zozos, who's headed to the Derby in the debut. Faced a horse named Marsalis, couple back, who came back to win with an 81 buyer. We'll get back to that horse in a moment. We have an inquiry. 5-6-3 unofficially, and the second and third place finishers both flashing on the board.
Yeah, they came together in the stretch, and it looked to me like they came together. Watching the pan shot, now we got a look at the head-on. Inside came out, outside came in. They kind of came together. Now the inside's coming out into. Definitely the inside horse caused all of that. So
all right, so Heeman Harkey on that 2. Keep your eyes on the 2 and 6. 2 with those
with the
gold silks.
Gold silks under left-handed pressure from the crop. This horse should come down. It's really a no-brainer. Yeah, this horse continually came out, never once made an attempt to straighten the horse up. I can't see anything but this horse coming down.
So likely going to see 5, 6, 2, 3.
Yeah.
All right, we will keep you posted. Let's get back to Oaklawn. Couple of minutes to post here in race 5. Again, kicks off the late pick 5. Let's check in with Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to talk about the 3-horse Wildwood Z and change of riders there. Arietta took off earlier. Luis Contreras picking up the mount here. But ran a really good race first time out for this $30,000 claiming race, jumping up in class, but ran a comparable buyer figure to the heavy favorite, Major Contender, the 9-horse. And Scott Becker, his horse has improved second time out. He hits with 25% of his second-time starters. So that's a big bonus right there. Expect improvement out of Wildwood Z today. But Major Contender, yeah, you guys already talked about the competition we've been keeping with Zozos. Momentous, Summer in Malibu, colt that had been highly touted in his last win as well. So I think those are your 2 main contenders in here. The board has it right. But this Wildwood Z continues to get action on the board here. Now bet down to 5-2, was at 9-1 at one point in time. But even money on Major Contender, your favorite, the 9-horse. Guys?
All right, Gary, thanks. Yeah, I mean, normally you wouldn't not be too keen on a horse who debuted against Easier stepping up here, but the figure that he earned in that race, I mean, it fits right there with the even money favorite, and it seems like, the upside's there as well. It's only going to be his second career start.
Well, absolutely, and the fact that this horse showed such good speed and hung around, and it was a fast pace. It wasn't a temperate pace. This horse, ran legitimate fractions, and you would think that with the effort would get a little better. I'm quite surprised, by the way.
Wow.
There was no change.
We just, got word.
Utter finish.
That looks
Aqueduct.
Pretty damning on Heeman Harkey in the 2. Big Alsgow getting out on the 6, but no change made here at Aqueduct. So 5-2, 6-3, that result stands.
I mean, they came out at least 5 paths, and there was some contact. Quite surprised, actually.
Won't be the last time.
No.
Difficult job they have up there.
Listen, I told you years ago, somebody much smarter than me said there's 2 rooms you want to stay out of, the courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. We can add the steward's room now as well.
Definitely. 4-5 favorite back here at Oaklawn. So Major Contender. I mean, there's no comparison in terms of who everybody in this field has faced. He has faced the toughest by a mile. And you look at that last start, when he was 5th, beat 7.5 lengths. He was 4 wide around that first turn. I mean, he had kind of a tough go of it trip-wise in that race. And certainly you would think this got to be the easiest field by a long shot he's faced yet.
Well, what kind of trip does he get again? I mean, he does have to overcome a post.
Yeah.
That's not an easy post. He could get strung out 4 or 5 wide again into the first turn.
Could happen.
Listen, I understand why he's the favorite, and he's probably your most likely winner. I think the 3 taking money is appropriate as well. This horse ran big first time out. Should improve with that effort. Am I crazy for the way I'm looking at it? The 1 loyal to the game, to me, is way too big a price. I'm not saying this horse is going to win, but I don't see 30-1 on this horse.
30-1 out of anything out of that barn. Steve Asmussen, the winningest trainer in the history of North American racing, I would probably agree with you. It seems, and look, speed stretching out for the first time. Probably going to be forward.
With a pedigree that says going further should be more comfortable for this horse. and gets an inside draw as opposed to your favorite getting an outside draw. Listen, I have no illusions that this horse is going to win.
But maybe a piece of it, right?
But 30-1, listen, I'm not going to let this horse get by me. I'm going to use this horse underneath at least.
No, the 3, the 9, and if you can get that 1 in there somewhere in this superfecta, no matter, even if they do run 1-2, it's still going to be a nice return. Here's the 8, Uncle Burley stepping in, Asmussen as well, and the short price favorite outside. Can Ricardo Santana Jr. work out a better trip around that first turn than last time? Vic Stauffer, I believe, back on the mic for race 5.
They're at the post. They're off. Uncle Burley, Group 18, and Major Contender all show some speed, loyal to the game, and now Wildwood Z on the move. And now Uncle Burley and Wildwood Z will go very fast early. Loyal to the game is at the rail. Then comes Ali and Nabi, followed by Jim and Red Devil, and the trailer is 7 flat. So Wildwood Z wanted the lead, and he's got it to the back stretch, a length and a half from Uncle Burley in second. Major Contender is perfectly placed by Ricardo Santana, 3rd and 2 from the front. Loyal to the game, Ali and Nabi and Group 18 all have 3.5 lengths to make up. Then it's 4 back to Red Devil. 7 flat is out of last place. He's 9 off the lead, and now the trailer is Jim and Jim. Midway on the backstretch, finish line is the 16th pole, and Wildwood Z trying to get there first. Wildwood Z, 3/4 of a length to Uncle Burley in second. No excuses for Major Contender. He's gotten a perfect position and a perfect trip, 2.5 off the lead. Loyal to the game and Group 18 have 4 lengths to make up. Then it's 3 back to Ali and Nabi, and on the front end, Wildwood Z has lost the lead to Uncle Burley and Major Contender and Group 18, and these 3 go right on by. Uncle Burley ahead in front of Major Contender and a 3-wide Group 18. Now 4.5 back to Red Devil, who just took 4th from 7 flat in 5th. Top of the stretch, Uncle Burley and Major Contender. They're shoulder to shoulder. Uncle Burley inside, Major Contender outside, and Major Contender is half ahead in front. Uncle Burley going to race him right down to the wire, and they get together shoulder to shoulder. Major Contender, Uncle Burley trading punches. Major Contender inching just clear. Major Contender. Major Contender beat Uncle Burley. Group 18 was 3rd, close for 4th. Red Devil and Loyal to the game.
Major Contender, Ricardo Santana Jr., maiden breaking win, career start number 4.
Yeah, and the key to the race was, well, obviously he was in the right spot. You know, that drop in class, getting away from some of these tougher horses. But Ricardo getting his position going forward and not being caught too wide. He would have easily been strung out, 4 or 5 wide in the first turn. But one of the things that Ricardo Santana does so well is get his position going forward. It's a simple concept that's not always embraced or easily achieved, but you see he allowed him to run away from there. He followed the 8 horse down. He wound up 3 wide, 2.5 wide in the first turn. It's his aggression, getting position going forward, that put him in position to win the race.
Ricardo with a victory for Brad Cox, Gary, and Mary West. And you could see the perils with not a long run to that first turn. Usually you like to be on the outside, but it can have its downside as well.
I'm not a fan of outside posts in 2-turn races. I love them in long 1-turn races, yes. I know some people disagree with me, but as a jockey, I used to spend the first 3/16 of a mile figuring out how I was going to get in. If I'm inside to begin with, eliminated one less thing, and it's good when you can eliminate one less thing I have to think about.
No question. Ricardo, Brad Cox team up for the victory. Meanwhile, back in New York, no change here between 2nd and 3rd. So the result stands 5-2, 6-3 finish. Guns blazing, not involved in that issue. Jose Gomez, the impressive young apprentice, for the victory.
Yeah, another nice win by him. And what I like is he's an apprentice that doesn't need to go to the lead. He's a kid that can get it done from off the pace. He's showing versatility, and she's got her head down on the wire first.
With our run happy photo finish. $7.80 for the win. 4th career win for this 4-year-old daughter of Firing Line. Alex Kazdan owns. And as mentioned, Gomez aboard for the winning ride with 2 races remaining on this card. Late pick 5 follow along, pool over 128,000. Pretty formful to this point.
Pretty formful, and we'd be remiss not to mention Bob Caceres, first time off the claim for him with guns blazing, gets it done. Bob, a guy who always believed in riding the bug too. He relies heavily on the sheets, and he believes in weight off, and obviously has worked out well for him over the years.
This was supposed to be the day that we were back on the grass, but weather conditions forced us off the turf. This one was scheduled for the turf, now on this sloppy sealed track, and quite a few changes as a result. Dancing Buck from the rail, who has probably been more of a turf horse, although did break his maiden on a sloppy track. Right now, one of the favorites. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Speaker's Corner, back at a distance where he is at his best. Going to tackle the resurgent Green Light Go under Jimmy Jerkins in the Grade 1 Carter Handicap. We'll have a preview when we come back.
And a Firm Success is taken over. It's a Firm Success in front as they come to the 8th pole. Rusty Spur is now back second. On the outside, here's Zealous is third. Farther back, Snow Ridge had to take up. Voodoo's there on the outside, and safe Florida Sandy. They're coming down to the finish, and it is 8-year-old A Firm Success still getting it done. A Firm Success wins by a diminishing length.
2002 Carter, the MiG aboard A Firm Success, and I loved what you said about him, that you spent 5 years chasing him, then you finally got a chance to ride him.
Yeah, I was fortunate to get the mount on A Firm Success from trainer Rick Schosberg, Alfred, his owner, late in his career, and to win a Grade 1 at the age of 8. And I moved aggressively on the turn. A hole presented itself, leaving the 5/16 pole, and I went all in on him. He was getting a little leg weary late because of my early move, but the wire came, and a big thrill for me because the Carter was a race, you know, much like the Wood Memorial. Came here as a kid, watching these races. I had never won the Carter, always a very important race on our calendar, and to win it meant a lot, and particularly with a horse that had so much heart. He was as tough and hickory a horse. Unfortunately, passed away recently. Michael Blowen at Old Friends had called me the morning they were going to have to put him down. He had a wonderful twilight of his life, though, at Old Friends, and he sorely missed, but gave me a lot of good memories.
One of the best sprinters, probably 7 furlongs was his best, but on this circuit in a long, long time. 33 of his 42 starts came here in New York, and he reached the 100 Beyer speed figure mark or better 38 times in his career. Just remarkable.
Remarkable. And again, just I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, and that embodied him. He showed up every time.
He had a ton of talent, though, too. Grade 1 Carter, our ABR Race of the Week. Here's this year's edition. And Speaker's Corner, Bill Mott and company have finally found what he wants to do and what he does best. It looks like he is a miler, 7 furlongs right in that wheelhouse as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's in really good form. Horse that, took a little while, I think, like you just alluded to, to figure out, right, to get everything the way he wants it. He's a horse that has always been beautiful, always kind of hinted at ability, but has recently really kind of put it together. His last 2 starts down at Gulfstream Park were big. He has speed. He's drawn towards the outside. I think that helps his cause. He gets into the race the right way. He's not under pressure early on. Got to deal with this fellow, though, Green Light Go, who's in really good form.
This has been one of the best stories, certainly here in New York this year. The resurgence of this horse moving back to the Jimmy Jerkins barn and how good he's become again now as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, Jimmy had this horse as a 2-year-old. He won the Saratoga Special. He was second in the Champagne. And then he got moved around a bit. But now he winds up back with Jimmy Jerkins, and he has found his form. Jimmy, a tremendous horseman, cut from the same cloth as obviously his late great father, Alan Jerkins. But this horse has responded to Jimmy's training and is in fine form. And I like him turning back from the mile of the Stymie to the 7 furlongs here. He was beaten ahead in the fall high weight. Going 6, I think 7 suits him perfectly.
He's been very, very good. It's been so fun to watch him get back to, this horse had so much promise as a 2-year-old. Is he up to the task of tackling a Speaker's Corner?
Well, he had so much, promise early on that Junior Alvarado chose him over Tiz the Law. Now Junior Alvarado rides Bill Mott's horse on the outside Speaker's Corner, but Green Light Go has always shown ability, and he's in good form now. And one thing about Jimmy Jerkins, he finds a whole card in a horse, he gets them in form, they stay in form. Top-class horseman.
And that Carter Handicap presented by Naira Bets. Of course, you could never count out in big races in New York, Mind Control, who probably shouldn't have beat Silver State in that Parks Dirt Mile. Got a big figure for doing it in that very strange finish.
Yeah, what looked like that day, Silver State kind of put his toes in the ground late and snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. But Mind Control with Todd Pletcher now, he's a horse that always shows up. And 7 furlongs, I think, is probably his best distance as well.
It's going to be a fun Saturday here in New York. We hope you join us. 7th is next. Again, a race that was scheduled for the grass, now moved to this sloppy sealed racetrack. Favorite right now, it is the 5, Scacciatore. It's been pretty popular in the claim box this year, coming in off the claim now with Jeffrey Englehart. And he'll try an off track for the first time in his career as that rain's still coming down. Let's head downstairs and welcome back Acacia Clement. My mistake.
It's okay, Greg. I'm still getting used to it myself. But we'll start down to the inside with the number 1, Dancing Buck, who is off of the layoff. And I read a story that Dave Grenig did where trainer Michelle Nevin said he's a better turf horse, but he can run pretty well on the dirt as well. In fact, he actually broke his maiden on a wet track here at Aqueduct. I would say he is more turf meant, especially being by War Dancer, but he does look very fit coming back. From what I remember from him seeing him last year, he's the type of horse that tends to carry his condition really, really well, and he certainly hasn't changed in that respect. And he's probably the best horse in the race, but I do think that he looks like he is well conditioned coming back for this spot. As far as looking at his hoof, that kind of flatter turf meant hoof, he looks like he could go either way. He can handle this surface. I think he's better on the grass, but I think he can handle this spot if he's ready to roll off of the layoff. The number 3, American Gentleman, is a main track only runner. He seemed to be unhappy in a stalking position last time out when he got pretty headstrong. took over and was run down late by a last to first winner. I love the turn back to 6 for him today, though. I think 7 furlongs is kind of the end of the world for this horse. He's smaller, he's compact, he's short coupled, he's everything of a tried and true sprinter. So I do think the 6 furlongs should suit him well, and I think he's better when he could be forwardly placed and he's using that speed to his advantage, like that Jose Lezcano rode him the last couple of times, and he's taken everything with a grain of salt in here and should handle the wet track just fine, I would think. But the horse I'm really intrigued by is the 5 Scocciatore, who's first off the claim for Jeffrey Engelhart, a horse that was previously in the barn of Chris Engelhart. So family relations knowing about this horse, and he's one that I always had a little bit of a soft spot. He shows up for every time. He's another one that tends to carry a lot of condition. He's probably the most fit I've ever seen him look today. He's really well tucked up. He's very muscled. And looking back at my notes from Saratoga last year, said he can handle the dirt. So I don't think that he'll have a problem with this surface at all. In fact, was entered main track only, though he's been proficient on both surfaces. And he seems to be one, I think, that could sit a perfect trip in this spot and should handle the going as well. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. Great to have you back with us, and that's not going to be the last time I make that mistake. So forgive me now. We're going to take a timeout. Scocciatore, main track only run of this 5-horse with Dylan Davis coming off that Aqueduct winter title. We'll be aboard for Jeffrey Engelhart off the claim post-parade when we come back.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Is the most beautiful racetrack in America, hands down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the breeding stock sale. Book one. Good to have you back with us.
Back on America's Day at the races in the Big Apple. A few more blocks down. Catch the A train and drops you off right here at the racetrack. Minute to post here coming up in the 7th, 6 furlongs. First allowance condition off the turf in this sloppy sealed track. And here is Dancing Buck, who did win his debut. It came on a sloppy racetrack.
A sloppy track here at Aqueduct. Manny Franco takes the reins as Kendrick Carmouche rides the main track only Trash Talker.
It was his dirt debut, the one Dancing Buck won. Rejected again, a main track only runner. Went by, here's the 3, American Gentleman.
American Gentleman, another horse that should lay up fairly close to the pace, is 0 for 2 on wet tracks.
He was kind of rank early last time in that matchup with Trash Talker. Here's Scocciatore, main track only as well.
Yeah, it means nuisance or pest in Italian. Gets Dylan Davis, who's been riding in really good form, should be forwardly placed.
Castle Chaos, Trevor McCarthy at 4 to 1.
Been in good form for Rob Falcone. Returns as a gelding. Kind of an interesting equipment change.
And how do you know Kendrick's on here? That patented warm-up on Trash Talker.
I love it. I like horses to warm up, and so does Kendrick. And he leaves the pony and lets them all get a good handle on the racetrack.
And our boy Bodie outside, 20-1. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, blinkers go on, and stepping up in class is going to have to improve vastly.
So let's take a look at Scacciatore, who's now down to 9-5. This MTO runner. Last time out, March 19th, missed by a length. Got a big number, though, although it came down a little bit from his prior start.
Yeah, and then he was caught wide pretty much the entire turn. It's just very hard to be wide the whole turn. It's one thing if you could save ground at least part of the turn, half the turn, and tip out, but he was basically in the clear, 4 or 5 wide throughout, and you're just running further than everybody else and taking the worst of it. I think if he works out a better trip today, and I believe he should, he justifies the 9-5 price on the board for sure.
Let's go back down to Acacia.
Wanted to quickly mention about the number 6 Castle Chaos. Richie mentioned the gelding, and this is a horse that was always a big stocky type. It seems like the gelding's actually really lightened him up a little bit. Sometimes it really helps horses with fitness or just freedom moving, and that's what it seemed to be the case out there on the track. This is a horse who has run well in the past or run fine on a main track and on mud here at Aqueduct as well. Had a beautiful warm-up out there under Trevor McCarthy, Greg.
Acacia, I think he's got some big figures, too. Obviously, that second to Happy Medium really stands out, who was pegged as a potential star sprinter.
This is where I landed. I just like the 5 or 6-1, 5-1 on him now, then the 9-5 for Scacciatore.
7th from Aqueduct. Here we go. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. American Gentleman, joined on the outside by Trash Talker and our boy Bodie. Our boy Bodie goes on with it to grab the lead. Trash Talker's running in second. American Gentleman now back in third. Dancing Buck down on the inside runs in fourth, followed by Scacciatore in fifth. A break of 2 lengths to the 2 trailers. Rejected again. And Castle Chaos. Long shot, our boy Bodie ran the opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Dancing Buck, American Gentleman, they are right together, second and third. Trash Talker on the outside runs in fourth. Scacciatore is next in fifth, about 6 lengths from the front. Then it's rejected again, and Castle Chaos is at the back. Our boy Bodie still has the lead as they come for the top of the stretch. Dancing Buck has moved into second and has moved to the outside, along with Scacciatore, who's gaining ground, and they are past our boy Bodie. Here comes Scacciatore now to grab the lead. Dancing Buck is right there. Then American Gentleman, rejected again, is down towards the inside. It is Scacciatore with the lead inside the 16th pole. American Gentleman moves up on the outside into second. It's Scacciatore, and Dylan Davis has a 3-win Thursday.
Momentum from the winter meet continuing here into the spring for Dylan. As you heard, 3-win afternoon. Jeffrey Engelhardt off the claim. Son of Central Banker wins for the 5th time in his career.
Yeah, got a nice trip under Dylan. Came out into the stretch and had to work for it, but he got it done. The leader, horse, our boy Bodie, was very wide throughout. Kind of made everybody adjust around him. Dylan, I think, has been kind of in tune with the fact that the track has been playing well towards the outside runners earlier.
Everybody far off that rail.
Yeah, they were way off the rail. He won on a horse named No Burn earlier in the day, but that horse was trying to get out for Rob Atchison. I mean, he was on one rein basically throughout the race. Dylan did a good job of controlling him, but 3 wins on the day. We'll give Dylan a mud mark. They used to give horses that were superior in the mud marks in the racing form. Maybe some jockeys are mudders.
He's going to have a chance for another one in the nightcap as well. His day not done yet. But Scacciatore, first try on and off track, and he aces his test. This horse now, 10 of his 18 starts, he's been first or second.
Love horses that show up, bring their lunch pail, and go to work.
This is a lunch pail horse, isn't he? 5-year-old son of Central Banker out of an Alphabet Soup mare, our Miss Jones. And Scacciatore at 8-5. Again, it's been a pretty formful sequence in this late pick 5 with 1 race remaining, but it only takes 1 in that pick 5, as we well know. Back at Oaklawn. Post break coming up. Race 6 starts the late pick 4, 20,000 claiming race. Horses who do not have 2 wins on the resume lifetime, 6 furlong sprint. We start with the horse who now gets the inside with the scratch of the 1.
Blame George. Could have the right style for this race. We've seen a lot of speed sign on to the outside. This horse could sit a nice pocket trip.
He's at 5-1. We'll see the 4 next. Dancing Cossack, who comes in off a maiden claiming win on a sloppy track.
See Dancing Cossack fitted with that breastplate that's put on there to keep the saddle in place for horses that have narrow withers. Saddle tends to slide back. That holds it where it needs to be.
Belfast Boy comes in just 1 for 14.
Takes a meaningful drop in class and, understandably taking money.
Shack's Way, he's coming out of a pretty tough race. Ernie Banker, he's won 3 in a row. Incorruptible, he won his next out effort as well.
Yeah, and I understand why he's a favorite, but don't you think that he's going to be facing a lot of heat? There's a lot of speed signed on around him, including this horse, the 7, Violent Pass.
And for Michael Hewitt, he's on the board at 17-1, and Mega Tap, he is not slow either. A lot of seconds, though.
A lot of seconds, but another horse with speed signed on could keep the heat on. And the fact that you have 3 speeds all side by side, that's when you tend to see horses really hook up and a speed will develop. There's no separation. They kind of feed on each other's energy and they keep themselves keen.
8-5 favorite. It is Shack's Way right now. Meets leading rider. David Cabrera has been tremendous at this Oaklawn meet. Meanwhile, back in New York, Scott Torre. Dylan Davis, he was the story in that jockey colony at the winter meet. Collected the first title of his career, 27 years old. I know you're very close with him. You had to be very proud.
Oh, very proud of him, and I love the improvement Dylan's shown. One thing that I've liked since he returned from injury is his consistency. He's shown up every day. His approach is unwavering. His commitment to his preparation's unwavering. And I think that's something that he lacked at times, a little bit of that consistency, which I think I'm seeing now, maturity. He's stronger, looks so much like his dad, Robbie, finishing on horses. And Robbie, tremendous rider himself. But Dylan, really doing well, and deservedly so, worked hard to get there.
So many sports, you see, obviously everything evolves over time. You look at the prices, but strength training and all that, and fitness levels, how much has that evolved in the game for jockey?
Well, I think it's evolved immensely. Guys just take better care of themselves. They're more in tune with nutrition, understanding that as a jockey, you only have so many calories a day to work with. You've got to maintain a weight. You have to look at food as fuel, not eat for pleasure and just hang out with your buddies and go get a cheeseburger and a milkshake. You've got to use everything you put into your body. What's it going to do for me? How is it going to fuel me?
I have incredible discipline. Nightcap in New York, 6 furlongs, $20,000 maiden claiming race. Motion to strike. Speed from the inside and back down to a level, dropping today that he ran out a couple back when he had a 2.5 length lead in the stretch, but he got run down. He missed by a neck.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to show that speed from the inside again. And it appears as the day's gone on, particularly, you want to kind of get off of that rail. At least 4 or 5 paths.
Back to Oaklawn, minute to post here, coming up in the 6th. We talked about David Cabrera, what a tremendous meet he's having. He's on the favorite. You're looking at him right there on Shack's Way. He has just been dominant here in Hot Springs.
Yeah, he's been riding in fine form and, confidence level. Everything's about confidence with athletes. See this horse looking ultra sharp on the track. He is the son of Shackelford, who ran his best when he was involved in the pace and, showed that speed. And you can see he's outfitted with a neck strap. They just put a little strap around the horse's neck, give the rider a little something to hang on to leaving the starting gate instead of mane. Full disclosure, even when they would put one on a horse for me, I never touched it. I took a fingerful of mane. To me, it almost just seemed like it got in the way.
Really? Well, 9-5 here. He's just coming out of, that was a tough 20,000 starter allowance. Was on the air for that Ernie Banker win. Horse who actually ran an 83 buyer in a win back on April 2nd. He's put together, as I mentioned, 3 in a row. Incorruptible ran an 80 buyer in his next start. He was 3rd in that race, Shack's Way. Does you think for him to win, we talked about some of the other speeds, he too has to be in front?
It just seems like that's the way he's been running his best races. The one time he wasn't involved early, and that was going long. Maybe he just didn't want to go long. He didn't run too well. And if we go by pedigree, his sire Shackelford wanted to be on the lead. sometimes that, that DNA passes along. I doubt David Cabrera is looking to experiment as the favorite with rating tactics today.
Next door, this is Belfast boy Tiago Pereira, Mike Puich. And, I talked about the tough race Shax Way's coming out of. That was a 20 starter allowance. He was in a 50,000 starter allowance last out.
Yeah, but the race could set up well for him. If the speed materializes the way I feel like it could. Belfast boy, I think, is a beneficiary, as is the two horse, who I think is well drawn, going to save ground. That's Blame George. I think those two want to see those outside horses hook up and kind of make life difficult for each other.
Yeah, I mean, Belfast boy, 3 starts ago, he was in against Macron, who just beat Garhol, that really talented Arkansas-bred sprinter who had reeled off 4 in a row. He didn't. It's not that he broke. He just was sort of slow into stride last start, and it cost him in that defeat. But still, Macron won the race. This is a lot easier company for the 5.
Well, it seems like the first 3 or 4 strides for this horse are not his best. But you just hope you don't get shuffled back or squeezed back. Even if you don't break sharply, hopefully nobody takes your ground.
Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's race 6 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Very even start. Shax Way pokes his red blinkers in front, but Violent Pass is alongside, and so is Megatap. These 3 show speed. Dancing Cossack makes it 4 right across the racetrack. Belfast Boy away in 5th, and the early trailer is Blame George. Now 3 up the backstretch with Shax Way, Violent Pass, and a 3-wide Megatap. These 3 right across the racetrack. Belfast Boy is probably committed to a 4-wide run rounding the far turn. He's a joint 4th just alongside Dancing Cossack. Blame George is the trailer, many chances leaving the back stretch, and Shax Way is a half ahead in front. Violent Pass and Megatap right there with him. Then comes Belfast Boy. He's only 2 off the lead. Blame George is moving up outside of him, and now they'll move together. Dancing Cossack has dropped out last. Many chances top of the stretch. Shax Way. Violent Pass, a 4-wide Blame George. He beat Belfast Boy to the spot at the top of the stretch, and here comes Blame George outside of Shax Way. Shax Way and Blame George. Belfast Boy 3rd now and 2 from the front. Shax Way or Blame George. These 2 shoulder to shoulder. Shax Way inside. Blame George outside. Shax Way. Blame George. Shax Way just in front. Shax Way. Shax Way beat Blame George. Belfast Boy was 3rd. Violent Pass finished 4th.
Shax Way looks like he eked this one out. You got a feel for Belfast Boy. He was screaming for room in the stretch. Got bounced around and couldn't get through.
Well, you see that contact being made there with the 2 Blame George, the rider trying to keep Tiago Pereira, Tiago Pereira kind of blocked in there. He was trying to, hold his path. I think the 2-horse cost himself with that contact, as well as costing the 5 Belfast Boy, and it allowed Shax Way to battle back. I got the pace I was anticipating. The 2 horses I liked got in each other's way as closers, but got to give the winner a lot of credit. He fought for it. He was the last man standing after a barroom brawl on the lead.
Shax Way, son of Shackelford, picks up the 2nd win of his career here in 8 starts. We'll have the prices from this when we come back unofficially. 6-2-5 finish. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, 4th annual live telethon to support the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. It is this Sunday as the industry unites to support jockeys who've suffered serious on-track injuries. We'll have all the details when we come back.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Back on America's Day at the races on FS2. We saw a rough and rugged stretch run in the 6th from Oaklawn. Shack's Way gets the win in the end. Second win of his 8-race career. David Cabrera meets leading rider. Give him another one.
Yeah, fought it out on the lead. Shack's Way was involved in the duel I anticipated, but kept fighting for it. We see that contact back there between the 5 Belfast Boy and the 2-horse Blaine George, who made the sweeping run, failed to change leads. He's on his left lead. Horses need to switch over to their right lead, get a little bit more energy. But I'll give the winner, Shack's Way, a lot of credit. He duked it out on the front end and kept finding when he met the challenge of the 2 Blaine George, who made a pretty quick, I thought, middle move, and probably a lot to try to stuff the 5 Belfast Boy. And I think you hurt your own horse too when you make that body contact. I know if I was Tiago, I wouldn't be too happy right now with the rider of the 2 Blaine George.
All right, not official yet, by the way, so we'll see what happens there. I want to remind everyone, 4th annual telethon to raise money for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund is coming up this weekend. And we'll have part of it here on the program throughout our show on America's Day at the Races on Sunday. We'll be connecting with personalities and horsemen who have been involved with the important work that they do, Mig.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm really proud of all the riders that step up and dedicate so much of their time, whether it's autograph signing or karaoke or the basketball game against the trainers, to continually raise funds for the PDJF, understanding that the riders that are helped by the PDJF could as easily be any one of us. And being involved with it, it's such a source of pride when you see you can make a difference in somebody's life. And Nancy LaSala works tirelessly for the PDJF, but the riders do as well. They give of themselves. And again, we're all like a family. At times, it's a dysfunctional family. Go back to the same locker room with guys you're competing with. You don't always get along with guys. But at the end of the day, you're there for each other. And I just, ask the public to please be there for these riders. They need our help, and it's up to us. It's incumbent upon us to do what we can.
If you love this sport, if you follow this sport, even casually, any amount helps. Give just a little, give what you can. That's where you can donate, pdjf.org/donate. Again, that telethon Sunday, 12 to 6 Eastern. Just a few of the names that are going to be involved with that: Alex Solis, Chris McCarron, Ramon Dominguez, Shane Sellers, Donna Barton Brothers, Steve Cawthon, and many, many others, and many great prizes being given away, including tickets for Friday and Saturday at this year's Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland.
Very worthwhile cause, and if you love the sport, you know that the jockeys put it out there on the line every single day. Two charities are close to my heart. Anything to do with thoroughbred retirement. The horses deserve a dignified, respectful retirement. They've given us everything. It's up to us to make sure they're taken care of and nobody falls through the cracks. And riders, they're out there. How many jobs do you have an ambulance follow you around?
Yeah, it's not, if you're a rider, you know better than anyone. You've had several surgeries, some scary falls, but not question of if, but when. And you just hope when it is your time that you're in an accident, it's not severe.
Yeah, it's an accepted risk. You understand it going in. You go in with your eyes wide open, but it's a reality. And unfortunately, there's guys that need more help than others, and men and women. Excuse me, I shouldn't say guys. I'm lumping it in. It's men and women that endeavor to do something very difficult and very tough.
Back at Oaklawn, those prices are in Shack's Way with that victory. And this result stands in here. Belfast Boy took that late money down to even money. Shack's Way, though, 2 wins, 8 starts. Tim Martin, Heath Aaron, Sheena Campbell, David Cabrera, the meets leading rider again aboard for that win in race 6. We're going to take a timeout. We got the nightcap still ahead in New York, and there's currently the horse to beat, Motion to Strike, back in for a level where he nearly got it done back on January 20th on a wet track. Can he seal the deal today? We'll be back.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to
win the big gap. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was at #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Son of Warfront, the Sons have done well. War Command, The Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
A War of Will, some of his foals. Grade 1 winners you heard on both dirt and turf, won a classic. Pretty special performer. And now making news again because Claiborne becomes the first farm to partner with a Division I athlete in this newly created name, image, and likeness endorsement space with Kentucky quarterback Will Levis, who if you have not seen him perform, he is pretty incredible, especially on his feet. 4 rushing touchdowns against Louisville. He could have a real big year this year coming up.
Well, for a guy that likes to make analogies to other sports about horses and racing and talking about horses as they develop and mature and when they become college athletes, when they go on to pros, I think it's a perfect mix. And I love what I saw there. And you could see the guy's athleticism. I mean, he's a specimen.
Yeah, he is indeed. And I'm sure a lot of you already seen the spot. It's been airing on our program. So interesting to see. It's a new ball game with these college athletes having these opportunities. We got the nightcap coming up here in New York, $20,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs ahead. We saw Motion to Strike as we went to break, who is still our 2-1 favorite. There he is again. Pat Reynolds, Javier Castellano. You got to think he's going to try and use that speed from where he's drawn on the inside to his advantage.
And to me, it looks like he plays out as the controlling speed, doesn't he? I mean, I don't see anybody that possesses his natural early speed.
Well, this, I don't know, how do you look at this? Positive or negative? Got the lead. He had a 2.5 length lead in the stretch on a wet track, but he gets run down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, of course it raises questions, and he's going to have to be used again. I mean, he opened up at the top of the stretch, and then he just seemed like he kind of bogged down a little bit, and he got caught. And he's just, I didn't see any excuses.
Do like the fact that at least there's big separation back to third.
Yeah, I think that's always kind of an encouraging thing when there's at least separation back to the third horse. Maybe it speaks that the winner just ran a big race. I mean, certainly from a buyer speed figure standpoint, that was Motion to Strike's best race of his life.
Acacia should have the lead again today. Is today the day?
Yeah, today could potentially be the day for Motion to Strike. I didn't love that he was caught 2 starts back and on a wet track, but it's interesting. I obviously haven't seen him in a while, and he's really done well now as a 4-year-old. He was kind of a rather narrow type, kind of didn't carry his weight well between races, and he looks very strong in here today. He's also very laid back. For a horse that possesses the natural speed that he has, typically I like to see them a little bit more revved up in the paddock area, just more knowing that it's game time. So I'll keep my eye on him when they head out for warm-ups and as we progress through the preliminaries, but I do think he looks well suited. There are a couple of others that I actually liked. The number 4, Angeli Blue, I remember being really underwhelmed by him in his debut when he sprinted on turf. He was very small, kind of unassuming, just not much of him. Didn't really seem to stack up to the other 2-year-olds. He ran okay in maiden special weight in his race 2 starts back at Monmouth, and he drops in class today. So the drop in class, I think, is the key for him. While he didn't necessarily grow up, he filled out, which is something that you like to see as a 3-year-old. He's bred top and bottom for turf, being by Air Force Blue out of a Galileo mare, but he has very small feet, and sometimes that really lends itself well to a wet track and just being able to skip over the surface, not sink into it too much, those kind of smaller, cuppier type of feet. And I do like that he has filled out and he seems to carry himself with a little bit more confidence now, making the first start of his 3-year-old season. I'm not sold on him in here, but I did notice a marked difference from 2 to 3. The number 10, Lord Gatling, has not done much running in his 2 races so far, but he is a gelding and he's dropping in class as well, and this is his first start on dirt after running on synthetic in his first 2 races. This is his 3rd consecutive start that he's been stuck with the outside post, but he does have some speed as well. He's another one. He's a very lightly framed type. He's very, very fit, but he's very, very lithe, very lean, and he's handled himself well in these conditions such that he looks to me like the type of horse that should get over a wet track quite well. And if he's able to sustain that speed a little bit more, maybe get over from the outside post, sit just behind the inside runner, having Dylan Davis as well today certainly is not a bad thing either. Greg?
Not at all. Trying to, as we told you earlier, collect his 4th win of the afternoon as we look at the Pick 5 Will Pays to the favorite who's on your screen. $588 to everybody else, $1,000 and beyond.
Yeah, and a fairly formful sequence too.
Yeah, I mean, that's a terrific payoff. All right, we're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. Obviously, the break crucial. Motion to Strike. So what do you do? You're on the rail. We've seen, obviously, the last couple of races, too. You want to stay off the inside. What does Javier Castellano do early in the race?
Come out running and do the steady drift to about the 4 or 5 path. So by the time you get to the 5/8 pole, you're already out. And if anybody wants to go inside, go ahead. If they want to stay outside of you, go ahead. I'm going to keep you packed out there. Take control of it.
Here is Javier. So last time at this level, that heartbreaker with a 2.5 length lead that evaporated. 9-5 right now. Here's Fazaro.
Fazaro, has run okay. It's going to need to improve. Last race was all right, though.
Distant third. Beat 10-plus lengths. Here's Irie Spice, cuts back in distance.
Cuts back in distance is going to have to improve.
21-1 on the son of Keen Ice. Angeli Blue, new gelding here, who is making his 3-year-old debut.
And big drop in class. I thought if there was going to be an upset, this was the horse that I would lean on.
Big, quick 3-furlong drill out of the gate, too, in preparation for this first start of his 3-year-old campaign. Any minute, the 5. It's 7-1, Trevor McCarthy, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, horse that's, has kind of been nibbling around the edges. Going to have to find a little bit more in the tank.
We ready? Getting a 14th opportunity, shortens up.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities. Has some races. It certainly puts his horse in the frame, but that 0 for 13 always kind of scares me away.
hardly working. Manny Franco on a 17-1 shot.
Horse just hasn't shown very much in the 2 starts. Is going to have to really turn it around.
David Donk with a horse who that last start makes him a little intriguing. Here's a big number, 7-1. Well, I guess near his morning line.
Yeah, I think this horse can lay up close too. I think this horse certainly has a look.
Exceptional. We'll see the 9 next at 30-1. No front shoes again on Exceptional.
And don't like that, and don't like the fact that this horse has been so well beaten in 2 starts. It just really would have to find in a race we haven't seen in the first 2 starts.
And this is the big X factor horse of the race. He's had 2 starts, both against better, maiden special weight, but they were on synthetic.
Another one with the makeover. Returns as a gelding, drops in class, goes from synthetic to dirt. I think that's the question for me, because the horse definitely has more of a turf/synthetic pedigree than he does a off-racetrack pedigree. That being said, the drop in class, sometimes that helps more than anything else.
Still 7-1. Fairly big price than a horse outside here with that drop. 2 minutes to post in our final race on the card in New York. Still got a lot coming up, including the feature at Oaklawn. As you get a look at the 3-2 favorite, Motion to Strike, Javier Castellano. You want to play this race? All the action ahead at Oaklawn and our big Wood Memorial program on Saturday. You can do it with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 deposit sign-up bonus with that promo code STAKES200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So 3-win day. You'd love to add a 4th here. Coming off the first riding title of his career, there's Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Dylan, Kendrick Carmouche got off to a lightning quick start. He actually went 8 for 16 opening week of the Aqueduct Spring Meeting, 50%. Dylan took a day or 2 to kind of get on track coming off of that leading rider, but he's certainly on track now and could draw within 1 here of Kendrick. Trevor, big meet over the winter, 2nd leading rider, and of course that apprentice that we keep talking about, Jose Gomez. Again, watching apprentice jockeys is so important to see that improvement and how they become consistent, because that tells you they're really seeing a race and they're learning, and that's why they get a weight allowance. Gives trainers and owners an incentive to ride a young guy, give him an opportunity, knowing full well that, yes, early on he may make some mistakes, but once they kind of get that experience and get a little seasoned, Greg, and you're getting 5 pounds, it's starting that you're stealing with the 5 pounds, because you're getting a rider that has garnered enough experience, and I think this kid is right at that place right now.
Let's head back to Acacia.
I just wanted to circle back to what I had said about the number 1 Motion to Strike back in the paddock, how he was so laid back. Once he got out on track, immediately left the pony, and Javier Castellano gave him a very big warm-up. And one thing that I like too is that even after that big warm-up and getting the air in his lungs, he kept him trotting, kept him moving forward, perked him up a lot out there on track to use that speed from the inside, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Acacia going to go outside. Mig, you're not going to mess around. Going to stick with the speed on the rail.
Well, I've been trying to beat chalk all day, and it hasn't been working out so well for me. So now I'll go with the chalk, and it'll probably get the chalk beat.
First time in his career he's been a favorite. A lot to like about him today. Should be in front. I mean, you look at the rest of this field, too. He should have a clear lead, although, I mean, he had a clear lead last time.
Yeah, but I think today, you know, you're better off being the one throwing mud at people instead of getting mud thrown at you. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't want mud coming in my face.
People pay a lot of money for facials, though, those mud packs.
From South Ozone Park. Imported from Aqueduct Racetrack.
And with some horse manure blended in.
Set for this finale on this Aqueduct card. Again, the feature from Oaklawn still to come, so stay with us. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Lord Gatling moves in. We're set for the start of the 8th race finale. And the rough. From the inside, Motion to Strike is hustled out for the early lead. Any minute runs in second. Mr. JT is next in third. Exceptional on the outside runs in fourth. Hardly Working is next in fifth. And Lord Gatling far outside in sixth. Followed by Anjali Blue in seventh. Then it's We Ready who's next in eighth. Fazaro and Irie Spice is the trailer.
The leader is Motion to Strike in front here by 2.5 lengths. Mr. JT and Exceptional, they are heads apart, second and third. Lord Gatling is on the move on the outside into fourth. The quarter went in 22 and 2. Hardly Working runs in fifth any minute. Dropping back at the rail on the outside is We Ready, and then Fazaro and Irie Spice. Motion to Strike, the favorite, has the lead at the top of the stretch. It is Motion to Strike in front by 4 lengths as Lord Gatling moves up on the outside into second. Then it's Mr. JT and Exceptional. Motion to Strike is the leader. Lord Gatling continues to close, but there's just a 16th to the finish. It is Motion to Strike in front. Lord Gatling in second. Motion to Strike is the winner by a length. Lord Gatling was second. Big break. Back to We Ready in third.
Things got interesting late. Javier Castellano chose to go down toward the inside, which a lot of the riders have been staying away from here late in the card.
Well, he did a great job. He broke alertly from the inside. He hustled to lead, and it appeared, and that's why I wanted to see this head on. Keep your eye on the one horse, that he does, remove himself from the rail down the backstretch. You can see he's chased him pretty hard here. You want to get clear enough so that you're allowed by the letter of the law to take any portion of the track. You see now how he angled out. He got off like that. You see there's standing water on the inside, and that's kind of what I anticipated him doing. What really worried me, though, is in the stretch, he kind of started wandering back down towards that. You can see he's out in about the 4 path here. And the horse lingers on his left lead, and right up in here, he's going to change his right lead. Right there. He's going right there. He changes, but he drifted back down to what I think is the slowest part of the track. And I went, oh, no, he's going to get nailed now by the 10, who Acacia liked, 6-1. Nice round out your exacta. But then he kept finding a little bit. Javier kind of wrapped up on him a little bit late. But I knew he'd come off the rail. I was just surprised he drifted back towards the rail at one point.
That's made for a little drama late in the race. Wins by about 3/4 of a length in the end. And breaks his maiden career start number 8.
Fairly confident handling, though, huh? He just kind of, and I think Javier started out the day winning and ended the day winning. So he bookended the day of racing. And Pat Reynolds, trainer, does a really good job. One of those old school horsemen, has been winning races quietly for many years.
So Motion Strike, form holds again, 4-5 favorite. Takes the finale in New York. We'll get those prices coming up as we head back to Hot Springs and race 7. Conditions here, a $40,000 maiden claiming race. So everybody up for sale in this race, and a 2-turn mile and a 16th distance. Here's Millard's Smile, John Geraldo.
Yeah, John Geraldo, horse making a nice impression on the track. Stretched out, moving up to Maiden Allowance Company. Ran well, ran better. I think the drop in class is the trick.
Declare the Moon ran second against a little bit softer last start.
A little bit softer, moves back up in company.
Pudge Boy Palace at 12-1 start. Number 2, he sprinted in the debut.
Sprinted first time, could improve with the run, and see how the stretch out does for him.
Lundberg, he too was a sprinter first time out. It was against Straight Maiden Company, though, and he took money in that race.
He took money. It's Brad Cox dropping in class, stretching out by Uncle Mo. I think the stretch out will be
$400,000 son of Uncle Mo. Here's Treaty at 5-2.
Yeah, a horse that's been running okay sprinting now gets the stretch out for Diodoro and David Cullen. Tough combination.
Favored at 5-2. The 7, New Gelding here, making career start number 9, Dreamer Delight.
Yeah, the Gelding's going to have to make a big positive impact. This horse really just hasn't run very fast yet.
32-1, Tiger Moon, 0 for 7 in the money.
Claimed for $10,000 last time, moves up to 40. Big step up in class.
Ice Blast, Steve Asmussen with Ramon Vasquez.
Kind of taking another drop in class, maybe getting down to a level that can make him more competitive.
And outside, El Potente, first time going long here in a horse with speed sprinting.
Speed sprinting with an outside post. Look for Louis Contreras to kind of blast off. He's going to have to clear the field, but he looks like he's fast enough. I mean, he's gone 21 and change attending the pace.
Yeah, he is going to be the one to catch with more on the horse on the outside. Let's go back to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, he catches my interest just for the fact that this race is completely devoid of early speed except for El Potente. And Rene Mescua, his trainer, is a very, very sharp individual. Listen, this horse's pedigree points all day long to all long. By Temple City, he was all long, and out of his Silver Charm mare. Well, we know what Silver Charm did. He wasn't going 1.25 miles in the Kentucky Derby. So I like this horse. He looks great out on the racetrack. Shiny coat. Up underneath himself, looked like a happy horse, and that's where I'm going to jump at the big price on the outside, 9-1, guys.
It's intriguing here on a horse you should be in front, that 10 horse El Potente, as we get a look here at the 2. Favorite, though, remains Lundberg, Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr., and a horse who is dropping out of a straight maiden sprint.
Yeah, and again, a horse that took money first time was 4-1, 4.5 to 1. And usually that's indication the horse has worked well. Now the horse stretches out. Uncle Mo is a sire that gets all kinds of horses, but they're usually long striding horses that when they're able to get into a good rhythm, they're more effective. So maybe the stretch out facilitates that. Brad Cox using Ricardo Santana a little bit more and more. It's kind of worked him into the rotation.
Alex Conchari conserving that energy on the one who wants to be in front and try and wire this field. This 10 horse El Potente holding at 8-1 in here. Yeah. And just you try and open up on this field and kind of break their spirit.
Well, I think the key to riding a front runner is establishing the lead, basically kind of discouraging anybody from taking you on early. Get the breather in the middle, but then at a certain point in the race when you've established an advantage, use the advantage. Don't allow the closers into the race. At some point, if you've gotten it easy enough on the front end, start putting separation. Start letting your horse march on around the far turn. Build the lead. Take them off the bridle. Make them work to stay with you. That's the art of riding a front runner. I've never understood when guys hold horses up until closers are on top of them and then try to outkick them. So in essence, your strategy was to outkick the kickers. You played to their strength instead of making them play your game. And briefly getting back, Gary brought up Rene Mescua. At one time, he was an assistant to Dave Hoffman's in California, then went out on his own. I actually won a race for him at Hollywood Park on a little filly named Legs That Don't Quit. She just got up by a nose. Her legs didn't quit on her that day. Very good horseman.
Meanwhile, this horse remains your favorite, the Brad Cox runner, with Ricardo in a very unfamiliar position this year, looking up at someone else as the leading rider at the meet.
Well, listen, as good a rider as Ricardo is, you knew that when he didn't have the full support of the Steve Asmussen barn behind him, it was going to be more difficult for him. Steve is using a lot of different guys. When Joel's there, it seems like Joel's become the #1 guy. He's used Ricardo as well, but it's spread around a lot more. When you don't have that steady supply, and just to give you an idea, Steve Asmussen's already trained over 115 winners this year. This is the beginning of April. He's already got 115. So, and obviously that's spread out over the country, Greg, but he's a guy who's going to supply you with a steady supply of live horses to ride.
But and we've talked about it too. I mean, long term for Ricardo could wind up being a really good thing, getting to ride for all these different barns and establishing those connections.
I think it's very important to have business that is spread out. It spreads out the risk. You don't want all your eggs in one basket. Listen, relationships go sour. Trainers and jockeys all the time, they fall out. Owners get a little tired of a rider. We haven't been lucky.
Sometimes for no reason whatsoever.
Absolutely. And that's not to say it's the rider's fault or it's anybody's fault. It's just the way relationships go. When you're doing business with somebody steadily, if you go into a lull, there's a little bit of a slump, which Ricardo was last fall. He went into a slump, and you're heading to the biggest day of racing. You understand why connections make moves. They're trying to give themselves the best opportunity on the biggest days. And then it's how a rider handles those things. I know early in my career I had a hard time handling those things. You mature, you learn, it's business. You don't want to close the door. You don't want to blow up the bridge. I didn't burn a lot of bridges. I blew them up completely. But you learn that sometimes a little humbleness, a little humility. Got to swallow your pride a little bit, but
And that business will come back around.
You'll work your way back into it. But I think it's important to be diverse and ride for as many people as you can. You know, one year I was leading rider here at one of the meets with 54 winners. It was for 26 different trainers. You know, I liked that it kind of showed that I was alive in every barn. I might not have been batting cleanup for a particular barn, but I was in the lineup.
Meanwhile, as they make their way to the gate here, the 9-4, Steve Asmussen, has become the favorite here. He's using Ramon Vasquez in this race, and a horse now who is steadily dropping down the class ladder.
Yeah, and a horse that, you know, certainly I think is a contender. He's not that far off of he's actually the favorite now, which kind of surprised me a little bit, but it's Steve Asmussen, over 37 winners now at the current stand at Oaklawn. That's a lot of winners for a trainer, you know, and if one jockey's riding all of them, that's a strong backbone, isn't it? But Steve's using a lot of different guys now.
Looks like it's pretty much down to him and Diodoro for the training title. As they step in, there is the 4 for Brad Cox. Those yellow and green blocks with the black emblems, the Alba Family Racing Stable and Donegal. You're going to see Mo Donegal in action here in the Wood on Saturday.
Coming back to this the spot of his biggest victory in the Remsen.
Indeed. Vic Stauffer here with his 7th from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Pudge Boy Palace broke very well. So did Treaty between horses, El Potente in the center, and Dreamer's Delight. These 4 go very fast. Ice Blast away in 5th. Then comes a very rank Lundberg. Tiger Moon is next. The 2 trailers are Declare the Moon and Millard's Smile. A match race to the backstretch with Treaty and El Potente, and they go very quickly. El Potente now going to clear off for Conchari. He leads by a neck. Treaty is second by 2.5 lengths to Ice Blast, who's moved into 3rd outside of Pudge Boy Palace. 2.5 back to Dreamer's Delight. A length and a half to Lundberg. At the rail and about 7 from the front. 2.5 more to Tiger Moon. At the back of the pack are Declare the Moon, and the trailer is Millard's Smile. Lots of pace on up front. Now set all by El Potente. El Potente, a half mile from the money, and now 3 lengths in front of Treaty. Ice Blast is moving outside of Treaty, and Pudge Boy Palace is at the rail. Lundberg still has about 6 lengths to make up, with Tiger Moon just inside of him. 3.5 back to Declare the Moon. He passes Millard's Smile, and now the trailer is Dreamer's Delight, and the leader is still El Potente. El Potente at the quarter pole, a 2-length lead on Treaty. Pudge Boy Palace is next. Then comes Lundberg, who just ran right by Ice Blast. Here's Lundberg, and moving from the back of the pack is Declare the Moon. Still, it's El Potente, the one to catch. Tiger Moon comes after him in second, and now we have a new leader. It's Tiger Moon past mid-stretch, and he leads by 2 lengths. El Potente is second. Then Pudge Boy Palace and Declare the Moon, but Tiger Moon is clear as 16th out, and now he's 5 lengths in front. Declare the Moon second. Tiger Moon in front. Tiger Moon won by 6. Declare the Moon was second. Pudge Boy Palace third. El Potente finished 4th.
A few Tiger fans might have had this horse. Returns 1 under opening round at the Masters. Not bad. Tiger Moon the win at a huge price.
Huge price. Horse claimed for 10 last time. Circled up. Drew off as much the best under Martin Garcia.
Hard one to find, isn't it?
I couldn't come up with this horse, but I like what you said off cameras. Tiger Woods led the first round of the Masters. Nice hunch bet.
3 back.
1 on, but still, I mean, just to return off of,
incredible.
Horrific accident. And, man, this horse drew off as much the best. No
had
lurching
that
the last
one
7.
race at Keeneland. That was a race that was scheduled for the grass that came off, where he showed some ability.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it was very tough to find anything positive to say about him.
And that was, a few months ago when he said several runs between. And, hey, but that's why it's horse racing. It's not – it's pretty is as pretty does on the racetrack. Sometimes you don't like the way a horse looks, and then they run lights out. This horse certainly outrun his odds, obviously.
10 strikes again. JK might have had a few bucks on that horse. Well, the prices from that one coming up in a moment. Back to New York. Motion to strike Javier Castellano. And this horse finally switched leads, as you pointed out in the stretch. Got a little bit closer to that inside that has not been a great place to be. late in the card and able to hold off, though, this hard-charging 10, Lord Gatling, for the win.
Well, I think this is a great example, too. Keep an eye. He's leading with his front left leg for people who have hard time picking it up. Now, watch when he shifts his weight towards inside there. He switched over. Now he's leading with his right front leg. But he drifted down to what I have thought of as the deeper part of the track. Javier then corrected him. He drifted back out a little late, and he won with something left. But when he went in, took those steps in, Greg, I thought, oh, he's going to bog down and get caught. But got it done. Speed was good from the inside, getting off the rail, motion to strike. Javier Castellano on your favorite, 390. Lord Gatling, round out your exacta. Nice exacta, 110, paid $18 for a buck. And you could thank Acacia Courtney if you had it, because she liked the runner-up.
Yeah. 4-5 over 6-1 for that exacta. Late pick 5, not bad. Jade's Dream at 3-1. Rock Sugar, major player at 3-1 for Bill Morey. His guns blazing. Who could have said, well, maybe he was one of the speeds of the race. He actually didn't get the lead. Came from off the pace to win that race. No big prices anywhere in that sequence. It still pays great.
Paid great, and my apologies. I did the same thing. I said Acacia Courtney. It's Acacia Courtney. Come on.
Thank you.
So I made the same mistake, and I'm sure we'll
months.
make it again.
By Saratoga, we'll get it corrected.
Maybe.
Congratulations to the newlywed as well, and it's great to have her back on the program. Hopefully, it's our last time we make that mistake. Be patient with us, Acacia. Back at Oaklawn in the winner's circle. Tiger Moon at a monster price. Horse who, almost impossible to find where this came from, was in for 10 maiden claiming last start and showed very little.
Yeah, I told you sometimes horses change barns, getting a little bit of a different routine, a little different feeding program, change of scenery, and something clicks. And I'm always quick to point out, it's never an indictment on the former connections, just horses respond to different things differently. And obviously this horse responded well. Man, big price, $61 for Tiger Moon. Martine Garcia and Lindsay Schultz, congratulations to trainer, first time off the claim, 10 strike racing. I guess they got a pretty good eye and saw something they liked, obviously.
Question. Say their names a lot on this program. Nice little pick 3 there as well, 209 for $1. And the 8th, their featured race, is coming up next. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field. Hartley right now, one pretty impressive first time out for 50 maiden claiming. Claimed out of that race, and now the jump up in class for start number 2. It's going to get tougher, obviously, facing winners. Talk more about this field when we come back. Going to take a timeout, and we'll talk about a race certainly with a very rich history. Silver Bullet Day, Serena Song, Heavenly Prize, Regret, all former winners of the Gazelle. Stay with us.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
For more than a century, the Gazelle Stakes has occupied an important place on the calendar. The race plays a key role in determining divisional honors, and its list of winners includes many of the greatest fillies to ever place a hoof on the racetrack. Inaugurated in 1887, the first edition of the Gazelle established its significance right from the beginning, as its first winner, Firenze, was a 3-time champion and Hall of Fame member. 9 other winners joined her in the Hall, including Masquette, Gallant Bloom, Heavenly Prize, Serena's Song, and Silver Bullet Day.
Silver Bullet Day in front. Queen's Word moving late, but it is Silver Bullet Day.
In its first 2 decades, Gazelle winners Belle Dame and Regret were Horse of the Year. Over 126 years, 35 Gazelle winners were champions, including Bateau, Forward Gal, Desert Vixen, Close Hatches, and Awesome Feather.
Down to the finish. Awesome Feather. Perfect.
Traditionally contested in the fall, it was moved to the spring, and now remains an influential race on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. No matter where the Gazelle falls on the racing calendar, it cannot be denied it is one of the most historical and prestigious races for a sophomore filly to have on her resume. It will continue to produce champions.
Some really just incredible names on that list who have gone on to do amazing things. Well done voicing that over, by the way. Good to hear your voice on that. This year's edition going to be fun as well on this loaded Saturday we have coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you start seeing those names and the fact that they've on the Hall of Fame honor roll and, you know, champions, and the fact that a lot of these horses have races named for them.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of gives you an idea of what kind of horses we're talking about. But race with a great history, and again, near and dear to my heart. My last Grade 1 victory came in the Gazelle when it was still a Grade 1.
Well, this year's edition, it's a New York bred who's leading the way in here is the filly to beat in this spot, Venti Valentine. That 3-year-old debut in the Busher, that was dominant from her when she won by 7 lengths, drawing away for Jorge Abreu and New York Final Furlong Racing. Manny Franco, the return call. What'd you think of it?
I thought it was very impressive. And the fact that I was speaking with Jorge Abreu before the race, and he was like, I kind of wish I had another work or two. I think a lot of trainers feel that way. The one thing that I questioned, and I actually even spoke to Manny Franco a little bit about this, you don't have to ride one, especially a filly coming back off Alea, quite as hard as he did. I know you get excited. I know I did it as a rider. But, you know, kind of ask them. Don't demand so much. I mean, he relaxed on her and let her coast in, and I thought this was a very, very good effort. And really, this filly's about 1.5 feet away from being perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, she was narrowly beaten in the Demoiselle, where she had body contact. You know, she did get brushed and bumped a little bit that day. But this is what I'm talking about. Just Manny, maybe, you know, strong physical rider. Sometimes you get a little carried away, and I think he finally settled down and then allowed her to do it. Good horses, you ask them, and they answer. You don't have to demand as much, but I thought a real big effort, and she should be very, very tough to beat in the Gazelle.
As you said, I mean, it was just a neck from perfection when she was beat by Ness to close out her 2-year-old campaign. At that 1.8 Demoiselle as a 2-year-old. Classy edition, going to get plenty of support as well for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Joel Rosario will ride. This was her comeback race as a 3-year-old. Filly who beats her, Kathleen O, looks like she's very talented.
Yeah, filly of Sugar McGaze, who's definitely one of the contenders for the Kentucky Oaks. You know, it's interesting. This filly was so good against New York breds early in her career, reeled up to 3 victories, was impressive. And you go, well, okay, but I'm not quite sure, you know, what is she beating? And then she goes down into Devona Dale and runs that well against Kathleen O. And it's interesting that 2 of the major contenders in the Gazelle are both New York bred fillies. I mean, you got Classy Edition as well as Venti Valentine, bred in the state of New York. I think it says so much about the New York breeding program and what a good product they've been consistently put out by the New York Thoroughbred breeders. 2 very good fillies.
Meanwhile, some horses in a filly like Nostalgic sometimes take a little bit of time to come along and grow up, and it looks like based off her last performance, she's starting to grow up.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, that's the thing. Horses have to figure the game out. Sometimes they're ready physically, but mentally they're not 100% understanding of their job. She ran well first time, coming from well off the pace at Belmont. ran okay in the Demoiselle, was only beaten 4.5 lengths, and they tried the turf. I think that kind of muddies up. She didn't want any part of the turf. And last time comes back with a big win here. I always thought this filly was a filly with a future, particularly as the distances kept stretching out. I liked the way she ran first time out. She took kickback. She overcame adversity. She showed a professionalism that young horses don't always show. And I think they got her back on track. She's a nice filly, and she'd like to see a little pace in front of her because she's one that kind of wants to find a rhythm and then come with a run.
Bill Mott trains Nostalgic for Godolphin. Going to be fun to see her in action. But yeah, a couple of New York breds kind of leading the show in that Grade 3 Gazelle. We'll see if that's the case after they cross the wire. What a lineup we have on Saturday on Wood Day. Grade 1 Carter. And of course, the road to the Kentucky Oaks with the Gazelles we were just talking about. Bayshore is very interesting as well. I think one of the horses, at least I'm most interested to see on the entire program, is Wit now coming back as a 3-year-old for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Wit, so good as a 2-year-old, a horse that never really was very sharp away from the gate, but always would come with a finish, and really has never run a bad race. I mean, he's run well in all of them. Here's the Sanford Stakes, Saratoga's second start. Again, didn't break particularly sharp this day, but then made a long, extended run and really powered away through the stretch. Again, something I talk about, I just thought that, you know, this particular day, Irad Ortiz, young horses, don't demand so much. Ask. You don't have to, you know, don't punish them for doing what you're asking them to do. And again, I know how it is. Sometimes you get excited in big races, but Wit, hard-ridden all the way to the finish here. Ran okay in the Hopeful against Gunite.
Had an excuse in that race.
Had an excuse, came back in the Champagne, then he went to the shelf. He's been working at Todd Pletcher's winter base at Palm Beach Downs. Been working well, it appears. I'm with you. I'm excited to see how he comes back as a 3-year-old.
And he's probably never going to be a horse that breaks super sharp out of the gate. But that middle move he showed in the Sanford, that's what got everyone so excited about this horse.
Well, and to be able to continue making that long, sustained run. Most horses have about a quarter-of-a-mile run in them. Really good horses a bit more. He basically started his forward progress from about the 4.5 furlong pole and kept on. And that's very unusual, particularly for a young horse.
So he'll draw post 9. Jose Ortiz will be aboard for his 3-year-old return to the races. First start back since the Champagne when he went to the bench. As you look at the field that's going to line up, in the 11th on the card on Wood Day at 7/8 of a mile in this Grade 3 Bayshore. Pletcher, stablemate of Wit here, Dean's List. He was undefeated going into the Gotham. Suffered his first defeat, but there's no shame in losing to Morello in your first defeat.
Losing to Morello and going a mile, and I remember looking at him that day here at Aqueduct and just getting the impression that more of a sprinter type, that a mile might have been stretching him. I like them turning him back to 7 furlongs. I think this horse has a lot of talent, and Morello is going to be a tough horse to handle in the Wood Memorial, a horse that's done everything right so far. Yeah, so, and also, you know what I liked? I mean, this horse was so dominant first time out. Then he showed the flip side of that, and he fought for it second time. So he's shown dimensions. He's shown that he's a horse that doesn't need everything to go his own way, that he'll fight for it. And I think that says a lot about his character as well.
He going to be the one in front?
I think so. I think he's just naturally that quick.
Cutting back to 7/8, maybe right up his alley. Meanwhile, Chad Brown, Klarovich right next door, highly respected. Tough spot for a horse with just one race under his belt tackling this kind of company in here, but he got an impressive figure in the debut. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was quick, and it was a fast race and a fast buyer figure. Listen, Chad Brown has success because he understands what his horses are capable of. He's not a guy that throws mud at the wall and, waits to see what sticks. He's winning at almost 40% on the year. He's winning at 60% at this current stand. He runs horses where he knows they're capable of competing. And not only do you have to be a good horseman, be a good caretaker, feed your horses properly, train them properly, keep them sound, you have to be a good manager and understand where your horses will excel. Set them up to succeed, not fail. Chad Brown is a master at that.
Start number 2, much tougher test, but sign of confidence that barn, and yeah, you talked about the numbers and the win percentages for Chad Brown. I mean, he was almost at the winter meet near 50% for the entire meet.
Yeah.
Incredible. We're taking time out. We still have the feature coming up at Oaklawn. There's Hartley. attracting a lot of attention, even though he won against Softer. 50 maiden claiming win, step up off a big 8-length score in that debut. Claimed out of that race. We'll be back with the post parade next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Cross Country Pick 5 back on Saturday. Kicks off at Keeneland with the Grade 2 Shakertown. They open, of course, tomorrow. Wood Memorial, Lake 2, Bluegrass, Carter Gazelle. One of the more high-profile Cross Country Pick 5s we'll have all year long.
Good quality races for that Cross Country Pick 5.
Bluegrass Stakes on the road to the Kentucky Derby. 100 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for Saturday in May. Zandon back for Chad Brown. Smile Happy back for Kenny McPeak, making just start number 2 of his 3-year-old campaign. The son of Run Happy coming off the first defeat of his career in that Risen Star when Epicenter beat him. This was his big moment, his coming out party in the Kentucky Jockey Club.
You always like to see horses that have shown an affinity for Churchill Downs. Smile Happy, big win here in the Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes as a 2-year-old. Loved the way he finished. This is something we've seen from the Run Happy offspring, that they possess speed, but they have stamina. He's got horses that are excelling as the distances stretch out, and I think that's what's making him such a good sire, that he's got horses that can be tactical, but they can continue. What do I always say, Greg? All good horses have one thing in common. They possess speed. It's how they use that speed. Smile Happy came back with a big run against Epicenter in the Risen Star.
Obviously, beat Classic Causeway, who had a couple of big Derby prep wins as a 3-year-old, but disappointed last time out. But White Barrio, too, was 3rd in that race. He's come up with a couple of big wins, including the Florida Derby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it speaks to the quality. I think he did take a step forward from 2 to 3. I thought his comeback as a 3-year-old was good. Zandon comes out of the same race. I thought his race was very good as well in the Risen Star.
Meanwhile, Dwayne Lucas, Ethereal Road, was a big price despite that incredible maiden win. If you haven't seen it back on January 29th, go back and take a look. Wide trip again in that Rebel, and he was only beat a half length for all of it.
Yeah, I mean, and he kind of made a long, sustained run as well after, the start before, hesitating at the break. He got beat by Unoho, who came up the inside, a horse that is missing his inside eye. I think it was important him rallying inside because he could see with the eye that he has vision. But
Tail of Trips.
Tail of Trips.
Yeah.
And Ethereal Road has been consistent closer. He's a horse that gets pace. He's going to be heard from late. And I think there's a big race waiting to fall in his lap somewhere along the way.
Is Saturday the day? Is he going to be able to get those points to get into that Kentucky Derby? It would be great to have Dwayne Lucas back in the mix that first Saturday in May as we take a look at the leaderboard. And I think the horse that a lot of people believe right now is your leader is the horse who's on top of the most points. Epicenter, he has looked certainly that last prep in Fairgrounds. Looks like he deserves to be a favorite.
Absolutely. He's tactical. He has speed, but he showed another dimension, sitting in the pocket under Joel Rosario last time. I think he is steadily improved. I think he's going to the Derby the right way. There's a lot to like about Epicenter.
You look at that list. Who's the horse that you think is going to make noise in the Run for the Roses?
Well, obviously Epicenter. I like Smile Happy as well. I think Zandon is a very interesting horse. I mean, he was third, beaten about half a length to Smile Happy, and he kind of hopped at the break, had a tough trip. I thought, for a lightly raced horse, he's shown a lot of upside, and he's had a lot of seasoning. You think about the knockdown drag-out battle with Mo Donegal in the Rempson, a lightly raced horse that has shown he can overcome adversity. He's a sleeper to me. I think he could take a big step forward. Right now, I'd say Epicenter would be my pick, but we have this weekend's Derby preps, and then we'll kind of dissect it and digest it a little more, and maybe I'll come up with a different name, but right now it's Epicenter.
I'm a huge Morello fan. He's going to be the favorite, too, in the Wood Memorial. This is the one big race that's not on the resume for Steve Asmussen, and we'll see what happens Saturday, but potentially two of the top contenders for the Derby this year.
It feels like it's inevitable that it will happen at some stage. I mean, he's won just about everything else there is to win, right?
Of course, big weekend out west, too, Forbidden Kingdom. Richard Mandela could have a big say in things with that speedster.
Fast horse.
Here's Gimmick to start off our post parade in the feature at Oaklawn.
Gimmick for the aforementioned Steve Asmussen from the rails.
Hartley even money favorite off a 50 maiden claiming win.
Whew, man, he smoked the field, got a fast figure. I'm sure they weren't happy about him getting claimed. Her getting claimed, excuse me.
Massard, filly that was favored in her debut at Sam Houston and won by a half length.
Yeah, I mean, she tipped her hand. Obviously, she must have trained forwardly in the morning.
For Ron Moquette. Here's the 5 Big Java, Mike Puich.
Yeah, horse that's really, ran well on debut. Didn't run as well second time. He's going to have to step up. This is a pretty salty race.
Well, she's going to cut back in distance for the first time. Try sprinting. Shared Future, 7-1. Steve Asmussen from the outside.
Already sports 3 victories. Has a lot of seasoning, a lot of foundation.
That is your field for this feature here at Oaklawn. Even money on Hartley. If you want to play it, play these Triple Crown preps. Play the Triple Crown. Get signed up and started with NaraBet. Stakes 200, that code to use at sign up for that $200 deposit match bonus offer. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So here's the favorite. Obviously, it was an eye-catching debut, but it was 50 maiden claiming group. And now a lot steeper waters, but obviously must be doing well out of that, including a bullet drill 3-furlong move coming out of it.
Yeah, and she didn't break super sharp first time, but had so much natural speed. She got into the race smoothly, the right way, and she drew off. And one thing I like when we see a horse coming back second time, you want to see how they reacted to the first race. Because sometimes the first race maybe, rattled their nerves a little bit, and they're going to be a little bit nervous about things. And she looks like she's as composed as can be. The mares had one other foal that was also a winner. So the mares are showing she's a producer, and look, she's just being as cool as a cucumber. And that's so important to keep an eye on when horses making their second start.
Tiago Pereira won aboard the debut. She got claimed. Nice job by agent Gary Stevens to keep one of his riders aboard here in start number 2. Let's go to Gary.
Yeah, guys, about Hartley in that first out, you know, she ran for maiden 50 the first time. The word was that she had bad air, that she had had 2 surgeries on her throat, and that's why they put her in for the 50,000. Well, I had watched her work several times with Tiago aboard, and I asked him, I said, does she make any noise at all? Do you hear anything? He says, nothing, and she was working lights out. And then she showed up and ran lights out. Well, Lynn Claiborne claimed the filly. They got her back to the barn. They scoped her. They didn't like what they saw in there. They said it was ugly, but again, there was nothing. So they went ahead and they did another surgery on her, myectomy, just a minor surgery. She didn't miss a lot of time away from the racetrack. She's come back. She's had 2 breezes, and again, she scoped well after those 2 works. She wasn't making any noise whatsoever. And you said it, Richie. She's just showing all kinds of class out there on the racetrack. Very composed right now. Looks like she's enjoying herself. And if she runs back anywhere close to that, I don't think she gets beat today. But I wanted to talk about the 5-horse a little bit as well. Cutting back in distance, has only run 2 times, both those route races. Broke her maiden for maiden 30 first time out, which is not easy to do going long the first time. She was thrown to the wolves in an allowance race next time out. She made a mid-move during that race. The apprentice Chelsea Bailey was aboard that day, and she was a little indecisive. She was caught wide around the first turn, and just an apprentice move. You know, she went ahead and tried to make some ground early on, and then she was hung wide. Not blaming her on her effort whatsoever, but she's interesting cutting back if the favorite falters in any way. And then Shared Future, you know, she's won 3 races already. She's being offered up for the 100,000 for Steve Asmussen. So another one worthy of looking at a price out there at 7-1. Guys?
Yeah, I just have a question for Gary, if we can keep him for a second. You know, is it a tricky situation when you ride a horse for one trainer, the horse gets claimed, to ride him back for new connections? Do you kind of go and ask for permission to see if they'll be upset, or how do you handle a situation like that as an agent?
No, not in this situation whatsoever. They figured that they were going to lose the filly, and I was just happy that Lynn Claiborne was the one who claimed her, because I'd been riding some horses for her anyway, and they're very aware that, you know, Tiago and Giovanni have been riding horses for her all winter long here. So, listen, there were no hard feelings whatsoever. The owners actually had contacted her on that night or the following day after she was claimed, and tried to buy her back, because they've got another sibling out of this mare, obviously, the family, and it's a good family. So Lynn said she'd take her chances with the filly. I think they're going to have a lot of fun with this filly if things work out good today.
Wow, she's 4-5 right now.
Yeah, like for me, that was always a tricky thing, but usually it was when you ride for predominantly an outfit that has a lot of claimers. There were a few trainers that they stated it to me straight out. If you're riding a horse for me, you know, steadily, and he gets claimed, I don't want you to ride him back, because they felt like I knew so much about the horse that it would help the connections that had claimed them away. So I was just curious. I mean, obviously this is a different situation, a filly that's only run once.
See if she can remain perfect here. Start number 2, 4-5 favorite, the 2 Hartley, and Tiago Pereira back aboard here in the feature from Oaklawn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're off. Good start for Gimmick and Hartley and Massard, the inside 3, and these 3 race out. Shared Future away in 4th, and the early trailer is Big Java. It is Gimmick up the backstretch, just quicker than Hartley, and these 2 speed away. Gimmick's a half length in front. Hartley is second now by 2 lengths to Massard in third. 2.5 back to Big Java and Shared Future as they go into the far turn. Steve Asmussen and Lynn Claiborne both going for their third on the day, and they have the 1-2 leaders leaving the backstretch, Gimmick and Hartley. Gimmick is a half length in front. Hartley is staying right with her in second. These 2 are 2.5 clear of Massard. Then 4 back to Shared Future. Big Java is the trailer, and Gimmick is the leader. Gimmick is traveling well at the quarter pole. Now she's a full length in front of Hartley in second. Massard is 3 deep in third. Shared Future is after her stablemate, but still 5 behind with a final furlong to run, and Gimmick is in charge. Gimmick now 4 lengths in front. Shared Future has moved into second. Then comes Massard, not today for Hartley. This will be 3 wins for Steve Asmussen as Gimmick runs them right off their feet. Gimmick in front. Gimmick won by 4. Shared Future was second. Mastered third. Hartley finished fourth.
Well, whenever you see that look back from a rider when he's clearing the stretch, that's usually a positive sign. Ramon Dominguez, Steve Asmussen, and a daughter of Into Mischief for E5 Racing, Bob Edwards.
Yeah, and Gimmick was aggressively handled by Ramon Vasquez out of the gate. Took it away from the two Hartley a little bit, who just got outfooted. And usually, and Gary's talking about a little bit of a concern with her air. When those horses get outfooted sometimes, it's just doesn't seem like it works out well for them. But Gimmick gets it done. Steve Asmussen's third win on the card, so that's his 40th of the Oaklawn stand. And he's over the 115 mark on the year already. But, I always thought you have some speed from the rail, simplifies things. I'm going forward.
Took advantage here. Had been stakes placed back as a 2-year-old. And now start number 2 of her 3-year-old campaign. Picks up the second win of her brief racing career. Ramon Vasquez, that look back, and he was well clear. We'll be back with prices right after this. Stay tuned.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, the feature in Hot Springs, it goes to Gimmick. Steve Asmussen leading the way at the meet. Give him another winner here. Ramon Vasquez aboard for the win. This daughter of Into Mischief for E5 Racing.
Big effort from her. Most speed she's ever shown in her life. Was aggressive from the rail. Steve Asmussen hitting on all cylinders. I never really see a lull in their production, They're just amazing.
Got Epicenter, he's got Morello, shaping up to be a pretty nice 2022 for Steve Asmussen. And Gimmick just getting separation here.
Really, I just love the way she powered home, put away the speed and kept on going. Big run from her, and I believe it was a Steve Asmussen runner. Yes.
Indeed, it was.
Shared Future that rounded out your exacta, the old Asmussen exacta.
Comes back $26 for $2. For, back to Hartley for a moment, you think just a filly, she has to be in front?
Well, it's just been my experience with horses that do have a bit of an issue with their breathing. They just get so much more comfortable in a better rhythm when they're able to control things. And that's why sometimes they'll look like world beaters against lesser company, but then when they have to kind of fight for the early lead, they get out of their rhythm a little, they don't breathe quite as clearly.
So Gimmick, the feature. We have, again, just a sensational card coming up on Saturday. It is Wood Day. Grade 1 Carter is our ABR race of the week. And this lineup loaded with talent. And a horse who took a little while for them to figure out what he does best. And now that he's come back as a 4-year-old, they found out that shortening up is better for him. Grade 3 win in the Hooper, Grade 2 win, Gulfstream Park Mile, and now he's going to tackle 7 furlongs on Saturday.
Yeah, and he's just been very, very dominant his last couple of starts. Here he is in the Gulfstream Park Mile. He got so comfortable, and he was not setting slow fractions. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Well, he was going fast very comfortably within himself. When he was asked for more by Junior Alvarado, he kicked it in another gear, run a mile in 33 and 4 here. This was very, very impressive, and as quick as he is, with that outside draw, going 7 furlongs should not be an issue whatsoever.
Outside post for him. He's the 8-5 morning line favorite, trying to put together 3 consecutive wins in a row. And those last 2 figures, obviously, if he can repeat that, assuming no one jumps up, and he potentially even has room to move forward, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. I mean, he's just come back as a 4-year-old, a new and improved version of himself, and he's already pretty good.
Well, he had shown ability as a younger horse, and obviously understood why they stretched him out, tried the Pennsylvania Derby. Looked like he had a Discovery one, didn't quite stay the mile and an eighth that day, but it seems like one-turn races when he's able to get in that good rhythm, and as quick as he is, and you don't have to get in his way, is just what the doctor ordered. And now 7/8 coming off a very fast mile race. That's one of the things about the Carter, and even going forward, like later in the year, the Met Mile. You get horses turning back in distance and some horses stretching out from 6 furlongs. And it's, to me, the best of both worlds where 2 worlds meet. Sprinters taking on horses turning back in distance. Always an entertaining race. The Carter, one of my favorite races on our calendar.
So much made about Green Light Go, a few summers back. His debut that we saw back at Saratoga. He went off the favorite. Just looked like so much more physically mature than all the other 2-year-olds. He's actually favored over Tiz the Law in the Champagne. He wound up beating that day, and of course didn't really go on with it, but now back with Jimmy Jerkins again, and that 2-year-old form he's returned to it and then some.
And I think that's a credit to Jimmy Jerkins' horsemanship, understanding what a horse needs. And honestly, Green Light Go to me is Jimmy's kind of horse. Big, robust, tough kind of colt. Jimmy seems to know how to push all the right buttons with these he's got him back in raging form. And another one coming off of 2 very good mile efforts. I think he'll really appreciate the 7 furlongs. I don't think he'll have any trouble with that whatsoever.
Going to be fun to watch these 2 go at each other. Obviously, Speaker's Corner, a talent who's really coming into his own, and then this horse now as a 5-year-old back with Jimmy Jerkins, as we've talked about so much, back in the form of his life. It's just a great storyline. He's obviously tremendous here at Aqueduct. They're going to get a lot of the attention in this race. There's, a few other good storylines too. Mind Control. He's going to come back now as a 6-year-old. Can he possibly still have the ability to beat a field like this now at 6?
I think so. I mean, he's another horse that's a very consistent performer, has been very good at 7 furlongs, has been good at Aqueduct. I think he's a logical player. There's another horse that maybe is getting overlooked a bit, and the one, Reinvestment Risk, was such a good 2-year-old, was runner-up in the Champagne, went to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. It was 6-1, so he was a contender. Obviously, something went wrong. He was on the shelf until June of 21. Went back to the shelf and came back, returned as a winner at Gulfstream. So, we know Seth Carman's Karovich stable, very patient, allows Chad Brown to take all the time. This horse tipped his hand, came back with a 103 buyer figure coming off an extended layoff, and maybe they've got him back where he needs to be competitive here. The fact that they ship up for the Grade 1 Carter kind of tells you they got confidence in him.
And, even a horse, too. Maybe he's over his head in this spot. It was at 7 furlongs, though, in that toboggan. Go back and look at that race that Drafted ran that day.
Yep.
Everyone was talking about happy medium going into that race. That move was sensational he put together.
Quick brush, wide middle move, and continued. And coming from another trainer that probably doesn't get the credit he deserves, Dave Duggan does a tremendous job, and this horse finally got a trip and got it done. So really interesting Carter.
Wood Memorial, Gazelle, Grade 1 Carter. That's just some of the action we have coming up on Saturday. You do not want to miss it. Of course, we're back tomorrow, pre-Wood afternoon. We start at 1 Eastern time on FS2, so we hope to see you then and get you all set for a big weekend ahead here at the Big A in South Ozone Park. It was Scott Chattore in the feature here on a wet afternoon at Aqueduct. 3-win day for Dylan Davis, coming off the first riding title of his career in that Aqueduct winter meet, picking right up where he left off. And Gimmick, Steve Asmussen, Ramon Vasquez, E5, taking the feature in Hot Springs. We'll see you on Friday.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.